Once again, every year we have this happen. Every year we see another team looking to become great. If not better, looking for greatness. For more so, these teams are looking for an opportunity to get noticed by the rest of the world, to compare with the rest of Southeast Asia. So once again, may I welcome everybody to the 5th season of the Snapdragon Professional Series MLBB, brought to you by ESL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello everyone, my name is Gideon, and today for the Snapdragon Professional Series, we're going to be bringing you some of the best around Southeast Asia as they look for an opportunity to reach for greatness. My name is Gideon Q, and introducing here today as my co-caster, let's bring him on in. It's IC Baby 1-2. How you feeling for another season here at the Snapdragon Pro Series?
Hey, speaking of the best as well here, personally, I feel like I'm the greatest right now. And guess what? I'm casting alongside the greatest of all time right now. And is all suited up in purple and pink. Suits the team as well, and I'm liking it as well. And to be honest, now, when we're talking about the best teams from all Southeast Asia, I feel like this is the most brutal competition there is in Mobile Legends Bang Bang history. Like, if you compare this with any other tournaments thus far here, this is where the strong will fight the strong and the weak will be eaten out.
That's the way that we like to do it here. I mean, ESL has brought you guys a lot of different types of action from different multiple tournaments, but for MLBB specifically, it's survival of the fittest with the format that they've had throughout the season. And, well, starting here today for the Challenge Finals, we're looking to see 4 teams qualify against some of the big dogs that we have later down the line. With that being said, though, let's have a look at the tournament calendar to keep you guys up to date with what's going on here for the SPFs. To kick things off from May all the way to the 28th of May, we've been having exciting gameplay from the Open Finals, all the way till June the 3rd and 4th, where we found our representatives from all across Southeast Asia, from the regions that used to be known as Mekong, now known as TVCLM, from the Philippines, from Indonesia, from Malaysia, and as well as Singapore here in the challenge season. Within these 2 weeks, we're going to find a top 4 to make it to that challenge finals.
Now, it is going to be a very, very exciting one as well for all the fans, but a very brutal journey for some of these teams here. And of course, when we talk about why it's so brutal, we have to bring up the formats coming into the tournament itself here. Now, of course, on screen right now, we have started things on the Open Qualifiers 1 and 2, where, again, 2 teams from each qualifiers from MYSG, PHID, as well as TVCLMM will be qualified into the Open Finals, which we are currently at right now. And in this Open Finals, as you can see, 4 teams from each region is going to be fighting for that slot to make it in the challenge season here. And it's only going to be 4 teams that advance here. And this format is going to be based on the Swiss format. Oh boy, this is tough.
Yep. Here at the Open Finals, we are looking for that top 4 team to make it into the challenge season, and honestly, to make it to the challenge finals. We've seen how last year has gone by. A lot of storylines, and especially for a lot of tier 2 teams to actually rise above the rest. Previous, competitors have broken up and joined other MPL teams because of this tournament.
Yeah, and the reason why it's also because of the fact that they have more games to play in particular, right? Like especially in the current Open Finals as well. You have to win 4-0 and get your direct slot. And if you lose the game, it means you have to play more games in order to get out of the safety net. So in terms of the tournament itself, I feel like this is very, very brutal, but it also provides a training ground for teams to get better. And I feel like last year itself, a lot, like you said as well, a lot of Tier 2 teams made it to the Tier 1 teams because they have a lot of competitive experience coming from here.
Yeah, take it as you will. Some may say that, you know, the SPS, it's all about inter-region combat, but the truth is, Tier 2s have an opportunity to become more than what they are now if they get noticed on this global stage. With that being said, though, let's start to introduce some of the teams, and especially from some exciting regions from all across Southeast Asia. To kick things off, participating from MPL MY, based off of the rankings, it's Team Hawk, Todak, and as well as the JP Niners. Qualified from MYSG Open, we have Foxura and as well as Monster Vicious, and finally, Homeboy Syndicate as our second Open qualifiers to make it in. Next up is from Singapore. Introduce us, Terrence, Icy Baby 1-2. Let's talk about some of these teams.
Yep, coming in from Singapore as well. The Singapore representatives here, we have Vanguard Esports, we have Homeboys SG, Bleed Esports, as well as Asterisk coming in as well. And again, of course, when we talk about invited teams here from MPL SG, they are from the previous MPL's rankings, and they were seeded here. And of course, Asterisk qualifying from the qualifier here. It is still a long journey for them if they want to stand a chance to make it to the grand finals.
We're making sure that we're following the standings as closely as possible. With that being said, some of the bigger competitors up next, it's going to be from Indonesia, invited from MPL ID's rankings. It's Dewa United Esports, EVOS Holy Alter Ego. Qualified from the Indonesian Open qualifier. Oh man, these two teams, they're scary. Bigatron Beta and as well as Aura. And qualified from the ID Open qualifier, it's RRQ Senna and Aura Esports. Now there's two different Auras here. One is their main lineup and the second one, Aura Esports, is going to be their MDL lineup.
Yeah, man. Speaking of MDL lineups here, I feel like this roster is a little bit stacked here, especially coming from Indonesia, right? Like Bigatron Beta obviously is going to be the favorites considering the most recent MPL, and the reason why they have to play more games here is because their rankings from a previous season wasn't exactly this great. So I feel like this is going to be the true test for Bigatron Beta.
I mean, we got to take a moment here because Bigatron Beta, their older brothers are already waiting for the rest of the competitors down by the challenge season. So their MDL team, a lot is to be expected from this squad, but keep in mind, right? Dewa United Esports, they also came from SPS before they made it into the MPL ID, but their competitors up next from another region entirely. Let's have a look at them. Give it up for the participating teams from MPL KH. It's Team Flash, now rebranded from Burnex Flash to now just Flash KH, Team Max, and as well as D-Roar Legends. And qualified from TVCLM Open Qualifier, the second one, it's Valhalla.
Well, this is going to be a little bit interesting one here, especially coming from Cambodia, right? Because when it comes to the region itself, we've seen MPL Cambodia kind of, had a very rocky start, but we saw a lot of potential coming from the teams in particular. But for them to have their own MPL now and even qualifying from TVCLMM pretty much makes a very, very big statement here, especially coming from Valhalla. However, again, qualifying here is just only the first step because they are going to be facing off another Titans themselves, and this is going to be the upcoming one. And who do we have next, Gideon?
Well, let's have a look at the next set of participating teams all the way. Oh my god, from Myanmar, it's MPL MM's rankings, MPL Myanmar's rankings. Burmese Ghouls is been invited for the challenge season, but some of the other competitors you may recognize. Qualified from the TVCLM Open Qualifier 1, say hello to AI Esports and Mythic Seals. Qualified from the second TVCLM Open Qualifier, it's Falcon Esports. Again, all three of these names, the only one that we don't have a lot of data on is AI Esports, but from what I heard, seems like they aren't too far away from their brethren in Burmese Ghouls or even Mythic Seals.
Great. It is going to be very, very difficult to actually gauge them on how strong they are. And to start things off in the Open Finals, to see such a stacked name, especially the Falcon Esports, over the years, they have been a force to be reckoned with here. However, I'm curious here, is this going to be the exact same roster? Of course, you guys got to stick around for the SPS to actually find out here. Next up, what do we have, Gideon?
We've got the powerhouses of Southeast Asia, our participating teams from PH itself, invited for the challenge season. It's Onyx Philippines, TNC Pro Team, Minana Evo, some big names here, but qualified from the PH Open qualifiers and recently winning their own MDLPH. Give it up for RRQ Kaito and as well as Omega Neos. And finally, from the second qualifier, we have Black Dime PH and Minerva Esports once again participating for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Oh, it's nice to see Minerva Esports kind of stepping back into their usual mojo, right? But from what I'm hearing coming from Minerva Esports here, they have made their name from the previous SPS thus far, but currently in the current roster, I feel like this is going to be a little bit difficult to gauge because when we talk about new rosters here, you know, some can say, hey, management plays a huge role, but again, can they live up to this current expectation? Again, can they fight their way through the grind in this case? Especially now when Onyx PH and TSC Pro Team is in the roster. This is something that I'm a little bit worried for them.
I mean, who's not to be worried about? Again, PH, one of the best regions in Southeast Asia and arguably the world at this point. Everybody's got their eyes on them because we're not looking at the top 1% anymore. We're looking to make sure whether at least the 30, the 40, maybe even the 50% of that population might stand a chance against the rest of Southeast Asia. And everybody's looking for that top spot. Now, let's have a look at some of the qualified team slots here just to give you guys keep you guys up to date with some of the teams here. 16 invited teams right off the bat versus another 16 qualified teams. Keep in mind, in our upcoming format, which we'll show you very shortly, this is basically the gulag of MLBB Esports, right? Only the best move on, and the ones who drop 2 games are going to get eliminated right off the bat.
This is why we have been stressing how difficult SPS actually is, right? Like, you talked about 16 teams invited here. What we're talking about is the qualified teams here, because right now in the qualified teams here, all the 16 teams in the bottom and only 4 will make it out alive, and they will be joining the 4 teams, joining the remaining 16 teams on top. So 4 from the bottom out of 16 goes up to 16, and you get 20. And then from there, they fight again, and only like 6 teams go for another different one as well here. And to make it, that's pretty much the simple way of explaining things here. Now, let's give you the detailed version here, because now we're going to be showing you the format on how the journey for all these teams are going to be going here. They will be playing in this bracket, and it is going to be the Swiss bracket.
Yep, welcome to the Open Final Swiss bracket. Everybody on round 1 is going to be starting at 0-0. Your objective of the Swiss bracket is to make it out alive by continuously winning your games. Each one of these games is going to be a full best of 3. Winner moves on, loser goes into the loser bracket. So if you are a winner, you're going to go into that 1-0 bracket on the right side in the green. If you end up losing, you're going to go into the 0-1 bracket on round 2 on the left side. Once you are dropping 2 games, 2 best of 3 series, you are instantly eliminated. Those who make it to round 3, you're either 2-0 or 1-1, and your dream lives on until finally we find 2 teams who make it 4-0, and they get to move on to the next bracket. And finally, for the teams that make it 5-1, that's when they have their last opportunity to try and qualify.
Well, again, this is very, very brutal, right? Like, we talked about this, right? And of course, for the winners, they will be playing lesser matches here. And for the losers, they will be playing more matches in order to qualify. And when we talk about round 6, means that if you play more matches, you are going to be exposing your strategies a little bit more. You are going to be read out like a book by the pro teams who are already in the next phase looking at you guys playing this entire competition as well. Yes, arguably, it is more training experience for some of these teams who lose, but at the same time, who likes to be a loser, man?
Nobody likes to be a loser here, especially in the gulag of all formats, where the best keep on playing against the best, while losers will have to scrape their way from the bottom back to the top. I mean, this bracket is supposed to eliminate the weak as early as possible, so consistency is key, and good momentum is going to push your team further down the rounds rather than warming up later down the line.
Oh boy, this is going to be very, very brutal here, considering the fact that, like, I don't know, like, personally, especially for teams that have one tricks or comfort picks to get to here, some of these teams, they will stick to this one strategy that works with them and play it all the way to the next finals here. And when another pro team realizes it and start banning their drafts and those cancelling out their strengths, they will get completely destroyed here. But now, let us introduce you the teams. And now when we are talking about the qualified team slots here, this is going to be the invited teams, the challenge season invited teams here. We have Bigatron Alpha, RRQ Hoshi, Rebellion Esports, Smart Omega, Echo, RSGPH.
Yep, and in the second row, we have King Empire, Yudu Red Giants, RSGMY, RSGSG, Evil Esports, and as well as CFU Gaming. Again, these are top position teams in their own respective MPL leagues, and they will be joined by the 4 qualified teams coming from the Open Finals. There are only 4 slots for 32 teams just to face off against another 12 later down the line, and a bigger piece of that pie.
Oh boy, that is a lot, and I mean a lot of games for all these teams, especially for the bottom here. And so far in the previous SBS history, we have had one team almost making it to the grand finals.
It was close. It was very, very close. Previously, it was Game Lab and as well as Euphoria Esports who made an amazing run during Season 4. A majority of the Game Lab and as well as Euphoria Esports members from that SBS squad have now disbanded and joined other MPL teams.
Yep, and of course, for today, enough yapping on all the teams for Snapdragon here. I know you guys are curious on how the format has been here. Let's talk about today's schedule on the English broadcast, of course. We will be starting things off with TNC Pro Team going up against Foxura, representing from Malaysia. And for the second series here, we will have Onyx Philippines going up against Asterisk, representing from Singapore, followed by Minana Evos going up against Bigatron Beta, and then closing things off, it is going to be Bleed Esports going up against RRQ Senna.
Wow, all 4 of these matches starting up big time with MPL namestays in their own individual leagues going up against MDL teams other than Foxura, who is technically in the tier, well, saying tier 3 does sound kind of bad now that we do have our own MAL, but they didn't qualify for it, so it's kind of a little tough to say where they are in terms of the power rankings.
Agreed. It's all comes down to whether or not can they be consistent, right? And nowadays it has gotten a little bit tighter as well. But of course, it's not just this 4 series that is also going to be playing when it comes to this match as well. If you guys are interested in watching some of the games, it is going to be broadcasted in other languages as well. But for now, these are going to be the 8 teams for today. And to start things off here, first match here, TNC Pro Team versus Foxura Malaysia. And we are going to be starting the match. Any inside scoops?
Honestly, I'm expecting this to be an absolute stomp here.
Okay.
I'm expecting TNC Pro to be doing a very good job, especially against a team that, again, hasn't really qualified for the MAL and technically is still part of the Tier 2 scene here in MY. Overall, as a region, we're not as strong compared to, again, TNC Pro Team. Might I throw that out?
Agree, you know, but at the same time, that was a name in the past, right? Like, if we were to gauge it off the current results on the MPL for TNC Pro Team, they actually finished an 8th place as of yet, and they are not in the brightest position here. And of course, to introduce them here, we have Hits, Ryzen, Hatred, Nomad, as well as Bentings to start things off for TNC Pro Team.
Again, a lot of people are looking at their legacy players, like Hatred, for example, Bentings even, coming into the team to change things up for TNC Pro. And let's not forget, even for Heads, right, previously from Euphoria itself, he has experience in this lineup and more so experience in this tournament. As we look over at Foxura, it's WAP, Win, Aminatsu, Papitero, and as well as Tenka, Win, previously an MPL player himself. So again, it's not like this team doesn't have some legacy players to be strong pillars for the team.
Yeah, and of course, Win does have experience playing from Carco as well as Red Esports during his days in MPL MY. And again, it is a good thing to bring to the table for the team here to share their experience here on how they be playing here. The mental capacity is going to be a very, very big factor here. Yes. I feel like right now, like you said as well, Foxura personally is going to be the underdogs against TNC Pro Team, but I feel like TNC Pro Team isn't exactly in the greatest form, so it might be a chance for Malaysia to come on top. And of course, now, without further ado, we are going to be starting things off with the drafts here, and from the left side, we have TNC Pro Team and Foxura on the red side, and we do see Angela, Faramis, Valentina band, Harif, as well as Matilda. Nothing out of the ordinary here coming from the usual bands yet.
Yep, seems pretty normal overall so far, nothing too out of the ordinary. I'm expecting whether one of these teams might even consider Roger, which is what we're very much used to, especially for teams who want to play around the gold lane. There are still a lot of strong picks here, right? Keep in mind that TNC purposefully getting into both Valentina and as well as the Farmis on the blue side, so they want to make sure that at least if Farmis gets to go through, or at the very least, they don't have their ultimate stolen for upcoming team fights.
Now, this is something that I'm a little bit more curious here. I know for a fact that in MPL MY, they do prioritize the chips a lot here, and we've also seen seen Indonesia kind of bring in the Hellcurt from time to time. But of course, I like this opening up for TMC Pro Team here. They've drafted Low E in case, anticipating that maybe Foxura decides to bring in the chips. At least they have some sort of macro presence with the Divergence coming in with Low E.
Well, I think that's why we see the Valentina banned out in the first place, right? Again, Valentina either usually used as a way to kind of negate your opponents from having a call ultar, or at the very least steal away an ultimate that is especially useful. I mean, Diversion has been used a lot in MPLPH, and not only just there, everywhere across the world, right? And now for Foxura, they respond getting their own power pick, locking in the Moscow, but also making sure that they get chipped too.
Wow, very, very strong opening here. Like, I was expecting maybe they would have saved the marksman for something else as well. Maybe you can go for a little bit more of a flexible pickup.
Possibly, yeah.
Alongside the chips. Like chips, obviously, no-brainer, you gotta pick it, right? Unless you're not comfortable with this macro presence. But this pretty much gives an answer to TNC Pro Team. Great, what is chips weak against? It is going to be weak against AoE damage as well as being out macro. In this case, they have two very, very annoying CC heroes who can kind of annoy Chips' combo and also potentially set up for a combo where if everybody comes in, boom, one big out, massive 3-man taunts coming in here is going to completely shut down the entire aggression from Foxura. But again, like I said, that is if 5-man grouped up.
Under a lot of conditions and under a lot of assumptions here, I think TNC just playing to their strengths, right? Again, we saw from the bans, they wanted to play for team fights. They just want to find some kind of substantial advantage on blue side against Foxura, and I think they found it so far with the double flex pick here on that Arlet as well as the Fredrin, as well as the Fredrin, just to make sure they can be a little bit more flexible coming into the second phase, right? I like it where Foxura's head is at. They want to make sure that they can take away the Barats in case it gets thrown into the EXP, and then you have Arla in the roam, and after that Fredrin in the jungle. Makes a lot of sense to me.
I actually like this draft coming from Foxura. Like, they have very, very strong early game presence here. Chips and Barats, amazing early game all the way to level 12 here, right? If once you get the snowball, Chips and Barats does have this timing that just completely rolls until level 15. And once that happens here, there's nothing much TNC Pro Team can do that. And unless they find a way to find a pickoff here and there, it is going to be a very, very difficult one. And I feel like right now, TNC Pro Team is in a situation that how do they deal with both the Barats and the Chips? And these are two heroes where if you can't figure out how to deal with this, your entire early game gets completely rolled over by Foxura's opening right now.
Well, it kind of depends on what lane they want to play for. I think that's the most important thing right now, right? Because if we look specifically at TNC Pro, they're also getting rid of the Yuzong, so they don't want some like hard dive on this side, or at least some early game presence coming in from Foxura. Because based on early game presence, right, we have Barats to be the main momentum swinger. We have Chips to kind of get him into the places he needs to be. However, Moskov going in blind at the same time, and we do see a gold lane ban in that Natan to make sure that at least TNC doesn't have scaling. It might force TNC to play something a little bit more, something that has a gold laner that utilizes Purify. I'm thinking Claude, worst comes to worst. If they want to play a little bit more early game, they absolutely can as well. But I think overall, TNC, they don't have to show anything just yet. It's kind of on the onus of Foxura to determine what that matchup is going to look like. Wait a minute. I actually recognize William. He's also played in the MPL before.
Oh.
He's going by a different name. I recognize that face.
Can't really see here. I'm pretty sure.
X-Borg main. He's an X-Borg main. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they decide to throw Barats in the EXP sector.
Okay, fair enough. But personally, I feel like the XP lane isn't the priority here. I feel like the biggest question for TNC Pro Team is like, who are they going to be playing on that marksman role, right? Like, the gold laner right now is going to be in a very, very difficult spot. They need somebody that contributes a lot of damage that can chunk tanky heroes. In this case, putting a carry onto a TNC Pro Team is going to put them in an awkward spot, but where if Foxura dives on the carry, there's no retaliation. Unless, you know, or even a way to actually buy time where this Barats and Chips is going to completely roll over you. So I feel like if they were to ban either the Claude or the carry just because of sake of damage, Claude because of mobility. So they have to choose either or coming from Foxura.
I suppose. I mean, that's one way we can kind of divulge with both of these drafts, because at the end of the day, they still have Arlet, right? And that final slash is always going to be just too good to deal with. Most of the time, used as a way to kind of disengage your team or re-engage, depending on what the situation starts to look like. But I think Foxura is aware of this, right? They don't have to make that first move. They're seeing TNC's bans, and so far, they're focused around making sure that they don't have hard, strong laners or a laner that's able to hard push. Oh, wow.
What?
Wow, they missed out on their final ban. Okay, as well as locking in the Esmeralda at the same time. What is the hard read here? Are they expecting like a Uranus lock-in for the side of TNC? Are they looking for maybe even a Phoveus lock-in from TNC?
Personally, I feel like, yeah, maybe Phoveus, but even Phoveus as well, they don't really have a lot of mobility here. But I feel like the biggest threat is going to be whether or not they're asking for the carry matchup, because they have 3 very, very tanky heroes from the side of Foxura. And as long as they play it safe coming from TNC Pro Team, bringing this carry isn't too bad, because any frontline that comes in, he is going to shred through both the Esmeralda, Barats, as well as the chips. But no, they don't go for it. They go for the mobility. Claude is going to be the way to go. Tamus to out-sustain this. And I was asking whether or not if TNC Pro Team is going to pick up a hero to buy time in case the shortcut comes in, you know, buy enough time for the Loi's divergence to come in to provide a little bit of assistance here. I think Tamus is great for this kind of scenarios, but again, that's going to be playing on the XP lane, so...
I think it's fine. No, it's fine, because they're going to be leaving their gold lane pretty much to kind of do what gold lanes do, which is be left on an island here, and the EXP lanes are going to be like hard fighting for level 4. Generally, we expect Damos to be able to dominate that matchup, and I think this makes it really awkward for Foxura unless they plan on putting that Esmeralda in the gold lane. We see Vexana to have a guaranteed way to hard shove mid, and then look to kind of spill that lead into the side lanes, and maybe that just might make the difference here. Looks like William's going to be the one playing on this Esmeralda, so it's going to be Esmeralda in the EXP Barats as your dedicated jungler.
Personally, I like Foxura's draft a little bit better, just because of how much value this Vexana is going to be bringing to the table. Not because I'm biased from Malaysia, but personally, I feel like this draft has so much work creep. Like one Eternal Guardian drops in here. It takes out so much from TNC Pro Team. Just deal with it, and I feel like TNC Pro Team has the more difficult draft to actually pull this off.
Well, I think that overall, I feel like it's minimum, like at a minimum, we're expecting TNC Pro Team. We don't expect the greatest of final slashes, but at the very least, just use it for general causes. If they're chasing down our marksman, we're able to kind of buy a little bit of extra time, make sure that Thamos does take vengeance just to buy that extra time when the shortcut comes through, and when you're getting ganked by the Y-Walk. So I think that chip is going to be their biggest problem for the side of TNC. As long as they're able to kind of match that aggression and cover the portals, it should be a good time.
Yep, this is going to be something that I'm extremely excited here, because it all comes down to execution here. Without further ado, we are going to be jumping straight into game right now. The first SPS match here from the Open Finals. This is going to be TNC Pro Team going up against Foxura from Malaysia. And both teams going to be starting on the purple buff for now. It is going to be the Barats versus the Fredrin in the jungle matchup.
Let's see how this ends up playing out for both Ryzen and as well as Dust, because this is going to be interesting, right? We're expecting to see where these leads are going to lean into. Maybe it could be, you know, William trying to use his advantage in lane with the Inspire to chunk out Nomad early on. I don't expect that to happen though, but it's kind of up to Foxura to figure out how exactly are they going to punish City Nosana.
Yeah, that's something Wait, City Norsana? Oh yeah, City Norsana is going to be playing here. And I agree with you, right? Like, the weakest link here coming from Foxura is going to be City Norsana. And he needs at least 2 to 3 items before he goes, is able to kind of evenly match up against Tamus. But against TNC Pro Team, it looks like they're not focusing on that. Whereas Fox is just going to be playing the defensive side. They are going to try and invade the top side instead of the gold lane here.
Yep, no, this is totally fine. I'm okay with this movement coming in from both TNC and as well as Foxura. TNC responding correctly, right? Like, heads, he's trying to make sure he gives that vision, but at the same time, he should be dying here.
Oh, boy.
Vengeance popped, yep, instantly dead. He's got to be careful, right? Because most EXP laners do usually run the Flicker. So having that Vengeance pre-level 4 is extremely dangerous when you're up against someone like Barats who doesn't really let you go.
Yeah, very, very smart opening here coming from Foxura. No response coming from TNC Pro Team. And at the same time as well, with the Barats now having a very, very early lead here, they are going to continue with the Storm here. City Norsana very close to the 4. Almost gets a decent amount of gold platings for now. And the Turtle coming in as well. However, this is going to put them in a very awkward spot because Foxura doesn't have the ultimate up on the Vexana first, but it doesn't matter. Bad things is taking a little bit too much damage. City Norsana misses the ultimate for now. Turtle contest coming in. Seems like Foxura still has a little bit of advantage here. Does still holding on to the Daytona's Volca, but he actually doesn't have it right now. He's going to be chipped away. He's going to try and go for the Retribution available here. Drops the Eternal Guardian, rises security. He needs to get out right now. Does goes for the Daytona's Volca a little bit too late. He will trade 1-for-1 for now. The hits for a jungle. Ryzen still a little bit of an awkward spot, but somehow gets out to safety. Wait, how did he manage to...
He uses the divergence in the middle of battle to keep it really, really interesting so that Ryzen has a reason to stick around and stand right on top of it. So he can minimize his damage by using the energy eruption, stun and taunt his targets for a good amount of time before disappearing into the void.
You know, it's so weird because it looked like Ryzen was doing a flicker, but actually it was just the divergent, right? So I was like, wait, since when a jungler has a flicker? And I was like, oh wow, they used it in a very, very small scale, which actually keeps things interesting. Instead of getting it out completely, they want to kind of apply pressure to kind of keep things going in case they want to turn things around. So very, very interesting usage of the divergent coming from TMC Pro Team.
Yeah, but still, the advantage is leaning in towards Foxura. They're currently a kill up. The gold is falling into the hands of TNC Pro Team. They're hitting their power spikes, and most importantly, keep in mind that Foxura is very ult dependent, right? As soon as their ults are down, the only damage over time, consistent damage dealers they have is City Norsana and as well as William. Everybody else is a little bit more burst oriented, like Maelstrom or even Tenka, who's dependent on their ultimates to make the move.
I think that's the mistake that Foxura had in the previous match, right? Like, they used up so much of the ultimates right in the top 40's XP lane and gotten no value. And during the turtle contest, they're just not available here. But bottom lane here, they find an opening. They manage to pick up will.i.am. And in this case, Foxura not getting the tempo that they needed to play around this chips. And so far, TNC Pro Team is just able to just outmatch this chips rotation so far.
will.i.am still haven't seen him actually earn a Grammy after quite some time after his Black Eyed Peas, but now he's playing Mobile Legends, right? After looking at the emblems, I think it kind of makes sense where they're currently at. City Norsana opting to go for the support emblems here, just to make sure that they can survive a little bit longer in lane, but the common emblems from Maelstrom just shows that he wants to maintain control over the mid lane without having to recall as often as some other mid laners. If not, he's probably going to be rushing things like Enchanted Talisman first item, just to make sure that he survives.
Well, seems like, speaking of fight here, he needs a little bit of help here. Tenka going for the back lines, for dropping a shotgun as well. Hatred, and manages to get out. However, they do call in the entire team. Maelstrom getting completely zoned out. They find Nomad on the side, so that's huge coming from Foxura. But again, the TNC Pro Team, they're still trying to reset this fight. They don't really know what's the angle to work with as well. Thus, still holding on to the Total's Welcome, getting taunted out. Finally, Gobbles on the Frederick. They are going to try and blow him up. Turtle contest comes in. Ryzen, does he secure it? No, Thus still takes the cake here. He is going to get out to safety while TNC Pro Team only loses the turtle fight. Surprisingly, considering how low they are, Ryzen still getting hold on and pinned in by City Norsana. The rest of Foxura not part of the engages, and I'm surprised that TNC Pro Team, they were able to get out with only losing Nomad before the turtle contest.
I think this one's a little tough, right? Everybody was kind of split on what the decision was supposed to be. In the meantime, William not going to waste any time. He was zoned out from the fight eventually, just went straight to the top side of the map to ensure that he gets a tier 1 with or without that turtle, right? It's a 50-50 and a risk that they have to take. But so far, Heads has been taking a significant amount of punishment. We're seeing that City Norsana is quickly outscaling him at the same time. And surprisingly enough, opting to go for the lethal ignition first item, Starlium Scythe, so he's building damage.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at the fact that Foxura, despite them technically supposedly winning the early phase of the game here, it's only a 900 gold lead. So this is actually pretty good for TNC Pro Team because over time, they will kind of match and outscale the Barats if they can make it to his level 15. Because as of yet, this Barats is only 1, 1, and 2. It's not super crazy. Ryzen is doing a fantastic job matching his level so far. But again, are they getting objectives? Because right now, Foxura, they want to get as many map pressure for themselves. But for TMC Pro Team, all they gotta do is just stall.
Yeah, I mean, generally TNC Pro Team wants to stall until they have like Trinity build done on William, 2 items completed for Hatred, Ryzen probably at 3. Heads has a lot of catching up to do, but his main goal is to be a thick tank in the front line, so they have to play around his Vengeance and his ult more than anything else, rather than his power spikes.
Bottom lane there, seems like they have their own shortcut coming from TNC Pro Team. They were able to get the drop with the Divergent, picks up City Norsana, so that's huge. Again, Fox, technically, supposedly to play around Tenka, it's not working out for them right now.
I mean, so far for Fox, they just have to be hyper-aware, right? That's why Lo Yi is particularly annoying to deal with, because you don't really know where she's going to TP the rest of the team, right? Whether it's in your flank, whether it's in a bush, it's kind of difficult to tell. But here we go. Once again, Turtle Dance.
Oh, they're setting up for Bendings, going for the final stage, but it seems like Tenka just completely blurted out before he can actually drop anything here. Turtle contest in the hands of TNC Pro Team here. Fox, they lose one for absolutely nothing here. They trade the tier 1 up top, but that's all. The spear comes in, doesn't connect. TNC Pro Team still having very, very strong map control somehow.
Yeah, I mean, Foxura is just making some good decisions, making sure that at least with the Moskov, he doesn't necessarily have to be there, right? Tenka is able to TP him in. He's able to land the ultimate spear just to make sure that he can like TP somewhere, but he has to communicate, right? So at the end of the day, they still get a tier 2. They did lose the objective, but that's kind of whatever at this point, right? For TNC, this is where you expect them to start getting really, really strong. Like Ryzen, he's been power farming this entire time. He's already got the Athena shield. He's about to finish his anti-cuirass as well. If you look on over, even for Dusk, right? First item, blade armor. He is genuinely worried about Nomad in the later stages of the game, who currently is our top gold earner.
Yeah, they definitely have to worry about this for sure. But as of now, top side, they get 2 tier 1s and tier 2, so that's huge for Foxura. But again, TNC Pro Team still has the middle turret in the middle side, so it doesn't really translate much for Foxura. But once they take this tier 1 on them in the middle in their hands, it is going to be opening up a lot of space for Foxura. So TNC Pro Team, they have to be hyper aware on how they want to take this next approach.
I think it's okay, right? Because TNC have said, okay, we've sacrificed tier 1 and tier 2 on the...
Oh, City Norsana getting chain stun, no backup whatsoever. Tenka a little bit late here, brings in the shortcut. They are going to try and force this fight here. It's going to be 5v3, but at the same time, they're so tanky. They're buying time. They're able to trade one, but the health, they're dropping so quickly. What? They're able to turn the tides well. They lose the lives of Hatred, but at the same time, Nomad joins the fight, and Fox, they take too long. They get completely butchered. Oh my goodness, what a setup from Hatred.
Oh man, Hatred really popped off in damage. Everybody was getting hit by the yin-yang reaction time and time again. You just cannot clump against this Lo Yi, and especially since CNC Pro just staggered the initial engagement. And we saw that Hatred, he moved back. He was like, you know what? I don't want to be part of this. Wait a minute, the rest of my team is coming in. We can make something happen. He turns around, even is willing to absorb and die for that fight to allow the rest of TNC Pro Team to clean it up.
That is insane here. Seeing how this instant replay here, I feel like City Rosada, like, him getting picked off here was a very, very sad moment for Fox, but for Hatred to get like 4 to 5 man yin-yang reactions here and buy so much time, allowing TNC to just walk up and say, hey, wait, they're all so low. Maybe you could just wipe them, and they did. There's just nothing they can do about this.
I mean, Hatred sacrificed his life specifically for their jungler, Ryzen, right? And then Ryzen ends up going back into the fight to make an impact. So at the end of the day, TNC just making smarter decisions here, right? I think, wait, conceal?
Oh no, here comes the playing scene too. And Nomad, he's taking a little bit too low here. He somehow survives here. And William actually getting picked off from the sides by Hatred as well as Ben Ding. TNC Pro Team somehow gets 2-man Horizon! Appraisal's wrap drop. Mega kill for the Arlon, and now Foxura, they're just crumbling to pieces. Now another catch coming from Ben Ding's head. Takes City Norsana, and only Malestra is left alive, and TNC Pro Team finally on the driver's seat.
They hit their item power spikes, right? This is what we were waiting for the entire time. We were waiting for Heads to catch back up, which he's still kind of doing, but he's caught back up closer to where Dusk is right now compared to everybody else. I have to compare him to City Norsana. No, City Norsana, one of the top earners right now for the side of Foxura. But what a bad time to actually take a fight. The Lord was already pushing in.
Yeah, this is terrible coming from Foxura. Like, technically, they shouldn't be losing City Norsana that quickly as well, and this is what we're talking about as well. City Norsana needs a lot of time to actually come online, and currently, him being the first and out equation here completely diminishes on what Esmeralda can do in split fights, and for them to group up as 3 is weird. Like, they shouldn't be grouping up most of the time for Foxura.
I mean, to be fair, I'll say that City Norsana is going for a full magic build, right? He's top of the damage in leaderboard right now, 8,000 ahead of Hatred as of right now, despite Hatred having like an insane fight just now, hitting 4 or 5 people with yin-yang reactions. So keep in mind, City Norsana, he is playing for a full damage build. He currently has the Blood Wings and a Calamity Reaper instead of a Starlium Scythe. He wants to hurt.
Not a big fan of this build, but we shall see. Like, as of yet, City Norsana should be pressuring the back lines on his own rather than clumping up as 5. But TNC Pro Team, they realize this. They're like, okay, it's okay. I've got Ryzen. I can catch him from 4. I can buy time. And if Hatred gets to do his job, that's the dream play for TNC Pro Team. And what a way to start the game.
Yeah, I think that Foxura is currently in a dilemma, right? How do we approach this fight with TNC Pro Team? If we take a front to front, then Hatred's going to be a little bit of a problem if we're closer to a choke point. If we try to get into the back line, then our backliners are basically uncovered, right? And they can't deal with Ryzen heads or even bend things by themselves. They need some form of peel, which is what Dusk's job is currently at, right? So that's why he's balancing very carefully where he's standing. They've already lost City Norsana, and that's what we should expect. TNC Pro Team's just making smarter decisions, and more importantly so, stopping the split push before it even starts.
You know what's really sick about this is that I think Observer was just confused. Like, how did this 4 players disappear out of nowhere? Like, Hatred's sensors with this Divergent has been so spot on, and every single time he uses Divergent, he drops onto either City Norsana or William and just one-shots them.
Here we go.
Instantly drops, goes
He's
in,
dead.
they fight. Oh
What?
no, what? How? How did they know? It's like, how?
I mean, they saw him take the tier 1 Taran down on bot side, right? And he didn't have enough time to recall. There's a specific amount of time before the recall animation goes off, so they're probably just counting down as soon as he walks inside that bush, and they instantly punish him. That's why you see Nomad quickly using the BMI to close the distance to cancel it as soon as possible with the Art of Thievery. And once again, with this Luminous Lore crashing onto the top side, they're almost guaranteed to lose an inhibitor.
Oh boy, TNC Pro Team just a little bit more aware. Final Slash comes in, they get the Dream-Man Taunt as well. Yin Yang comes in, Tenka gets out, but it's only a chip because right now he's got no tankiness, he's got no damage. The Lord in your face. Tier 3s will be exposed as well from TNC Pro Team. 3v5, they still have Hatred still exposed to this. They want them to group above, but guess what? If they're not grouping up, we're taking the Crystal and we're taking game 1, and this is TNC Pro Team playing at their best for SPS.
Really nice things coming out from Ben Things and as well as Hatred. Really turning some of these fights around single-handedly with some strong abilities, and most importantly, that final slash to clump them up. A nasty combo between the Loyi as well as this Arlet. Something to keep in mind for the upcoming game. Foxura, good early movement, but unfortunately did not know how to manage and guide themselves through a solid winning pathway during the mid to late game.
You know, this Loyi is just a big threat for Foxura. Technically, they should be winning the early game here, but TNC Pro Team was able to find opportunities and deny them those existence. And that opening wobble combo up top, the dream perfect combo for Hatred, is what set them up for this stage. And this is exactly what they needed, right? Like, they need to buy time. That one first big team fight up top just completely says, like, it's okay, Foxura, all early advantage you had is gone now. It's over. It's my time now.
I think Foxura did a couple of good moves. Obviously, we saw them have some set plays on the top side of the map to look to punish their opponents, but it looks like the arsenal wasn't as deep later down the line. I think they really started to struggle at a certain point, right? Mid to late game is where they couldn't really find the mojo to have the right angles to actually find these fights, and more importantly, just to stop Hatred from getting in on the fight. It's difficult to zone him out. I think that CT Norsana might have an opportunity there, but with the build that he was going for, even so, right, there's still plenty of appeal from the side of TNC, whether it be Ryzen on this Fredrin or Ben Things on this Arlet. Both of them did a really good job at creating space.
I think the difference between what TNC and as well as Foxura made was that Foxura has a composition that should be taking the first early lead in terms of initiation, right? They should be the one that starts the fight in their favor, but it didn't happen. Like, Tenka was nowhere to be found. He's always fighting for the best pick-off here, whereas TNC Pro Team, they say, like, you know what? If they don't want to start a fight, why not re-choose our fights ourselves? And every single time they have this Divergent on of Hatred, boom, they either take City Norsana or William, and they always choose fights at the side lanes, which is crazy because even if the Chiefs wants to provide backup, it is going to take some time for him to actually get in based on his 4 portals.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what TNC is trying to make sure that they keep up with the overall cooldown timer coming in from Tenka. Because every single time you see, oh, Chips has disappeared to the opposite side of the map, that means he uses passive, which gives you a window of opportunity to look to attack your opponents. And I think that's why we saw Heads taking a majority of that punishment, right? His goal at this stage of the game is, hey, even if I die early, I can guarantee us at least maybe 3 to 4 seconds during a fight when my Vengeance is active and when my passive is active as well. Let's look at the match stats, right? Because we're talking about teamfight participation. It's looking like City Norsana and as well as Hatred on the top of the chart with 88%.
Yeah, City Norsana personally here, I like the damage output that he's going for as well, but because of the fact that he's went all full damage coming from City Norsana, if he gets jumps first, he is going to first fall. And where's the damage going to come from? Because right now, again, like I said, Fox is got to be the team that has to start the fight first. And if they don't start the fight first, there's nothing much they can actually really do about this. Because most of the time, when TNC Pro team jumps in, it's pretty much -1 straight up for Fox MY.
I think, yeah, well, it's a little tough to say, right? Because I think that, especially for Fox, they're really depending on Williams specifically to start getting ahead. But unfortunately, Nomad was able to like out-farm him. At the end of the game, what, it was 11,000 to 8,000, about to go 9,000 for William, and he was very close to actually completing that Winds of Nature. So we could see, like, again, the economic difference between the two, right? If Claude didn't scale as hard, maybe Foxura probably would have a better opportunity. But again, a majority of the goal was just invested into Nomad, and he really made it worth their time.
Yeah, agreed. And at the same time, William as well, he was making the right moves as well, knowing that, hey, team fights lost here, he is going to make a lot of macro decisions here, taking turrets, taking objectives here, which is great. But those objectives wasn't being able to translate properly for Foxura, and TNC just realizes that, hey, if I lose this turret, it's okay. As long as I have mid control, all good. You know, but guess what? Why do I need mid control when I've got Lo Yi that says like, they're not grouped up as 5. I'm just gonna come in, boom, one shot. And you know, to bring up to the point on what I'm trying to say here, why don't we just take a look at the highlights here to kind of describe it a little bit better here for the matchup.
Well, see, here's the thing, right? I think what you're trying to get at is that Foxura doesn't have a tempo breaker.
Yep.
TNC, they've got multiple ways of doing it, right? They're not as ultimate dependent in comparison to Foxura. Once the ults are down for the side of Foxura, it's basically we have to disengage, we have to back up, we can't deal raw burst damage without our ults. And I think that TNC Pro, they identified that really quickly. So as soon as you see resources being blown from Foxura, TNC Pro is looking for a trade, right? And every time we see the trade going badly for Foxura, people like Hatred, they get back into the fight. He's willing to sacrifice his life. He didn't decide to sidestep. He just made sure if I can make them commit long enough, Ryzen is eventually going to be able to get back into that fight and maybe turn things around, or at least Nomad is going to get multiple kills. And to be fair, Nomad walked away with, well, more assists than kills, but he's still significantly ahead in comparison to William.
Yeah, and also coming into this fight as well, like when City Norsana was able to split up the fight, he was picking a fight with the XP laner rather than just shutting down Hatred, etc. And even if they shut here, I think this was pretty bad coming from the bottom side here. Like this was pretty much a nail to the coffin here. TNC Pro team, every single time Divergence comes in, finds the right target, boom, that's it. There's nothing Foxura can do about this. And it feels like Chips, quote unquote, is tier 1 banned material. But in the hands of Foxura, this game felt like it was nothing. Like there was almost zero presence on his chips at all.
It's not like he didn't have presence. I think, you know, Foxura, they had a very straightforward game plan in the early stages of the game. But then during game 2, I think that's what's the most frustrating for people like William and as well as their side laner City Norsana, right? Because no matter how far they actually get ahead, Foxura seems to be making, TNC Pro in this case, looks to be making the better choices after information is given. And Foxura doesn't respond too well with new information coming up like a second before it even happens. So again, this just shows the level of experience that they're playing with. Foxura definitely has to think 2 or 3 steps ahead before making the play.
That's the thing about the difference between tier 1 and tier 2 teams, right? Like if you're so used to watching tier 1 teams, it just shows like, oh, they might be bad, but they have learned things that no other teams has actually learned. So it just shows you why they need it. And in this case, not having that experience is going to hurt them.
No, that's the whole reason why the SBS is around, to really show that these maybe tier 2, maybe some may even consider them tier 3 teams, get to clash against potential tier 1s. Even if they are low in the standings of their own MPL, they are still tough competitors. With that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it could be the conclusion with a 2-0 for TNC Pro, or maybe a game 3 from the side of Foxura. So stick around and find out. We're back with some more SPS here by ESL. Once again, we might see a 1-1 coming in from Foxura to bring it into a Game 3, or TNC Pro just closing it out easy peasy, moving on to that next round with a win. My name's Getting Cute. This is Terrence Icy Baby 1-2 for your commentating entertainment here on the English broadcast. Now, keep in mind, we're not the only broadcast that's going on right now. If some of your favorite teams are on the other broadcast, check them out. We got the Tagalog broadcast, we got the Indonesian broadcast, we also got the Khmer broadcast, just in case you guys are from Cambodia. Either way, we have a language for everybody. And we're trying to do as much coverage as we can of these games, but keep in mind, these are 32 teams competing today. So the round robins, they got to go fast here, and I think TNC, the quicker they finish this game against Foxura, the more time they get to prepare and watch some of the other matches to get a bit of an idea of where to put some time, prepare for round 2.
Yeah, most definitely as well. And of course, you know, don't worry, Malaysian fans, we also have the Malay broadcast for you guys. But now, back to the English stream here, we are going to be watching both TNC Pro Team as well as Foxura continue their best of 3. Winner of this series will be advancing with a 1-0, where the loser will be fighting for their potential last life in the 0-1 bracket group stages.
Hey man, it's not all over just yet. It's all about who can win. It's all about winning here. Win the series at anything, you know? Whatever it takes to get over that line. So far in this second band, we are seeing that Foxura is going to be on blue side, with TNC Pro going to be opting to go on the red side. Either that, or they've decided to load their players over to each other. One or the other, right? We do see Lo Yi and as well as Angela Bands coming out for the side of TNC Pro, Matilda as well as Fredrin. Interesting. Getting rid of the Fredrin must show that at least for TNC Pro, it's a bit of an issue for them.
Okay, so I think Foxura is on the blue side this time, and TNC Pro Team is on the red side. Okay, based on the player roster here. Okay, and I like how now that I mention it here, like they banned the Lo Yi on the right side, so maybe TNC is actually on the. Okay, so
TNC guaranteed on the red side here. If I was Foxura, I would want to be on the blue side, right? There's some really important
fair enough. Like I was expecting maybe they just don't want to play against Lo Yi if they were on the red side again.
I don't know about that one. I feel like at the end of the day, right, a lot of teams, especially professional teams, a lot of them decide, you know what, let's ban out the things that we highly prioritize because we think that it's absolutely broken. And Lo Yi, I think, falls in no exception here. However, Harith does get through this time for Foxura, and now TNC Pro Team, they got to figure something out here. They could go with a double fighter situation. I doubt it. I think they're still relatively comfortable playing the Claude. Worst comes to worst, maybe even the Brody, right? It really kind of depends on what they're most comfortable with in terms of their gold laner now that Roger is out of the picture. So now it comes down to maybe they even go for like a blind pick Vexana early on for Hatred. We've seen him play it a couple of times. Ben Things, he played a strong Arlet. Why don't we get him once again?
Okay. This time switching up, they are going to get the Barats for themselves, so that's really, really good here. And I feel like Harith doesn't have too much issues against these two compositions, right? Like Harith's true damage is just annoying to work with here, since based on the current patch if playing Stardom, etc. But I feel like the TNC Pro Team, it has worked for them, the Harlot, and I feel like Foxura, they just don't have an answer to the Arlen in Game 1. So this time, they have to figure a way on dealing with this.
Well, I think if they want to really deal with it, there's multiple ways they can do that. They can get a Phoveus, they can get him. They can also get a Mincetar if they really don't like the dashes, to be fair. Another argument would be single target pickoff, right? But that's a little difficult because, again, you're looking for as many overlaps as you can to get that advantage. Now, we do actually get to see the Minotaur get locked in once again. Blind pick here. It does mean that this Harith is going to go into the jungle if that Moskov is true, but a little concerning here. Concerning.
I'm actually not a big fan of this composition. Like, I was expecting Harith gold lane, but no. Okay, Harith jungle, Harith mid. I don't think it's Harith mid, though.
No, I think it's Harith jungle. I think it's going to be Harith jungle. It's going to be played by Maelstrom.
Okay.
Sorry, it's going to be played by Dusk.
Dusk. It's
going to be played by Dusk, and I think that TNC Pro, they're looking at this and they're like, okay, guys,
it's clear.
It's clear that they're going to have multiple dashes, and it's clear that our gold lane is going to win, right? If William wasn't able to win game number 1 without much help anyways, we could play the Claude once more. And I think that makes a lot of sense here, right? Claude, you take the Purify as well. We don't know whether this Harith is going into the jungle or the mid lane. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. There's still multiple mid lane options that they can go for. One of which can be Valentina, can steal away the Minoan Fury. They can still go for Vixana if they really wanted to, for just strong wave clear. Novaria, there's plenty of options.
I think from TNC's pro team, they have so much more options to work with, right? Like you can put the Arlet onto the role position and then just get an Phoveus on XP lane, which benefits from the Harif as well as the Moskov, right? Zaman Force comes in, absolutely zero value just because of the fact that Phoveus is just gonna take the full chunk duration off your Chrono Dashes and just use it against you. There's just nothing much Harif can do, and just so much raw damage to come into play. So for Foxura side, if they don't ban the Phoveus right here, you know, TNC can use that option to say, like, it's okay. Roam, Arlet, XP, Phoveus, and this Harif is just going to be completely useless this entire game.
Well, if they want to set something up like that, they probably will have to lock in their mid laner here on as 4th pick as soon as TNC gets priority. We see the Rizla get banned here, and as well as the Farmist from the side of Foxura. Good thing for Foxura to cover up as many team fight options as possible for TNC Pro. That makes a lot of sense, right? We've seen Hatred play lots of Farmist, lots of Vixana as well. They get rid of the CC, so TNC Pro want to make sure they have control over that side lane here. But keep in mind, Foxura, they can easily play Benedetta if they really wanted to, right?
Yeah.
Things Swiss Army knives of the EXP lane, almost worst comes to worst.
I think when it comes to this draft here, from the idea that Foxura is having right now is they want to set up for a fight relying around the Minoan's Rage and then going for the Wombo combo, right? In terms of Tempo Breaker, for is great. You drop it out here, oh wait, I've got like everybody immune 10 HP, everybody's like, just gonna be standing still. The full combo of the Minoan Rage gets completely cancelled out. And one Digi just completely shuts that down if TNC Pro Team decides to go for it. But Valentina is banned, so I'm a little bit surprised by this Valentina ban, but maybe they just don't want to count a combo breaker for this.
No, they just don't want something that's really like reliable and easy for the side TNC Pro Team. We see the Aurora come in. I like that a lot.
Okay.
Great space denial. Great way to kind of combo together with this Barat or even with this Arlet, worst comes to worst. At the very least, it's all about peel, right? It's clear that TNC want to play a traditional front to back, and they have a lot of pick-off elements in their composition, but it's kind of dependent on whether Foxura makes that mistake, right? So now they see the Aurora, and they realize, oh, we can't just jump onto one singular target. The only person we might want to consider doing that is Hatred, but sorry, not Hatred, but Nomad on this Natan. But that's like the only exception, assuming that he's not taking Purify or his entropy is down.
I think this is weird, but at the same time, TNC Pro Team, they've got this Aurora where if, again, like you said, like Arlot, one Wombo combo comes in, boom, Aurora gets at maximum value damage here, chain CC permanently done here, forcing everybody from the side of Foxura to go for the Purify, but the Archive is a great way to kind of disengage from that. In a way, it just buys a little bit more time, but it still takes the full brunt of the damage coming from Aurora. So I like that they're adapting, but this is a pretty weird, straightforward composition for Foxura because where's the burst coming from? I don't think they have a burst at all.
I think a lot of that burst is going to come down to whether this Harith is able to kind of like control that mid lane, right? Because it's up against Hatred on this Aurora. Generally speaking, if Aurora wants to trade actively, it's a little tough against the Harith because he's so mobile, and a lot of her abilities are skill shot based.
No, I disagree. It's more like the Harith needs to play around the Zaman Force, right? You drop the Zaman Force. All Aurora needs to do is just drop an entire out on the Zaman Force, and you gotta get out of it.
Well, I don't see Harith actively wanting to trade against her in the first place, right?
Like I mean, in the overall 5v5 team fight, like you see the Zaman Force, one out there, boom, your entire Harith is just immobile immediately.
I think he's got bigger problems, right? I think he's got bigger problems to deal with. It's not even about finding an area to get the Zaman Force out. It's like whether or not Tenka can even find a Minoan Fury that's effective, because everybody has some kind of like an escape mechanic or some sort of like mechanic that makes them invulnerable to CC. So Natan can get out if he takes Purify. Like Hatred naturally has an inbuilt nano passive that doesn't allow him to move, but saves him from desperate situations. I mean, Ben things on this Grok is really smart, right? Anybody who gets CC, who gets locked down, is in a lot of trouble and will have to use their Purify super early on. So I think generally TNC Pro Team, they've got a really good composition to work around here, and I think it's kind of up to Foxura, especially Siti Norsana, to get access to that backline on a Lapu of all things. So good luck to Foxura. This is not going to be easy.
Well, Well, considering that you've listed out the weaknesses of Foxura's draft, I've listed out my side on the take of this game here. It is going to be a tough match indeed, and I hope and I pray for their best, because as of now, we're going to be jumping into game number 2 here. It is going to be Foxura going up against TNC Pro Team, game 2. And of course, if TNC wins this, they will advance into the next stage, while Foxura is going to lose their second knife.
Well, let's see whether the buffs are going to get reset. Force out that retry, brother. Yep, Dusk having to use a retry super early on. Ryzen just finishing off. They're going to be on opposite sides of the map and end up in 2 different spots. We are expecting Ryzen to end up on gold side and fighting for the Litho Wanderer here in comparison to Dusk, who is going to be on the top side of the map looking to eventually affect the EXP. They're going to be stealing away at least 1 camp here, right? Yeah. Oh no, it still falls into the hands of Hatred. Unlucky. It does mean that we're expecting Ryzen to start walking into enemy territory and stealing away as many camps as he can.
Yeah, this is going to be tough here, considering the fact that right now, TNC, all they gotta do is just chill. And
so
Foxura, okay, tank, what? Oh no,
they're about to die here.
He got a little bit aggressive. Not sure what he was trying to do around the wall there. He could have just gotten out.
Hey man, it happens, man. More like Maelstrom, he ends up dying at level 2. Worse yet, with his Purify. So this is gonna happen again, right?
Yeah.
If anybody catches him with a single CC, TNC are gonna throw everything at him to get the free kill.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna get his 4 before the first solo fight here.
Oh, he might just, if he walks down that river, he's dead.
Oh, okay.
Don't do it, buddy. Don't do it. Just wait for the next wave. You don't have vision there.
Well, he doesn't have a final slash, so that's an okay side right now. Pager, no. Okay, they're just waiting here. They're sharing XP. They're trying to get Hatred's 4 up before the first solo fight. So that's something that the tier 1 teams love to do, right? Like after the first few waves here, they set up the mage and the XP. They soak up XP, and right now they're setting up 3-man here as well. They've got Ryzen here. Hits looking for the one-shot. City is dead. Okay, they even drop hits here.
Nice.
Very quick 4.
Nicely done.
Wait, what? Why are you doing that? Bad things. How are you hiding the entire duration there and Fox not realize that it's happening as well?
He just used the wind glyph to hop over the wall and then walk in between the turrets.
What?
Yeah. No, it's fine. I think that Foxura just weren't paying attention, unfortunately. But TNC Pro, they get away with quite a lot here. 2 kills, a purple buff, as well as a free turtle. This is a really good early game for TNC Pro, and now they're going to start choking out their... Oh, okay. Hatred!
Zaman Force has been expended as well. Do they find one in the top side? I'm not sure. Observer, look up. Melistra actually finds Hatred, so that's a good sign from Foxura. Meanwhile, TNC maybe showed a little bit too much overextension there.
Sorry, we couldn't see Hatred dying there because, you know, mass murder. Showing a public execution is just PG-13, bro. We gotta keep it PG here, man. We can't. Hatred, he got done dirty. He got done dirty. He loses his passive. He also loses his flicker at the same time. But City Narsana ends up dying regardless. So even so, they're trading 1 for 1. Not the best spot for Foxura, but at the same time, Heads now getting a good amount of gold because of that play.
Well, he is farming very, very efficiently as well. Almost a full gold plating. Not even 5 minutes in the game. So that's a very, very big start for TNC Pro Team. Meanwhile, even though 1,600 gold is not a big lead in normal circumstances here, but this is 3 minutes we're talking about. And
did he steal it? No, he forced retry.
They forced retry.
Oh, thank God. That would have been so frustrating. That would have been so frustrating. But here's the motion, right? TNC looking to dive.
Oh no, Tenka. He's going to get caught out. Dragged down into his wall. Ryzen. Nope, not going to be using the Daytona's Welcome here. They will burst him down before the Miran's Rage comes in. CC, no use. So many CC immune coming from TNC Pro Team. Melistra comes in. Why did you dash forward? He's going to die to this. Oh no. They force a Purify. That's huge. Zaman Force still not expended yet. So TNC, they're just trying to bait this out. But guess what? They don't even need it. Hatred was just waiting for him and just completely one-shots the Melistra. Oh boy, this Harith. Ouch.
Yeah, Harith is not having a good time here. Hatred has just got his number. He sacrificed an entire mid-wave. He knows that he's a level ahead of Maestra, so he just needs to make sure that he can't read him on the map. So he sacrifices the mid-wave, shows up where he needs to be, and as soon as Melistra decides to get a little bit more greedy, losing out on both this Purify as well as a charge of the Zaman Force, not finding an auto reset. Wait, he dies again! He dies again to bend things!
What was going on with Foxura right now? And now Easy Turtle from inside TNC Pro Team here. Foxura again needs some way to fight back. Like, they can't really out-sustain TNC Pro Team because the amount of burst the TNC Pro Team is bringing to the table is just a little bit too much for Foxura to handle. They need this Harry to come online, and so far, he hasn't been able to do so at all.
I mean, we literally have 3 losing lanes right now,
Yep.
so do it, William. Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Just-
Do it.
Nope.
Intrusive thoughts. Go in. Try to 1v1.
Coward.
No, he's not a
Coward.
coward. He is not a coward. He's making the smart decision here.
Yeah, look at bad things. This is getting left uncontested. This Grok is just unchaseable, and I like. Oh no, no man, it's dead. Okay, William, get a little bit greedy there. Hatred once again saves the day for TNC Pro Team. Hatred just playing at a different level in this game.
Hatred. It's good to see him play back on form, right? It's been a very long time since his days of Onyx PH, but now that he's with TNC after his stint in Cambodia as well as Malaysia, he's kind of, you know, it feels like he's back at home. He's dead.
Yeah.
He's so dead.
This is the perfect example of TNC Pro Team. Hey, we may be 8th place in regular season. Sure, whatever, man. Like, let us release the hatred on TNC, on Foxura right now. They're just beating him up, and now oh no, he didn't even get the promo buff.
Hey man, Hatred's farming. He's having a good time. He's having a good time. This is like vacation for this man. He's literally looking at Ben Things and is like, oh, you know where they're gonna rotate? Okay, I'm just gonna sit here. Bring him to me, brother man. Brother man says yes. Yes, I will.
Oh boy, Ryzen. You know, looking for the
Oh,
play.
jeez, Ben Things, stop it. Stop it, man. What are these walls? Even his walls are nasty. Yeah, dropping the emote. You take no damage from a guy.
They just don't have a damage kill Grok. Like, in terms of overall DPS, like, the only way to kill Grok right now is just bursting down, and they don't have burst. Like, having DOTs is not gonna help them at all.
Hey, man,
and
maybe a
bottom
bot.
lane,
Ooh.
Hatred. Hatred is just finding solo pickoffs. Or in this case, even 2-0 pickoffs is just using his teammates as bait.
No, he's doing it for fun. Like, William used this Inspire and decided to try and dash in. Like,
Hatred drops it out. Examiner Force completely useless. This is what I'm talking about. Even if I go down, I'll take one with me. In this case, Melistra cannot play the game.
What?
Nomad
Oh,
now
oh.
flickers away. He's gonna die to this, and this is actually huge for Foxura. Now Final Slash comes in. It's gonna be 1v3. Bentix is here to turn the fight, and this is 2 very, very tanky heroes, and they can't kill him off. And now Heads is gonna try and trade off as much as they can. City Rosana is just stuck in a very, very difficult spot, but TNC Pro Team, they only lose 1, and they are able to get out here. Foxura disengages.
Nomad very naughty, This guy ends up using his entropy into the heavy spin, thinking that his Purify is still active, gets knocked backwards, and he's like, oh crap, I'm stuck in the middle of everybody here. I mean, TNC Pro, they gotta make sure they maintain this lead.
Oh boy, big. Oh, coming from Hatred here, no follow-up, so that's a good sign for Foxura. Baits out the ultimate for now. But are they going to capitalize on this? I don't think
need
they
to.
can. Nope.
No need to. There's
No one
literally
wants
no need to. Like, TNC Pro have control over the entirety of the map. If they want purple buff, they can easily fight for it. I mean, Foxura don't want to be caught in these tiny corners against TNC Pro team or get funneled in, because that just makes Hatred's job so much easier. Current gold leader so far has been Nomad on this Natan. He's eventually going to outscale this entire lobby.
What is Bentings going to... Like, Bentings is in the faces of Foxura, and this is just nothing Foxura can do about this here. They force a retreat on Rise, and they really want to try and chip away the heavy spin right now.
Good
but
macro.
Again, Tier 2 will fall. Great zoning coming from a TNC Pro team here. Fox just not given any sort of space to even push out at all.
Yeah, do you know why that happened? Because Ben thinks is just
My
taking
God.
free damage from Melistra. No, it's true, because he can visibly see Tenka and as well as Melistra down by mid lane. They walk into purple. Oh, wait!
Oh wait, Final Stat comes in, wall charge connects them too. Minon's rage is huge, but they have to focus on somebody. The fight is split off right now, thus getting focused down by TNC Pro Team. They get 1 kill throughout the chaos, and Foxura just cannot make up their mind on who they want to fight with.
I think it's fine. This is still good for TNC. They have priority. They still have entropy on Nomad. He can outplay this if necessary.
Oh, Bendings is just, again, you know, being extremely annoying. Foxura just not going to contest the Lord at all, and I don't think they can at all.
Nope, they cannot. They cannot. They don't have the Minoan Fury, which is their biggest engaged tool for their upcoming team fights. without Dusk and as well as Tenka's ultimate, it's really difficult to play the game.
Bentings looking for the fight here. William will be shocking his way through here. Hatred,
He
they call him
is
his.
so
Oh no,
dead.
final stage comes in. There's no way he's gonna get out. Xamin Force being dropped in, Melistra trying to do as much with the Chrono Dash, but just no damage up on Bentings. He's just so far ahead.
he buys a Brute Force breastplate. He's so big.
Like this guy, oh no, he's gonna die. Like no, he's just messing with Foxura. Bentings is so annoying. His Croc can't die.
Next time, if stands are real, if JoJo Bizarre Adventure is a real thing, I hope Bentings is my stand. Just him as Grok. That's all I want. That's all I want.
So confident, man.
Just look at him. He's standing there menacingly. If anybody walks up, he's gonna wall charge.
Oh boy, now Xamin Force Use not getting any sort of value here. Heads taking a little bit too much damage. They can't focus him down. Range goes in. Connects on two. No follow-up. Bentings wall charges 3 man into the Aurora out. But somehow they have a way to out-sustain this. Nomad dropping down a little bit too low. Foxura was able to set out wombo combos, but no one has died throughout this entire CCs.
They're just limit testing. Like, Nomad could have easily killed everybody there had he just used his entropy. He was worried that he would get flickered on, and he is right. He did eventually get jumped on, but he still made it out. So at the end of the day, all he loses is his Purify, and that's about it. And I think that TNC Pro Team could have easily turned that fight around. Let's look at the damage leaderboard, and guess who's on top? Because it's Melistra who comes back up to fight for stats.
What? He's died 5 times and he's got the highest damage here. So I'm very, very surprised that no one is dying from TNC Pro Team. And as of yet here now, Bentings, oh boy, here he comes again. Wall charges, stops Tenka in his tempo. They pop the Xamin Force, no
this
value.
is so good.
They're going to focus on the barrage for now. They told us about 4 man coming in. Thus, going to be zoning the back lines, and they were able to isolate the fight. This is huge for Foxura. They find one. 4v5 here. Purple buff is going to be in the hands of Dust for now, but can they re-engage in this choke spot? Hatred, just zoning them off. Foxura is going to be very happy just trading off a jungler, but can they get more? But do they want to? No, they can't.
No, they can't. I mean, they could have found a little bit more there, to be fair. I think that, Heads, he's still holding up that final slash. He could have made an opportunity there, but I think it was really smart of Dusk getting into the middle of that fight and making sure that he kind of splits the fight into 2, making sure that the majority of the damage is laid onto him rather than the back line of his team.
That's precisely what they need, right? Coming from Foxura, like they need this Archive to do more, so they can actually focus and isolate the fight. And as of now, Foxura, that is pretty much a big kill for them. But again, 6.5k net worth need here. They have to do more. They need more than this.
They should be able to start scaling up around now here. Melistra, he's going to be at the hardest part of his journey in terms of item build. Now he has to decide whether he wants to, whether he wants to get Blood Wings or whether he wants to really greed out and go for that Holy Crystal. Either way, it might be a bit too late right now, especially since they're 6k behind. But TNC, look at the way that they're managing these waves, right? Top side is naturally slow pushing. Bottom side is about to be set up for a slow push too. They have Prio over mid. Now they get to chunk out Dusk for free. Like, Ryzen can do this forever, essentially.
Yeah, they're just gonna be, well, for me, I think Horizon is something, but Bentings right now is just, oh my god, wall block.
He is significantly worse. Yeah.
Like, it's so annoying. Like, this Grok is just untouchable, and I'm really surprised that he's getting away with all of these things, but could you blame Foxura? They have to throw everything just to kill a Grok. Is that worth it just to kill Rober?
Well,
no, I don't think so.
I mean, to be fair, Bentings is the same level as Dusk. I think that's when the situation is real difficult here. And Bentings, he knows that all of this is happening. He knows that there's a good amount of players currently in that brush, and he keeps opening the map up with it.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to out-retry Ryzen as well. He's close to 15. That's 3 levels ahead Retribution late game. Thus, he may be able to sustain Hatred here, but the conceal play comes in. They want to go for wrap around. Can they find one? But no, they disengage. I don't think Fox realizes.
No, they do. They
kind of did, right?
Look, William, he's recalling. He's recalling.
Oh, okay.
He's getting the heck out of there. He's expecting they're expecting emotion out of this Moskov, and I think Fox is doing a very good push and pull against TNC Pro because they're held hostage if the Lord fight is going to take too long, right? So it's all about making sure that these side waves are able to kind of slowly push into enemy territory, threatening their towers. It's a lot worse for TNC Pro Team, who still have their tier 1 still up.
Yeah, TNC Pro Team right now in driver's seat, half HP on this Lord Forks now. Gonna be looking for the jump. The reset comes in once again. Minions still gonna be shoved up from Foxura's side onto TNC's favor. So TNC, are they willingly gonna let go of this and just focus on the team fight rather than the lanes here?
Well, I think that TNC, they can starve out Foxura for as long as they want, but eventually it's going to come to a point where they need to make a decision. Here we go.
Wall block comes, wall charge comes in, Dust dropping so low. Noma just poking Dust down to his half HP here, and they are going to try and mow down the Lord while this is happening here. Unless Dust goes for the play, nope. Not enough time, not enough distance.
Oh, wait,
but
can they catch the Moskov,
Wait, top side. They want to catch the Moskov here. They do get the burst. You know, Natred still going to try and buy a little bit more time. William, he needs to get the spear out of there as well. Does he get it? No, he does not. Nomad comes in. He's in a bit of trouble here. He's going to try and fight his way, but nope. No, not good enough.
Yep, Hatred catches him on just the edge of his maximum range. Nomad ends up whiffing a majority of the abilities, even with the entropy to close the distance. But still, Foxura, I mean, there's nothing much they can really do at that point, right? William is still trying to find some kind of side lane goal to keep Foxura in this. And by the time that Lord is actually making it to their inhibitors, assuming that Foxura don't stall it, right? They should at least lose 2 inhibs before we expect William to come back into the fight.
Yep, tier 3s now. Gonna be mowed down. That's gonna be 1 from the side TNC Pro T. Top 2 should fall very, very soon. Foxura struggling a lot to lure the Lord here. Great usage of the wall here to delay the Lord from channeling their bottom side here. Crystal is going to be exposed. They're throwing everything on this. They finally take down the Lord on the defense for Foxura, but TNC, they're keeping up with the pressure here. 2 towers for now, looking for a turret down bottom. They have the immortality on hits right now. As Fox looks for the play.
Oh, they're going to fight for the bottom side inhibitor.
They
and heads, he's standing there menacingly. They know that he can just use the final slash.
Oh, final slash comes in. Dust will zip out there, but tier 3 gets traded for absolutely 3. Bandits!
Oh my god!
Bandits from the side! The wall charge! From the side to catch all 3, all 4, but at the same time, they're losing members! Malestra was able to turn the tides with a double. He's looking for the triple. He trades off Nomad. That's going to be the first immortality. The saving grace for Foxura is got to be Malestra on this Harif. And TNC Pro Team may have started the sickest opening, but the killer is got to be Malestra.
Oh, let's watch this fight once again. Really great engage coming out from Bentings. Huge wombo combo with Hatred, but as soon as Malestra was out of there, right, he starts chunking them backwards. And I think that's the big problem here. With the Purify, he gets out of significant damage and is still able to maintain his outer distance at max range against TNC Pro. So again, with his Zaman Force, he has enough damage. And I think right now, Foxura is looking for an opportunity to set up the same exact situation all over again. But that's assuming that TNC make that first move.
I think this is huge for Foxura. Like, technically, we would categorize Harif as a marksman right now. And this is a gold laner here, just because of how the meta has kind of shifted this ball. But considering we are now in the ultra late stage of the game here, we can consider the Foxura having double marksman right now.
Yep. Well, I mean, they've got 2 hard scalers, right?
Yep.
Here we go.
And this is go time for them. If they can hold on to this, okay, never mind. Like, if William just disappears like that, it doesn't even matter. Now we're down with 1 carry. That's going to be Malestra right now. He's got to Purify. If he dies, that's it for TNC. That's it for Foxura for this game.
Well, we'll see, because this Lord definitely will fall into the hands of TNC Pro Team. I mean, they wanted to finish the game a little bit earlier, but Foxura turned it around. This time, they know for a fact, hey, William, he doesn't... by the time this Lord spawns, wait, that should be in about 44, so 44 is another 10 seconds, 10, 14, 14 seconds plus another 20
55,
more.
1955.
No, he won't have his Inspire up by the time the Lord actually spawns and crashes down to their base. He should be like 10 to 8 seconds off, and TNC, they're not going to give him that 10 to 8 seconds.
I don't think Moskov is the biggest threat right now, because as of yet, big out coming from Hatred. They are able to stop the tempo right now, but Lestra gets caught in the combo. He's going to go down. No more damage whatsoever. Minot's Rage is going to buy a little bit more time, but they need William to do a little bit more. He's poking as much as he can, but the Crystal is going to be the POI for TNC, and that is going to be the win for TNC Pro Team, and that a very convincing 2-0 in this first series.
Yep, which means that at least for TNC Pro, they're going to be making it into the winner's bracket of round 2. The 1-0ers, the 1%ers, technically right now. Good victory from TNC Pro Team, and as I mentioned, was there any other threats coming in from Foxura? Because I didn't see it. They all just died underneath their inhibitors.
Yeah, that is a very, very convincing fight coming from the TNC Pro team, but I would say there were moments where Foxura had chances to actually win the game, but they weren't able to play in towards their win conditions, and that's something that I think Foxura was just lacking in terms of confidence to actually go for the execution. So I'm a little bit worried for Foxura, but hopefully it's not over yet for Foxura fans. They still have a second chance. But again, this format here in SPS is still going to be very, very brutal here. It is going to be a fight between the strong versus the strong, and the weak gets completely eaten out.
That's the Swiss round format here. Let's look at some in-game stats. 19 minutes here, a lot longer than game number 1, but at least for the side of TNC Pro, definitely a question about some of their execution, right? Because when they're confident with their moves, they make the engagements look great. Like Ben Things, I hope to God that he becomes my stand in the next life, because that man knows how to stand there menacingly and find these critical engages against Foxura, who, again, some of these lines are not that typical, right? Like that. Hopefully we see it in the highlights later down the line of that final wall charge, right? He was able to channel the first half of it, catch the Harith mid-air, flicker into another 3 huge knockups, huge stuns.
Yeah, that was really, really fancy coming from Ben Things, but personally, I feel like this brute force breastplate up on Grok is just a little bit... I would say I'm not a big fan of it just because of how difficult it is to build charges, but I can understand that to pair it up with the quantum charge and how mobile he can be, yeah, he just wants more movement speed, I guess.
I mean, it's just so he doesn't get caught by people like William, for an example, who has a corrosive scythe, right? Because again, it counteracts the overall on-hit because he gets the extra speed and he gets CC immune. So then when he has CC immune, he gets the walks extra fast. It's like a micro thing overall. But I think, you know, it's generally very well used by Ben Things, right? That's why he's so confidently like standing in enemy territory, looking for these like flank angles and posturing in a way that zones Fox away from certain parts of the map, like how we saw him inevitably cut off the tier 2 on the top side. Same goes for the bottom side, and I think at least for this time around, Heads playing a little bit better. He's not getting like hard countered by Foxura. He's not starting off the game 0-2. He starts off the game 2-0, and from then on doesn't even need to finish his Hunter Strike to make an impact.
Yeah, I think the biggest threat that TNC brings to the table against Foxura is that they understand their matchups really, really well. Like every spell is intended for a specific target. TNC Pro teams realize that, hey, the biggest threat is going to be Melisra, and every single time that happens, Hatred drops his ultimate, making sure that this Xamarin Force gets no value. And that only one time that Melisra was able to utilize Xamarin Force bottom lane was that Hatred preemptively dropped his ultimate a little bit earlier, and Melisra was able to get out scot-free. So I think that was the final fought down bottom, but eventually we will see later on.
Yeah, let's look at some of the other post-game stats here, because overall damage dealt leaning over to TNC, but honestly, Foxura not too far away. Just 43,000, sorry. No, that's even more than that. 53,000 damage differential between the two, which probably could have been 1 or 2 skirmishes, would have added up the numbers. Damage taken leading over to Fox MY, and tower damage leading over to obviously TNC. Total heals, majority coming from Foxura as well.
Now, speaking of the heals as well, like I think in terms of sustainability, it should be a little bit more onto his Fox's side. Like, this is too close. Like, I was expecting maybe a huge gap of 50 to 60,000 here, but this is like only a 30,000 gap, which technically shouldn't be possible, but considering the amount of sustains and spell vamps that TNC have, it shouldn't be even that close. Like, I feel like it should be even further apart if Foxura realizes the potential that this Minotaur can bring to the table. But again, I think we've talked about this during draft. Like, there were just so many obstacles that Foxura needed to overcome. Like there's this Grok with CC immune. Great. I can't use the Minotaur's Rage properly. Oh, wait, I've got to worry about his timings, but I've also got to worry about Ryze's Daytona's Vocal, which, again, can't be cancelled. Oh, if I can't catch Arlet, he is going to catch my side. If I full force on Arlet, what happens to Hatred? If I focus on Hatred, I go in for the one-shot combo. Hatred has a passive that just buys even more time, a free innate Winter Trunket. So, again, very, very difficult for Foxura to actually overcome.
I think you kind of answered your own question here when it comes down to the total heals, right? Because individually from the side of TNC Pro team, majority of them are pretty self-sustaining, right? Nomad gets his own healing once he gets Feather of Heaven. Hatred inbuilt passive, Ryzen inbuilt passive, Heads inbuilt passive. There's just so many things that allow them to have that raw level of sustainability, and especially with a composition that's heavily focused around like CC, it just gives Heads even more flexibility to access the backline fights, because as soon as somebody gets CC, a demonic mark is put on top of them, Heads instantly is able to jump on top and close the distance to look for these big final slash plays. Most of the time, not even needed because BenThings is already doing such a phenomenal job, so he just has to press one button the majority of the fight.
Yeah, I think BenThings just needs to show up and everyone for Foxura just can't do anything.
I
like,
think
it's so weird.
I think that Foxura has a much more difficult job to deal with the pressure from TNC because TNC have many ways of engaging and disengaging. Foxura, they pretty much only have a disengage mechanic, right? Finding those hard engages is going to be highly dependent on CT Norsana or Dusk, or on the very small occasion that William is able to isolate a 1v1 with his knockback against the wall, there could be an opportunity to turn a skirmish, a 2v1 skirmish, into a 3v4.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, to be honest. Like, there's nothing much we can say here. Hopefully Foxura is going to be able to come back from this, but all in all, I think TNC Pro Team, even though they seemed to be weak, I think people expect like, hey, maybe MPL, PH teams, they're the bottom, they're not the greatest here, but guess what? This was just a complete outmatch, outclass performance coming from TNC Pro Team.
I think for most people, don't get the wrong perception from these MPL teams. Even if they're at the bottom of the standings, they're still the top 1% in comparison to some of the tier 2 teams out there. There are leagues of difference between the two, and that's why the SBS is around, right? To give it a chance for these tier 2s to taste what a tier 1, even if they're at the bottom of the road, would taste like or feel like.
But again, it's still going to be a long grind for TNC Pro Team. So this is a good step for TNC Pro Team, but again, can they grind their way to the top? Because I've not seen anyone so far in SPS history been able to survive the Swiss format and make it to the overall finals, to the LAN finals in Jakarta.
I think that even if it was me or one of us competing for these types of tournaments, especially Swiss rounds, you'll take any free wins you can, man.
Yeah.
It's too brutal to be like, I'm so sorry, we gotta smash you, but no, I don't have a choice. I don't want to drop a single game.
You can't afford to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's why. Like, the closer we get to 4-game wins, the better it is, right? That's what they're trying to do. 4 series wins, and TNC immediately move on to the next round. But this early game coming in from TNC Pro, absolutely disgusting here. With a lot of information from BenThings, they're able to kind of like set Hatred up for these ambushes, right? And I think that's where Foxura lacked the foresight. As soon as the information is given to them, once the mid lane comms have been disrupted, it became extremely difficult for Foxura to actually have a hard read on the game, right? It was a battle of information that TNC Pro Team was just winning 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, and even this fight as well, like, I think early engagements here was pretty much the Hatred show. Like, wherever Hatred go, Foxura will fall, and every single time that happens, Hatred was able to just catch off awkward positionings of, and just drop surprise on Foxura. And now, even here as well, I think Foxura was just a little bit confused on what kind of fights they should be doing. Like, should they be focusing on one, or should they not be focusing here? Because, I don't know, I feel like it was a little bit too easy for TNC Pro Team, and I'm curious to see what they have to say about this match later on.
Yeah, same. I would like to see what they have to say about this match as well. I think for TNC, pretty easy game for them. There were a couple of moments where it felt like they were too relaxed, right? And that's where they got punished by Foxura, especially if they were caught lacking. So it still requires a good amount of execution from the side of TNC Pro to be performing at this level. But with that being said, we do have a little bit of an interview going to be showed up on the screen. Let's have a look. Hello there, BenThings. How you doing?
Hey, dear Nick.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, you can hear me.
Okay, amazing. Good to have you on board here, BenThings. We just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. First things first, how'd you feel about the game? How does it feel, you know, absolutely just stomping on Foxura?
It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming for me because this is the first time again to play in the tournaments.
Oh, okay, that's great. Considering it is your first time here, like, what was going through your mind when you're playing the Grok? Because it felt like you were just 1v5 all the way through and there's just nothing they can do. Like, what made you give you that much confidence?
Because they so greedy in drafting. They pick Moskov and Harit, and no one can punish me. Overall, no one can kill me.
I like this guy. He knows it. He knows that nobody can kill him. Absolutely love seeing you play Ben Things. Now, for this upcoming tournament, this is your very first win in the Swiss format. Are there any teams that you guys are a little bit worried about pairing against? Or maybe, you know, some teams that you're looking forward to take on for the future?
No one can beat us, I think.
Nobody can beat you guys. Oh, I like it. I love the confidence here. How is the team feeling? Right, after MPLPH,
Yep.
a lot of it looks like the team was looking to find its feet. But here in the SPS, do you think you guys are, well, at this point, championship level?
I think we can champion here in ESL.
Okay,
You heard
very
the man.
simple, very confident here. They have improved themselves here. And now, last question here for Ben Things right now here. I know you have got a lot more games here and you're feeling a bit confident, but I'm also pretty sure here the Philippines fans are excited to hear from you here. So is there anything you would like to say to the fans or family or anyone in particular on stream here, Ben Things?
Thank you for all the supporters, especially in the Phoenix Spam. And thank you so much. And enjoy watching ESL, guys.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ben. Things appreciated. Thank you for taking your time out of the day to have an interview with us. Good luck for your upcoming games. Good luck for your VOD reviews. Hopefully it goes smoothly.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, this guy is an actual anime character. He,
I know, right?
in my next life, he better be my stan. If I activate my stan and it's Ben Things, I'm like, it's over for the rest of the world.
He's a big JoJo guy, right?
It's
Guys, he's
over.
an absolute
Did you
JoJo
see
man.
him? He's literally standing there in the middle of everyone. It's just like, yeah, I don't even in his interviews, I don't have to say many words. You just know that I'm menacing just standing there.
Like, if I needed a bouncer for a nightclub, in the future, if I were to own one here, that's the guy I want to have in front.
He's
Like,
the guy that I expect to be in my security detail to all look like. If they need to protect me from some fanatical MLBB fans, it's just Ben Things in a wide stance, like, stay back.
Hey, don't do anything.
Don't make me watch on
no,
you.
no ID, no entry, no compadre.
No identification card, not Indonesian. Just throwing that one out there. Just,
Whoa,
yeah.
whoa.
Yeah. I know that some people we're on an international broadcast, so people
Okay.
might not know what that is. Just throwing that out there,
Whoa,
you know.
whoa.
We're not trying to marginalize, all right. But that being said, we're gonna go on a short break before our second round is about to begin to see another team face off in a best of 3 to make it into that 1-0 bracket. Until then, we'll see you soon here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And we're already back with some more Snapdragon action here by ESL. The Pro Series so far has been kicked off. Not too bad. A quick 2-0 coming in from TNC Pro, but now we move on to our next game here. My name is Getting Q. This is Terrence. Once again, on the English casting desk, we're going to be looking at our upcoming game here, and it's going to be between Onyx PH up against Asterix from SG. Again, rather interesting because we're seeing another Filipino team, and Onyx this time. This is one of the scarier teams that we have to keep in mind for, you know, the upcoming tournament. I'm expecting them to be at least one of the teams taking that top 4 slot. I'm just saying.
I'm not gonna lie here. This upcoming match, it feels like we are getting a little bit taste on the middleweight class section here because
the middleweight class
section.
there's
the heavyweight, they have the lightweight, right? So this feels like the middleweight section just because of the fact that if we were talking about MPL teams, right? Like TNC Pro Team is actually on the 4th placement coming in from the current MPL standings, and Astra is actually on 4th in MPL SG. So technically, I wouldn't say it's a pretty bad matchup here, but again, even though quote-unquote based on standings, based on their own respective MPL, the gap between regions seems to have widened. But now, this is going to be a test whether or not if it is going to be closer now.
Well, I don't know about that, especially against Onyx PH. I've heard from many people. Again, some of these, a lot of people were like, I don't know about this team, especially when they were first formed together. I don't know about this team. Is this team what we should be looking out for? And over the, the past couple of weeks of MPL PH, a lot of people's opinions have turned. And even, listening to some of the podcasts here, Escalera being that guy who has like, what do they call it? The Emperor's Eye, an actual anime character here who sees the entire map, is somebody to be extremely aware of here. Let me show you the lineup real quick just to know what I'm talking about. It's Gem, King Kong, Super Friends, Kelra, and as well as Escalera. From what I've been hearing, King Kong and Escalera are absolutely obsessed with the game, especially with Super Friends to be part of that sector. The side lane's Gem, they need to hold on strong, but they've got their superstar in Kelra, who is really been making short work of teams, allowing him to have a good gold lane sector. Give him a Roger, give him a good lane matchup, it's basically one portion of the game already over.
That's the thing about Kelra, right? Like, if you give him anything here, as long as you make space for him, he is going to be the guy that is going to be able to set up the tempo for the win and close out the games. And when you need him the most, he will be able to deliver. And currently in this situation here, Onyx Philippines has been playing a lot around his Roger. And you talked about as well here, they want him to be the one that drive the tempo in their favor. So that's going to be their strength coming from the team. However, from Singapore, coming from the qualifiers themselves, this is going to be Asterisk. We are going to be starting things off with Bear, JHH, Kiwi, Chu Hao, and FMM. And of course, FMM is no stranger to the scene coming from MPL Singapore.
Absolutely. Again, he has played professionally for a little bit of time, but overall, Singapore as a region, they either do really well during internationals or don't make it at all. It's kind of a hit or miss, similar to MY teams, right? But there's a lot more consistency expected from this region, a team that plays very much against to their strengths. It's going to be low mechanics, maximum impact over micro and as well as macro, right? They're looking for minimal punishments, maximum rewards.
That's the thing about Singapore teams, right? They like to be as efficient and easy to execute here, just because of the fact that if you have easier things to do, and it takes less tasks to actually set up as well, the chances of you making mistakes is lower. However, the rewards may not necessarily be the greatest, but again, we're cheapskates, right? Like, we want to pay cheap for best stuff.
Well, I mean, it's getting bang for buck is one thing, but I think amongst the Singaporean, professional space, right? It's understandable. If you think of it logically, right? If you need to play 2 different heroes, one requires less mechanics, but is still able to make just as much impact as a high mechanic hero, why would you ever lean into the more mechanic hero? Because it's just more opportunities to make a mistake. Minimize your mistakes, get as much bang for buck, and that's how the Singaporean playstyle is easily summarized.
Well, sometimes in life, we gotta learn everything. Even if it's difficult, we gotta make it happen. That's what's it called to be the best of the best. That's why you gotta play Fanny every single game, even you get countered and you still win the game.
Oh, I don't know. It's just putting load on your back.
The one and only.
I don't know. It just feels like you're putting more load in your back than you actually need to. As we go straight into the draft, Onyx is going to be on the blue side up against Asterisk SG on the red side. And straight away, we're seeing power picks getting taken away. Natan, rather interesting. rather interesting. It feels like Onyx wants to force a Harith v Roger matchup here, and they're on blue side, so I mean, it seems pretty straightforward unless we want to see another bet. Wow, they even get rid of the Moskov as well. They're really prioritizing Kelra.
This is a little bit interesting here because
They're bringing in their subs.
Yeah,
it's
I don't
not
think
even
Kelra is playing. That's why I was like, wait a minute, I don't see Kelra's name.
It's not the main lineup this time. It's going to be Kenkadu. It's going to be Lee Good Kid, Chovy in the mid lane, James Punks, as well as Dur in the EXP sector. Rather interesting.
So this is going to be a little bit of a different roster coming in from them, but
I like it. I think it's a good time to try him out, right?
Yep, for sure. But at the same time here, in terms of drafts here, I feel like for Onyx to actually focus on towards the double marksman division, it seems a little bit weird personally for them to just focus on that and just let away S-tier bans. Like Baraz is available here, Loi is available. I think Matilda being banned from the side of Asterisk is a little bit safe for them.
Well, let's see. I think this is going to be the dead giveaway whether or not Onyx PH is going to be following in their, big brother's footsteps, right? I think, this is going to be an easy Roger pick here. Oh, no, they're going to go with the Loi instead. Again, overall, when it comes down to PH, they lean more into the Loi than it is just highly prioritizing just the gold lane because it's about supplementing the gold lane, right? They don't mind giving it over to Asterisk because they can easily call in their roamers to make that difference.
Okay, Loi open pick here. Asterisk, they have to find a way to deal with this here because if we were to compare this towards the previous series, right, we saw how TNC Pro Team was able to execute this because of Loi here, and considering that Onyx PH was playing in the current MPL PH, so they have a rough idea on how they're positioning in terms of macro and how to play around this Loi is going to be. They do have better experience compared to other regions because even for MPLMY, we haven't seen too much of this Loi gameplay style of just taking advantage of Divergent. We saw a couple of games, but not at an expense where you use this Loi like how you play your chips.
Well, I think the most that we've seen so far is that the fact that Loi doesn't make it through the pick and ban phase a majority of the time, right? So the very few that we do get to see, it's going to be a little unpolished, especially since it is rather new to the meta. People are picking up on it rather slowly, right? Again, no priorities for the gold lane so far, which I think is kind of interesting because it does kind of show that Onyx have the gold laners so early on and yet still not locking in a single one. They want to see whether Asterisk is going to predetermine what it is.
Speaking of predetermining here, Novaria set up right now. I think right now Asterisk is a situation where they have a very, very good idea in terms of macro gameplay. They have this Echo coming in here to give them the vision here, but what can they utilize with? Because we've seen combos coming in with maybe setting up into a Minotaur combo or maybe even towards a Guinevere if they want to go for, but again, they have picked up the Fredrin. So this is, I think, them just sticking to their comfort here because based on what I'm seeing here, they do lean on towards the Faramis a lot as well as the Matilda. In this case, Faramis is still in the pool, but nope, they're not going to go for it here. So Minotaur is something that Asterisk is going to be leaning on.
Yeah, I think, the Farmist ban is definitely should come up for either one of these teams. A little bit on the onus. Actually, no. They don't even need to go for it, right? Because Farmist would put them too out of their comfort. At this point, both mid laners have already been locked in. The supports technically have been predetermined unless we do see the flex from Onyx PH. But in the second phase, right, we're expecting to see at least support bans. Yep, from the side of Asterisk, we do see the Grocket ban down straight away. They don't want disruption. And again, when is the gold lane going to start to show up here?
I think... okay, Roger is still in the pool, for sure. Like, surprisingly, like, if this was MPMY, hey, wait, Roger's in the pool, first pick Roger, boom, that's it, right? Like, I think this is something that either or needs to take it away, but I like how Onyx PH is just like, no, marksman is not really a problem, right? Like, they can play any marksman here. This is so many in the pool here. Even worst case scenario, you don't want to play into marksman here, we can just stick with the triple fighter composition, which is kind of weird. Personally, not a big fan of it here, but I do see it being picked up multiple times in MY, in PH, and occasionally in Indo as well for MPL.
Well, yeah, there are times and uses for it, but again, based on how both of these teams generally play, I don't see the double fighter actually coming to fruition because there's a significant lack of damage from the side of, Asterisk at this point of time, right? They need something that not only scales, but actually goes pretty decent into the mid-early game. right? So I'm expecting it's either gold lane or EXP where they're going to get that extra bit of a lift to fight for these neutral objectives. This could be the Yuzong. This could easily be just a regular Thamos, worst comes to worst, right?
I think they should double down on this and just send Fredrin down to XP and just go for the winner for themselves for Asterisk. I think this is something that they may possibly do.
No, I think worst comes to worst, they just go Barats, right?
Okay, Barat's safe.
I mean, the Yuzong as well as the Export both have been banned out for the side of Onyx, so they got rid of the annoying matchups. So they're trying to set up for this Arla to actually go into the EXP sector. And I think, even for Asterisk,
Fair
they
enough.
have a good read
No
on
Gwen.
this as well.
No Gwen coming in here. Lapu is going to be the way to go for Asterisk, but on PH, they still have options. Is this a jungle Arkai or a roam Arkai?
It's probably a
Most
jungle
likely jungle,
Arkai.
right? Let's hope Barats is off the table. Like, they don't even need the Barats this game.
I mean, they still can if they want to. They can put Barats in the EXP sector, and then after that,
okay,
Arla
fair enough.
as your general roamer. But no, CC is still available, so they're going to go for that. It's a much better matchup, especially into the Lapu. More so that if somebody tries to run away and they stick too close to their tanks, you basically anchor them in the spot.
I think Minotaur and Fredrin getting anchored here isn't too big of an issue for Asterisk, so I'm really surprised that OnyPH picked this up. But at the same time, if they latch on this Novaria, it is going to be a one-shot combo. Most likely for CC.
Yeah, most likely. They're almost guaranteed to die here. Then we get Roger as the very final pick here for the side of Asterisk. Now, it's going to be interesting, right? Because Roger, he's got a lot of targets to execute. And the biggest issue right now is going to be on Kekanud, right? KK Dot. Just to make sure that he doesn't get that space and is able to continuously disrupt the combos and chunk him out. Because the biggest resource for a Roger is his life total before he gets a Demon Hunter Sword. And that's even if he wants to go for the Demon Hunter Sword, right? He can still go for the Haas Claw if worse comes to worse. Has to play from range majority of the time.
He definitely needs those killing thresholds, right? Like, you kind of have to play this Roger similar to how this Mortis is, in a way where you wait for those right timings here, take advantage of the 50% health, and then just go in, killing and take advantage of the killing spree, right? So if from that on point, it all comes down to whether or not Asterisk is able to play towards this Roger strength, or gets completely shut down. Because if this Roger is not able to scale here, I'm pretty sure Onyx PH is going to roll over this competition.
I think that Onyx PH, I mean, we're assuming that they're going to be, you know, never making a mistake, right? Well, we're assuming that Onyx Philippines, with this lineup, should be able to execute at a high level. But if they whiffed any one of their abilities, right, I think there's definitely an opportunity that Asterisk can look to punch back. And I think that's what I'm more worried about than anything else. How does the punch back actually look like? And more importantly, so with this composition, opting to go, hey, we have the Arlot on our side, where are we going to invest the resources? And it looks like it's going to be towards the gold side of the map.
Well, speaking of which here, seems like to start things off here, Onyx PH will be on the slow slide in terms of wave clear. I'm going to have the archive for now, but Asterisk here doing not too bad of a job here, but it seems like, based on what I'm seeing here, both sides, they are going to play this a little bit slow here. Asterisk is going to be playing in a situation where they're going to be prioritizing on the gold lane a little bit more here, and Onyx PH, they are going to try and invade a little bit greedy on bottom side here. James, not having the space that he's given here, he is going to try and contest the neutral objective with the Fredrin right now. He's dropping JH pretty low. They finally calling the backup here. He's very close to the 4, but I think he was able to steal the creep away. He's almost close to his level 4, whereas JH is a minion behind right now.
Yep, this is just lane priority, right? When CC is able to shove that lane harder and keep Lapu underneath his turret while still having that wave, that's the most ideal situation for Onyx to start walking up and taking away camps close to the river. Oh, he's dead.
Oh no, he needs to get out.
Oh,
my goodness. What a save. But at the same time here, Kekedot, he is going to be in an awkward position here. I'm surprised Onyx PH did not commit to this fight. They have the 4, but at the same time, very, very close call for Asterisk to actually disengage of that fight.
Yeah, hopefully it starts working out for them sooner rather than later. They have to play a little defensively for the earlier stages of the game, and once they hit level 4, that's when we can expect Onyx PH to really start amping up the gas. But in the meantime, Asterisk, they just have to play it slow. They have to wait for Onyx to make that very first move before FMM is able to find the big ult.
Oh, big ultimate here coming for FMM. Astro Echo comes in. James will secure a turtle, but Asterisk is a little bit too slow to re-engage as well. The rest of the teammates not able to provide the backup they need. As right, Kami-san, as of yet, doesn't have the mana to actually prolong this fight, so not worth it. Take the 50-50 trade, but again, it is still a 1K lead for Onyx PH right now.
Yep, and that's to be expected here, right? And more importantly, James, he's again a full level ahead of JH. And I think as time goes by, this is going to become a much more difficult to play early to mid game than Asterisk would have liked to imagine because their jungler is falling behind. And there's no real means of getting him back ahead unless they make like a off-tempo play against Onyx PH.
Yeah, and I feel like right now, Asterisk, they're just playing a very, very safe game, whereas Onyx PH is just getting a little bit greedy and they're winning off all these trades. But because of this play here, look at this, JHH is one level behind on James, and because of that, he's able to get, oh my goodness, did he steal it as well? Yes, he actually stole the orange buff, and slowly but surely, JH is not having the necessary farm to keep up against this Hakai.
Yeah. Asterisk, they're prioritizing making sure that their lanes are good. Chovy is going to send the rest of the members down, back in towards the top side of the map through the most safe path that he knows, not into the middle of the river, but making sure that it's close to the lane as possible. Roar just got his first item in that Wind Talker. It should help him out in clearing these waves to attend fights sooner rather than later. But you notice that both sides are very nervous to walk up, right? With no information on the map just yet. As soon as the Arlet shows himself down mid side, that's when he's going to be confidently walking up.
Yeah, this is a very interesting play coming from Onyx PH. Oh, okay, going for a little bit of preemptive measure, expecting Asterisk to set up an ambush. But I would say Onyx PH right now, they're just all about efficiency, right? Like the previous series, it's all about, hey, Loy's divergence, setting up for ambushes. This game, it's all about making sure Lei Good Kid has the most efficient farm. Like, clear the mid lane, great. Now, top side, great. Can you outfarm the Roger? Right now, he's doing a pretty decent job here. But for now, Toto comes in, JHH, looking for the play. 3v3. 4v4 here. Echo comes in. He needs going for the pin here. James is going to pin him down, but he still gets the turtle, but he cannot drop the ultimate here, and they are going to be picked apart. They lose too. Bear goes in for primal form. He needs to get out. He's getting mowed down slowly but surely. And he is going to fall. Double kill for James, and Kanmi-san just not able to do anything at all.
Dang, that's sad. James had him pinned against the wall and still, Kekidu still trying. Still trying to find the play onto Kanmi-san. But at the end of the day, right, James, he should have been able to land that retry no problem. He had all the advantages on his side and even had Kekidu right on top of your boy JH, and he still managed to pull that retry. Regardless, it is still a losing game for Asterisk with the 3K gold lead underneath Onyx PH's belt right now. And Good Kid, he eventually is going to get that Trinity build. So as long as this laning phase, again, is nothing much is happening, he's not dying, he's not falling behind, and that's the best outcome from Onyx.
Yeah, in terms of mobility and out-rotating right now as well, Onyx PH is just out-rotating on every single front. Now, top side, they do send a Divergent on top. They get a very, very decent amount of chip on towards Roar, and they may be able to take a tier 1 up top as well. Good Kid does have the Blazing Duet. They have the Astro Echo. Scouts out 3 members, but nothing they can do. They're just securing the farm for Raw once again. But Lei, look at Lei. It's just, I don't care. They're not coming. It's okay. I am going to try and threaten this Roger as much as I can. And he actually has the capabilities to do so right now.
Yeah, I think at this point, Onyx PH, they're going to start backing off, right? Because look at that bot side, all right? They already have a good slow push. A good amount of EXP is lost by Bear because of that, because he has to respond to the mid lane and match up with Dur. He can't fall too far behind him, and he needs to make sure he's within eyesight, or at least line of sight, so that he can participate in these upcoming fights. We look at the items so far, and it's not going especially well. We would like to believe that, at least for the side of Asterisk, that Bear is significantly ahead, but he's only 500 gold ahead of Dur.
Yeah, but speaking of 500 gold, I feel like it may not mean much, but in this fight up, especially for junglers, it is going to be huge, because right now, JHH is going to be mowed down again. What?
Gets it again.
He still gets it again. A sick retribution. Minor Rage connects on 2. They made the blunder. Finally, Asterisk turns the tide. And Onyx PH gets punished heavily for this as well. But meanwhile, topside tier 1 will be taken down as well. So Onyx PH, they get the space that they need on both the side lanes. So still, may not be the end of the world, but it does give Asterisk a little bit of hope here. But Troy, ooh, okay.
Chovy, he comes in by himself here, really scaring away the members of Asterisk. They recognize that even during these team fights, it's still up to them that they are the ones that counter-engage Onyx PH and not the other way around. I think that Asterisk, the fact that JH was able to steal both those turtles is pretty huge for him specifically, because now he's catching up in terms of farm, right? He's still a level behind James Pang, but at the moment, he's been doing his job pretty well, and I think that for Asterix, they're going to eventually scale to the later stages of the game, and Roar is going to lose his relevance much sooner in comparison to Lay Good Kid, who's about to finish the Trinity build.
Yeah, and now Onyx PH here, they're doing a little bit of decent pressure down middle here. This turret will take a little bit chip damage, but JHH, he is going to be in a little spot here. He's one level behind, but he's going to force a Retributor here. Damage poking on James, but it doesn't matter, because Onyx, they've got a lot of space. All they got to do is just wait for a mistake. In this case, getting a catch onto Kami-san is huge for them.
It looks like they want to go on to
Oh, okay,
CC.
fine. Nope, never mind. They're jumping on the Minotaur here. CC comes in there. He's going to buy a little bit more time. He does have the Vengeance to play a proc as well. Divergent comes in, connects on two-man catch. They cannot escape. And now the Roger wants to run away, but he's linked to the big fat jungler. Oh boy.
Nicely played by Onyx. Really good response. Instantly, as soon as the flank has been identified, we see an instant turnaround here by Dur, dropping his ult to lock 2 down, but making sure that he's not walking away too far to deter Asterisk from picking up that kill. Diversion once again, this time in towards that mid lane. They still haven't cracked open that tier 1, and that would be great for Onyx PH to take that 4.5k lead and 2x it.
Yeah, now Lord comes in. No, half HP, no jungler available. It's going to be easy when coming to Onyx PH here. Asterisk, what's the game plan right here? Because as of now, they've just been playing defense after defense after defense. And there hasn't been an oppressive play so far, and this Roger is just not having it for Asterisk right now.
Well, I think as of right now, they're waiting for the heavy spin as well as the final slash to come out. Those are the two main ultimates they're keeping an eye out for, because once those are gone, it allows Asterisk to actually, you know, disrespectfully reclaim space and start winning out fights because of that. So that's what we're waiting to see. Asterisk is trying to bait Onyx PH into a winning scenario where they use their heavy spin as well as their final slash aggressively, so that Asterisk is able to turn things around. Because their main win condition for Onyx PH is to catch them clumped up together. So if they don't have their two main resources to kind of corral them, then Asterisk has a much better counter-engage with the Minoan Fury.
Oh, at the same time here, it is going to be a little bit difficult considering that James Pang is there to disrupt the fight. Great link coming in from Dur, but at the same time, it will force Asterisk to give up space. So top side is going to be the next POI, as Dur is going to mow him down. So very, very easy opening as well. Lord still crawling their way, very perfectly synced for Onyx PH here. But at the same time, Divergent comes in. Where are they going to be dropping here? They dropped our bottom directly on top of the Roger. Nothing he can do. Instant drop, instant melt. Too late to retaliate. Now the Lord also going to be mowing down on towards the tier 3s, but still great defense from Asterisk for now. They lose only one, but can they hold on? Onyx PH now. He's gonna bottom side here. Heavy spin comes in, Bear flickers out. He's gonna be A-OK. Tier 3 will fall. They take it out. But now Asterisk, they do not want to give this away for free. They want to fight it back. Hikidon finishing all the helps here. Lay Good with the blazing threat. Almost catches can be Sun. But they were able to get out. Wow.
I think Onyx PH has got this in the bag, right? They've got the bottom tier. They got the bottom inhibitor. They're able to get all battle spells from everybody from the side of Asterisk, and they didn't even lose a single member in the process. Gold leaderboard, yep, as expected. Lay Good Kid is really far ahead.
Lay Good Kid is just having so much farm throughout this, man. Like, he's been given so much space.
Big sad moments. Gold later moments right there. Top 10 for sure.
He thought he was a jungler.
I'm just waiting for the Watch Mojo video. Top 10 relatable gold lane moments. You miss out last hitting your buff. You're forced to walk back to it.
The walk of shame.
The walk of shame. Top 10 by Mojo. Looking at the items, right? I mean, it tells us exactly what they want to do. Trinity build plus a situational item in that Winsome Nature already completed from the side of Lay Good Kid. It's very difficult for him to go down at this stage of the game, especially... Wait, he opted to go for sprint as well, so he could easily run down that backline, but... Keep in mind, Rar, right now he's got 3 items. He's got the Malefic Roar and especially the Endless Battle, both of which really helps the build find that lethal killing blow at the end. But this is under the assumption that Onyx Philippines is below 50%.
Yeah.
And unless
that's also under the assumption he doesn't get completely nosedive to the Divergent, right? Like,
I mean,
instantly
that's...
comes in, wait, what can I do? 4 men in my face? Yeah, what am I gonna do, man? Because that's what actually happened to him. And Asterisk right now, they're a little bit afraid of revealing the Roger's position. And even then, Roger, look at him. Look at how far back his position in the back lines for Asterisk. Just because of the fact that they don't know where this Divergent is going to come in as well. Astro Echo connects, only sees 2. Dur is going to link up with 2 guys as well. FMM taking a bit too much damage. He needs to get out as well. Bear looks for the counterplay, but well, gets outplayed as well. JHH looks for the retribution. No, he misses the timing. It's going to be locked down. No backup from Asterisk.
Yep, they get completely zoned out here. A heroic attempt from
Divergent.
JHH.
No,
right.
Oh my god, they are going to dive into the back lines here. The base exposed. They were looking for them to catch a pick right here, but okay. Very greedy play, but at the same time, Dirt takes a tier 3 up top. Asterisk looks a little bit fumbled here. What do they do? You know what? Let's just go YOLO here. We're gonna kill the CC, but no, the Vengeance just takes so much damage away from Asterisk. Here comes the Roger. Okay. Scares off the Claude. He won't back off, but all the inhibitors have fallen thus far. Crystal down towards the half HP. Lord still relatively healthy as well. Bear gets poked away. He's gonna go for the reset. KK not finds him with the flicker. Onyx PH, they're looking for the push. Asterisk, they're losing everyone, and James zoning them off from clearing the minions. And that's gonna be Onyx PH taking Game 1 against the Singaporeans.
Yep, I mean, they had a strong endgame scenario. They really checkmated the Singaporeans this time around, making sure that their 10k lead was not going to waste, and off of that, Lord got a lot done. But that's only the very first game in this best-of-3 series. Asterisk have taken a lot of learning points and at least relatively understand where this team is going to be putting their priorities and their resources into the draft.
Oh boy, what a way to see 2 different approaches coming from the Philippine region here on how they play this Lo Yi here. One for an element surprise, one for the element of efficiency, but at the same time, it's so versatile that you do not expect them to come from it. And guess what? The person that felt the biggest brunt of that fight was none other than, I would say, the gold laner here coming from
Asterisk?
Asterisk here. It's just, what can he do? Like, oh, I was farming very, very happily here. I'm right beside my tier 3 towers. Great. I'm farming and farming and farming. Boom, 5-man comes in. Okay, I'm dead. Yeah, nothing I can do about this.
Well, I think he should have been winning that lane a little bit harder, right? But Kakadu made sure that that level 1 was basically impossible for True Hao to actually win, right? So Kakadu just turning that 1v1 lane into a quick 2v1 just to get like Good Kid a quick way to level 3 with relatively healthy laning phase. And once he hits level 4, it became so much more difficult for True Hao to find the initial punchback against Lay Good Kid. And even if they did, he could still just recall, right? So again, it's all about Lay Good Kid. How quickly can he get that Trinity built off the ground before True Hao finds that first blood on him?
This is just annoying to watch, considering the fact that Onyx PH has just showed them like, hey, why Lo Yi is a priority over everything else. And they just use it so well to avoid that. 1 minute I'm here, 1 minute I'm there. You just don't know where they're supposed to be playing this. And it's funny to finally see how Lo Yi is actually being played right now, considering the fact that this hero has been introduced for the longest of time, but nobody is playing Lo Yi like is right now. Like only now after so many years.
I mean, I think, you know, it's very teamfight oriented in the current meta right now, and I think that a lot of artillery mages aren't as good as they used to be, so the next best thing is going to be like, you know, utility, what utility can a mid laner actually bring to the table. That's why we're seeing Farmis and Valentina being quite high up in the standings overall globally in professional play, being some of the most picked and banned heroes in the game so far. And now even Lo Yi is entering those ranks as well, with the Divergence consistently being a good way for Onyx BH to skip the rotating phase and being right in the middle of the action.
Yeah, and speaking of the action here, what can they do in this next game here? Because it seems like Asterisk had a very, very even start trade-off from coming against Onyx PH here, but it all started with James, you know, slowly taking away JH's farms bit by bit. It felt like a slow bleed, right? Like it felt like it was just a small little pinky cut on your finger, which eventually grew to a complete fountain for Asterisk to just bleed out completely.
Well, I think the name of the game was tempo, right? And when
Mm.
Onyx PH was able to kind of predetermine what the early game tempo was, a lot of that control came out at the expense of Asterisk being late on the rotate, right? We didn't see enough help coming in from True House side to turn that, 2v1 into a potential 1v1. There wasn't enough pressure being put on the opposite side of the map to make that even a consideration, because Dur was having the time of his life against Bear. And again, we saw time and time again that Onyx PH just used that lane priority as a means for James to slowly claw his way ahead of JHH. And I think that even for JH, right, the fact that he got 2 turtles was lucky enough, but when it mattered the most against the Lord, that's when Onyx PH shut the lid on this game.
Yeah, and speaking of the fights as well, like I'm very surprised how Dur was able to do everything he wanted in CC, right? I was expecting this CC's matchup against Lapu-Lapu is not going to be the greatest. It's just going to be one of the most boring fights here. But at the same time, considering that how Onyx PH is able to sustain 4v5 a majority fight, and because of that, it gave so much opportunity for Dur to just keep pressuring the side lanes to a point that Asterisk has no choice but to lose this fight. And I don't know, it feels like it was just so much opportunity for him. But of course, when we talk about the MVP for game number 1 here, it's gotta be the jungler here. It's gonna be James Punk on his Archive.
Yep, I mean, he did a really good job slowing the enemy Frederick down, making sure that JHH was a full level ahead. And yes, even though he did give away 2 turtles, at the end of the day, what mattered the most is that he got the end game condition down, set it up perfectly, locked him against the wall to ensure that they had a free way to the crystal. So well done once again for Onyx PH, because they are looking mighty fine despite using their B team.
Yes, despite losing the turtle fight, I feel like he is still a level ahead, and because of that, everyone from the side of Asterisk has been playing from behind. And I want to see what's next here, because right now, this is going to be the highlights here. It started things off with like, hey, you know what? Onyx PH, they won the first turtle fight. We're happy. We've got the additional shields. We've got the additional true damage, and just runs over on Asterisk all the way through. And they were able to just lead from here.
Yeah, I think a lot of this just comes down to like Asterisk making a couple of mistakes. Like this one, that what could you really do, right? Because CC is just too far ahead in that lane. It just goes to show that the draft really matters at this point of time, right? When you haven't done enough preparation, it looks like this. And I think that Onyx PH, their B team, has done some form of preparation against Asterisk. In the way that they are batting out the gold laners, the way that they're looking to punish Asterisk, right? They're making sure that their laners are weak so the jungler can't get ahead. So they know who to fear and they know who exactly they're looking to punish.
You know, it's interesting to see how they play this CC, right? Like usually the ult coming from CC doesn't really mean much if you link in on 2 tanky heroes, right? Even if they group up, great. I can take some damage, I can walk back together, it's fine. But if you link it with a very, very slow character as well as a mobile character like Roger, that pretty much puts Roger as a same position as a tank, which is no mobility, and what can you do? And it is not exactly squishy. So it's a very interesting way on how TNC Pro Team did it. But again, given the position and the conditions that Asterisk were in, Onyx PH was just very, very focused on what they want to prioritize on.
I mean, they knew exactly what they wanted to this time round, right? Big victory for Onyx PH as they take the first match in this best of 3 against Asterisk. Asterisk does have an opportunity, but it really is going to boil down to the draft. We didn't get to see enough of Asterisk's full micro capabilities during the team fights because they were always behind, right? So maybe in game 2, when they take blue side, they'll have a better advantage.
Yep, this middleweight match here doesn't feel like a middleweight class at all, but at the same time, hopefully they will get the necessary rest, you know, and hopefully they will be able to bounce back here from Singapore. But for now, we are going to be taking a very, very short break here, and right after this break, we'll be back with game number 2 for you guys.
Here we go!
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Once again, here for the MLBB sector, we are seeing the best of the best teams really stand above the competition right now. My name is Getting Q. This is Terrence. We're going to be taking you guys through the English broadcast here today, especially when it's Philippines versus Singapore in Onyx PH, their B team taking on Asterisk from SG. And so far, the draft is already predetermined that Onyx PH has done some form of homework against Asterisk, who were not prepared coming in against the B team of Onyx PH.
Yeah, that's something that I think I wouldn't expect as well here, because I think off the screen here was a discussion here. Wait, did Onyx PH register 2 team? Am I seeing this wrong? But turns out in the registered roster for Onyx PH, they've registered the entire roster from the main team and the entire roster from the B team. So you don't really know who you're playing up against until you hit in the draft. So I feel like for 30 seconds, I have to think about, hey, as a drafter, right, from a coach, I'd have to think about, okay, what's the opening pick here? What's the comfort pick here? Wait a minute, their name changed. Like that 5-second pause just buys so much time. It's like, I might be drafting wrong into this. And then while discussing, hey, what do we do, guys? And if we speak too much and discuss too much, boom, I messed up the draft. And in this case, Game 1's draft didn't exactly favor Asterisk at all.
Yeah. I mean, it really didn't. And I think, you know, Onyx PH probably would have drafted slightly different themselves. That many gold bats is rather interesting. You don't get to see that very often, right? And I think that Onyx PH, they're going to be on the blue side once again, as Asterisk have decided once more to be on red side. Now that they understand that they don't have to prioritize the gold too much, they're getting rid of some key picks, getting rid of the Harith, making sure that they're also getting rid of the Matilda as well as the Loyi. Now, that means that Angela is going to get locked in. I don't know where it's going to be exactly for Onyx PH. It could go into the Roamer sector or even to the mid lane, but considering how Chovy played in game number 1, I would feel terribly awful for him if he ends up being the mid laner, Angela mid lane this time around. Yeah,
but seeing how, wait, is this gonna be, like, I'm not a big fan of Angela mid lane. Like,
Me neither.
I'm never a fan of Angela mid lane just because of the fact that, oh, is that the only single source of magical damage? If that, yes, that is. For a tank, my life is easy. I just need to build everything, defensive item, ignore the Angela, because it doesn't hurt. It's just sustain, right? So in this case, I feel like now the opening pick for Asterisk is like, okay, let's take away a mage. And that's going to be the Natan as well as the Framis. It's something that Asterisk is very comfortable and they've been prioritizing in their MPL run in SG. But now, picking the Angeling combo right from the get-go. Another macro aspect, a macro gameplay. I would say high mobility gameplay coming from Onyx PH.
No, I think Onyx PH is just being disrespectful at that point. They're going blind link into whatever Asterisk is going to do, right? In most cases, a blind link is a tough situation, especially against teamfight comps that have a Farmist. I would have expected to see Valentina if they were showing some raw respect to Asterisk. Considering how game number 1 actually went and how much the laners in the side lane were able to kind of like not only open up the map, but give the opportunity for the enemy for their own jungler to just walk in and take away some of the uses, you know, no man land camps, whether it be beetles, whether it be Corbalts on the enemy side, made it really difficult. So now that Asterisk sees that, they're focusing very hard on their side lanes to actually have a winning matchup. So we're going in with Paquito, we're going in with Natan, both of which are really, really good here, except that Onyx is going to be playing around Roger. They have the Angela as a global offensive, so in case one side of the map starts to crumble, they can start immediately investing to the opposite side of the map.
Okay, now the good side about Onyx PH's composition is that they already have their jungler in check. Like, they already have their gold lane in check.
Okay.
But now the question is, who is going to be the ones in the front line doing the, I would say, opening up the map for the team? Because Angela sure as hell can't open up that for team. So they definitely need a very, very tanky XP laner. Or a mage, maybe?
Look, I think one of two things is going to happen here. Either the Angela is going to get a decent roam 1v1, where, you know, Angela is generally going to be ahead. Let's say it's going to be a melee-oriented, like Grok, for an example, from side to Asterisk. Then I think Angela can walk all over Grok for the earlier parts of the game and then get punished later down the line. I think that Asterisk, they need to recognize that it's all about lane prio and how exactly are they going to try and neuter this Ling to make sure that he has minimal impact whatsoever. I think the Paquito blind pick is rather bold, right? Both sides, again, blind jungle pick into blind EXP pick. We don't know whether this Paquito is going to go into the EXP sector or into the jungle sector. We'll see in a little bit as the second phase of banning has come through. The Arla as well as the Terizla bans, not bad. They want to force maybe a either Khalid matchup or even a Benedetta matchup into the EXP side. For all we know, it could be Uranus. For all intents and purposes, just to be real difficult. Yuzong is still available for the side of Onyx, and that's another enabler for the Heart Guard.
I really like the idea that Onyx PH is going for as well, like taking away the Florine as well as the Minotaur pretty much limits their options for Enchanter playstyles for Asterisk, right? Like they have the kiting capabilities based on this draft as well, this opening 3 drafts, where, oh, if we take a team fight here, all we gotta do is just out-kite you and eventually poke you apart. And if you... I'm pretty sure for a fact that Asterisk is not going to be able to out-sustain Angela, who's constantly healing the team if they do not come into the fight. So in this case, Onyx PH, all they got to do is just choose their fights wisely, and they will just win the fight. Whereas for Asterisk's position here, they have to go all in. In this case, I was expecting maybe a Paquito jungle. You talked about this as well. Maybe it could be jungle, it may be XP here. I feel like Paquito versus a Link isn't too bad, but nope, they're not going to go for it here. They're going to double down. Wait. Could this still be a...
No,
I don't
right?
see it. It's most likely XP Paquito.
Yeah, it's most likely XP
yeah.
Paquito here. Yeah, Onyx is just making some really smart choices, making sure that they have the Edith on their side just to be like a complete sandbag to the EXP side. It can force out waves. It still plays similarly to game number 1. It's just not as much team fight ultimates. It's generally attack an opponent, pull back, and start peeling backwards as Asterix taking like full damage. They even get the Thamos as well. So now really strong side laners to guarantee that they can just walk into enemy jungle territory, right? And that's the big problem for Asterisk right now. They need a support that's able to clear waves relatively fast and be there on time, bringing in reinforcements to affect these lanes. I think Grok is a really good pick here for the side of Asterisk to be able to kind of manipulate the waves in their favor.
I think this is good coming from Onyx PH here. But like my question was like, who's gonna be the frontline tankiness, right? They've got Thamos, you've got Edith. Another one that I brought up was that, hey, where's the only magical damage output here? Like, Angela can't be the only one. Edith does a decent amount of damage on its own. It can actually solo kill most of the squishy targets. So I feel like Onyx PH, they've got their draft done here. They've already set the conditions on how they want to win the game. But as for Asterisk here, they're still looking for that wombo combo. Final pick Grok here. So yeah, this is good. Like, if they can take advantage on how this Grok movements is going to be playing here, Asterisk is able to shut down Onyx PH.
I think it's going to boil down to the mid lane at this point, right? It's how the mid lane needs to read the map, especially when you're dealing with a Ling. Because if Ling decides this is not a good place to be, instantly can hop to the opposite side of the map and start applying pressure there. So it's a they have to decide how many resources are we going to invest in one side of the map, and we need to be able to kind of clump up as closely as possible to get maximum value from this called Altar, right? Or Netherrealm in this what is called right now. So I think that is, it's a lot more playable for the side of Asterisk. My big concern is whether or not we're going to see a bit of a repeat of game number 1, where we see a majority of the, well, camps close to the river will fall into the hands of Onyx PH, and that transitions into momentum during the mid-game around, well, especially for JHHH, whether or not he's going to get the turtle in the first place.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit difficult here, but let's see if they can pull this off here, because right from the get-go, Onyx PH, they're making sure that they want to have this Ling have the best possible farm ever here, because this is going to be game 2. Onyx PH versus Asterisk. The reply for Masters, is it going to be enough? I'm curious to see here, because we've seen game 1's jungle versus jungle matchup, and James was able to out-level JHH right from the get-go.
Yeah, but that's due to his team, right? So let's see whether this blind pick Paquito is worth it into it like an early game EXP laner like Dur on this Thamos, right? FMM is able to, well, at the very least, identify which side of the map that James started on. But good kid, this is what he wanted, right? An isolated fight against True Hao.
Yeah, at the same time, FFM, he's getting a lot of information here, but Asterisk, do they have the tempo breaker? Because when we talk about tempo breaker, and that pretty much means that they need to find a way to stop James from securing his purple buff. But obviously, it's the first level here. We're not going to be expecting much here. But by the time the first turtle or second turtle comes in here, Asterisk must have a solution on how to slow down this Link's farm.
Oh, they're going to steal away camps. I think if they want to do that, it's going to come down to level 4, where do they want to be on the map, right? And luckily the turtle is spawning on the top side, so purple buff isn't too far away for Asterix to maybe keep control over. It was on the opposite side of the map, it could be a different story, right? But I think that luckily things are working out. Now that Asterix has that decision, they're hovering around that area, expecting James to eventually come back, and that's when you see Onyx recheck it, just to ensure that their battle lines are safe.
Yeah, as of now, I think Asterix has definitely adapted a little bit better here. Game 1, the opening here, we saw invades coming from James. This time, he just went for a mirror matchup here, so it's not that great. It's not that bad that JH is still equalizing with James, but again, top side, they're going for the flicker play. Kiwi pulls Chovy in, but do they have the damage? No, they don't. They can't finish him off, so that's going to be major battle spells expended here. And now close to the 4 as well, so he's going to be getting his first Nether's Realm in this upcoming fight. So Onyx PH, you have to rush this out, but no, guess what, Onyx PH? It's okay, take the turtle. I'm stealing your purple buff. Oh,
that's fine.
No.
That's fine.
They lose the turtle, but it's okay,
Get
because
out.
as of now,
Oh,
they are going to commit to the fight. They even dropped the Nether Realm, and they're dropping so low. They have the Link, Angela, just giving so much sustains, and Kikidar was able to just bleed them all out. Asterix just lose too, like that. What?
So much there. They lost everything. Oh my goodness. They just got a turtle, but they ended up giving 2 kills over. I mean, they could have just dragged out, but there we go. Bear finally finding the kill that I was waiting. He ended up whiffing the knock-up strike earlier to peel away for JHH, and JH ends up dying because of that. At least he was able to find something back on the top side of the map.
Yep, and now as of yet here, Kiwi looking for the pullback, but no follow-up coming in from Asterix. But Onyx PH, they're just using the timings really well. They don't even need gems in this fight, but now he's gonna go for the fight. Wall charge comes in, connects on 2. He's gonna try and drag him up, extend the fight. But Temple Split comes in. It's gonna go in and Bear. Oh, he almost caught James mid-air. He almost got the full combo off, but now kick it on. He needs to run. He is gonna go down, and Bear will finish him off, and Asterix bites back.
Nice. That's what we wanted to see from Bear. He leaves the lane early, and despite losing a bit of EXP, he's still ahead against Dur, which is exactly what we want to see.
Okay, Bear, you know,
no,
doing
he's not walking off.
No, just can't. JH, let's go for the dot. He's gonna go for it as well. Combo comes in, not good enough. He is a little bit tanky, but again, Onyx PH, they are leading in terms of economy right now. James, he cannot afford to die. They pop into Angela. Hard's got to kind of secure him. He wants to steal the purple buff. He is gonna steal it away. So no purple buff for JHH once again, and that means Asterix is gonna have a jungler a level behind.
You know, each time we see Onyx Philippines and Asterix scratch each other, Onyx PH is the one coming out on top, right? Because again, it's not just about the neutral objective of the turtle that's giving Asterix an opportunity to stay in this game. It's the fact that Onyx PH, their side laners, are doing very good. Like so far, Le Good Kid is having a full kill over Chuhao, and even Chuhao, he's nervous about this, right? He has to wait until he has some form of items before he can take that full 1v1 against Le Good Kid.
Yep, kick it on now. In a little bit of trouble here.
He's
He gets
fine.
dragged in. He's dead. There's no way he gets. Wait, what? How? He's not dead? He was able to get Rambo off a ton of times. He's got damage as well. And now they force the preemptive ultimate here from the NetherRealm. They secure the turtle, but they don't get the kill in Kakadot. So it's a little bit of small win for Asterix, but the purple buff comes in. Where's the link? Okay, nowhere to be found. So JHH is able to secure it for a team, but James is here. He's going to drop on towards FFF. Kakadot misses the catch. And Asterix will be able to zone them off for now. Bear takes a little bit too much damage, so
All right. Nice.
they will disengage.
This is good. JH was able to bail Bear out of a really tough situation. He lost the trade against Dur, and if he was stuck in that lane any longer, he probably would have died on the next minion wave. So now he gets to actually walk with the next minion wave thanks to the help of his jungler. And this is the point of time where Onyx PH, their leads isn't big enough to really impose their will onto Asterix for now. And based on the items so far, we do see quite the lead from Chuhao. He is nearly 2,000 gold ahead of Chuhao. Holy cow.
Yeah, he's so close to his second item as well. It's going to be the endless battle coming in on this Roger. So I'm pretty sure if Chuhao is in the wrong place at the wrong time, boom, 2 combo, he's dead from all the true damage purpose here. But at the same time here, Bear, he's doing pretty okay. But again, Asterix has been needing a little bit more fights here because the finisher has always been on towards Bear, and so far they don't seem to find an angle to do so because Kiwi, he may be pulling, but where is the follow-up damage from the team? Because Onyx PH is just, you know, out-sustaining them all right now.
I mean, so far the team fights have been just a little bit better right now, right?
So fast.
Quick correction, it's going to be 1K of a gold lead for Late Good Kid, but it's a 3v2 in the mid lane, right? Again, this wrestling for that mid control to not allow Onyx Philippines to predetermine the tempo while Asterisk's jungler is looking to protect the side lanes, right? You see JH just walking up, proxying these waves to allow Truehow to break tier 1. And this is allowing Onyx PH to have that first move, but have an implanted sleeper to ensure that these rotations are slowed down so they can at least find some kind of profit for their laners who are suffering economically.
Yeah, KK Dot now, thus saving out the primal form for a little bit more here. It doesn't want to go to two-match. Wall charge comes in, combo comes in. The FMM finds one. KK Dot gets bursted out as well, but they do drop the Nether realm here to try and go in for the scuffle. But Onyx PH, they don't really want to risk it as well. There doesn't have the HP to do so. James is also nowhere to be found, so they will gladly lose one. But again, Asterisk, they committed so much.
Yeah, Asterisk has to pull out so many things just to make this happen, and the whole time James is able to make decisions based off of this war of information. Asterisk, they show themselves they're going to get this turtle, and that's totally fine for Onyx PH. They still have a 2.4k lead, and they're getting side lane pressure. So Asterisk constantly having to just keep toe-to-toe with Onyx PH at every step of the way.
Yeah, but still, it is a good step in the right direction here from Asterisk, because they pretty much have a good idea here on how they should be taking fights here. They have the stronger overall team fight potential, but in terms of split push potential, Onyx PH is just so overwhelming right now, and it's annoying. And as of yet, James, he's getting so much free farm throughout the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, the side laners have not won their lanes hard enough to get that sort of lead, right? To be able to kind of do whatever they want at this point. Like, Good Kid, he probably needed to be like at least 1.8k. Whoa.
Okay, they're a little bit committed as well here, and JH in a little bit of trouble here. They're dropping everything. NetherRealm comes some temporary life here, but Chuo will be the first to fall. This Link also getting taken out by Bear, so it is going to be a 1-for-2 exchange. Actually, 3-for-1 exchange, but somehow Asterisk loses everyone. A double kill for Lay Good Kid, looking for another. He's gonna try to slowly pick apart FFM. He needs to get out. He cannot do so. And that's gonna be a triple kill for Lay Good Kid as Onyx PH just wipes the floor with everyone right there. Kiwi with the NetherRealm. Not good enough.
Man, this is just the reenactment of Whiplash, right? Onyx is just telling Asterisk, you play on my tempo! Are you playing on your tempo or my time? Are you slow or are you fast? Pick one! And Asterisk, every single time they're playing off of the tempo of Onyx PH, they get punished, right?
Yeah.
So this is what I'm talking about. Like Asterisk, they are, yes, they are still 3.3k behind, right? They used to be 2.4k behind. They lost 1,000 gold off of that one motion to deny that purple buff. Was it worth it? Probably not. And I think a lot of it just comes down to the micro, right? It's not even the macro decision making, because Asterisk, that was their one opportunity to fight for tempo against Onyx PH.
No,
He's
I
dead.
was about to say this as well. He's setting up for Chuhao, and even in the midst of the fight, they know for a fact that the win condition is gotta be the Natan. James was focusing in prior to this fight, and now Lay Good Kid gives him a one-tap slap, and Chuhao just not able to do too much. Just so much damage on this Roger right now.
Way too much damage, right? And we're looking at wait, Truehow build a Calamity Reaper?
Oh,
buddy. You probably don't want that. You probably don't want that, good sir. You probably definitely want the Starlium Scythe a little bit more, but let's see whether this Calamity Reaper is going to make the difference or our API is wrong. One or the other, but I'm pretty sure I'm not misseeing this. Now, Onyx, it's time. Just bait Asterisk into an unwinnable fight.
Yeah, but at the same time here, now they are going to be forcing the Angeling combo as well. JHH. This is not good for the Link at all.
Like, Link doesn't care. It literally doesn't matter. He's 2 levels ahead, and he got the ultimate out of the Fredrin. So now he has a 25-second window.
Okay, now they are going to be forcing a fight here. They're going to be going for the back lines as well, just overwhelmingly zoning them off. Lord secured by a scary demon in your face.
They want, I mean, Onyx PH, they know that their side laners are ahead. The 3v3, they know that they win, so they just need to pull attention to themselves on the opposite side of the map, and James just out-rotates them entirely because of the Finch Poise. I mean, well played from Onyx PH right now. Good outclass. Goal. Oh,
my
man.
God.
9,000 goal lead compared to 8,000. Like, Good Kid is having the time of his life, but the closest person from the side of Asterisk is Bear and Chuhao, who are literally 2,000 to 3,000 gold worth of difference away from the top earner.
Yeah, the main damage here comes from Asterisk. Like, if he falls, that's it. But at the same time, Bear's job is just to make sure that James doesn't have a good time as a Link. And James just chooses to just back off. And every single time that happens, they just can't really do too much here. But JH now is going to be kind of complete here. The Mountain Snow, he able to get out. A versus Wrath completely whiffing the mark. So Asterisk is going to be able to zone them out for now. This Lord is going to be easily taken down by Onyx PH. They're keeping up with aggression here. Lay good kid. Going for a little bit of poke here. FMM, he's just standing next to the rock. And, well,
he's trying to be bad things
it.
right now.
He's
trying to be bad things right now. It's true. He knows that it's difficult to punish him, right? But but again, he needs to be very careful of the space. Because of the gold lead that Onyx has, they can technically poke him out if necessary. Kakadura probably is not going to be the one who's going to chunk out FMM. Let's be real here. But, like good kid, he has so much poke, especially in human form.
Yeah, KK Dot now, he can actually try and fight this though. He's got technically got enough damage. He's baiting. Oh no, two-man stun. They can't go for this as well. James looking for the bait fight as well. Asterisk, they might be taking the bite here, but they are going to be disengaged. JHH with the Asterisk pop as well, but at the same time, here he comes. They pop the Nether Realm. It's going to be a shish kebab. Free Tempest is playing to dive onto them. JHH will fall. His Angelic just gets free hits after free hits. And Onyx PH just chose the perfect time to strike. And Asterisk was just throwing everything and everything they see.
Kiwi lost the hostage situation. He was in negotiations with Onyx PH, and they told him, hey, we've got your brother locked down. And he was like, I'll do anything. I'll do anything. I'll give everything in my bank account, right? Every ultimate, all my resources, everything to keep him alive. I think JH needed to communicate with Kiwi to tell him not to use your ult.
Oh boy, speaking of ulti here, Bear, he's taking a little bit too much damage. He's going to be bursted down with the crits coming from James. Tempest Flick comes in, FMM comes in. Kiwi forced the flicker out of there as well. This tier 2, slowly being chipped away, but it is not going to go down. Defense comes in from Asterisk, but Onyx PH gets a snipe down on Bear.
Real question, who's got anti-heal from the side of Asterix? It looks like Paquito. Paquito's got anti-heal. JH doesn't have it. Chu Hao doesn't have it. FMM has Dominance Ice. Kiwi also has Nicholas and Durant. Okay, so they got some good coverage when it comes down to anti-heal at this point, so I'm not too worried about Chovy. But at the same time, like James, he's not missing a beat here. With his weakness finder, he's running down targets faster than they can even respond. I think right now it's just whether or not he's going to go for the Malefic Roar as his final item.
Yeah, I don't think they can really do too much about this situation, considering the fact that right now, anti-heal or not, they still have more sustains compared to Asterisk here. And in terms of damage output right now, they need more coming from Kiwi. Now, Tempest Blade comes in. Lord is going to be dropping a little bit low as well. And Onyx PH, they were able to kill JH. They were able to steal the Lord. And now they're picking them all apart. It's maximum overload. Just run them down. All good.
Hey, did anybody wanna do something about JH? He kind of just walked through all of them. He walked through all of them in a 4v5, and Bear has just been split pushing this entire time. He needs to die here, by the way, but I don't think James has enough energy to guarantee the kill. But man, I can't believe it. Once again, Onyx PH let them walk in. And unfortunately, it's Asterix who steals away their major win condition.
Yeah, they were able to steal the Lord somehow. It's just weird, considering the fact that it looks so much cooler from Onyx PH. It's just like, hey, you know what? Let's not focus on Lord. Let's just go for the team fight. And Asterisk is like, well, we're not good with team fights. I can steal Lord and buy time. So, and Chu Hao, you got to do something for me. And with that steal coming from JHH, it does give them the small opportunity. But is this good enough?
No, this is good enough because now it means that Chu Hao can actually scale into this game. They've guaranteed themselves 5 minutes into this game before the next wave. Hold on.
Okay, JHH.
They gotta be careful here. They can't be walking up. If they have to sacrifice outer tier turrets, they should just do so, right? Asterix just hit the 42k mark, so I would assume that Chu Hao is very close to his full build, if not already full build.
Yeah, speaking of full builds right now, orange buff. Gonna be focused here, KK Dot gonna be fighting the same exact spot 5 minutes ago as well. JH dropping a little bit half HP here. James also again waiting for the moment to strike. Appraiser's Wrath comes in, he's gonna chain CC all the way through. James, does he want to go for the finish as well? They're holding the Nether Realm hostage for now. They don't really want to be in the exact same position they are.
I'm telling you, watching this game is watching a hostage situation go down, right? Both teams are negotiating for the best odds. And this time, Asterix, they remain strong, right? Kiwi, he didn't use his ult too early. And that's the big issue. If they use that Netherrealm too early, Onyx can just wait it out. And if Asterix is too far away from their inhibitors, they have nothing to fall back to. They're going to get punished as soon as the temp HP times out.
FMM opening up the map. He's gonna get Chin CC. Lego Kid. He's got the damage, but he cannot afford to go for his.
It's just not worth it. Even if he does get a Lycan Pounce reset, there's immortality on FMM. It's just not worth his time. He's looking for Chu Hao, and Chu Hao has a lot of one-shot potential right now. Looking at his items, he's got Feather of Heaven. He's already got Calamity Reaper. He also has the Winter Truncheon in case it gets turned around, and the Holy Crystal to guarantee the damage.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit of an awkward situation for Asterisk, considering the fact that right now, Lego Kid, yes, quote unquote, this Roger does have a lot of damage. But the problem is, if he Lycan pounces into Asterisk's face, you've got a wall charge coming, you've got a taunt coming from Frederick, you've got a combo from Bear to just maybe one-shots you, and the only way he kind of survives is that they burst anyone from Asterisk quick enough for him to just, you know, kite them around. So as of now, all Asterisk needs to do is just group up as 5 and they're good.
I think Asterisk, like, they want to group up as 5, but it's not going to be easy. Oh,
well, they do get the group here. They're dropping everything. They're going for the 5 here. They are going to go in for the wall charge as well. They're looking for the disengage, but they get picked apart. Kakadon will be able to mow him down as well, but here comes the Angeling from the back lines. He's going to focus on Kiwi, and he are going to be able to kill him off as well. Bear gets to pick the pot, and now they're all scrambling to run away. Onyx PH looking for more. FMM falls as well. He's got the immortality, but it is going to be a wipeout for Onyx PH. They get the wipeout, and Asterisk just losing all their members. My God.
Oh, he got picked off there. He lost 60% of his HP to just Kenkadu prior to the Netherrealm. It wasn't even close. As soon as Ling gets involved, all the resources are over. Onyx PH not even having to break a sweat here.
Well, I don't know what that is, man. Like, Caster's Curse or not, but as soon as they grip up, instantly gets dived on for Onyx PH. It's just so very unfortunate that they tried to make an attempt on Lego Kid, but they just can't kill him off. The sustains from this Angela a little bit too difficult to handle. So props towards Onyx PH here from showing us 2 different meta game plays and just outpassing them.
Yeah, I think Asterisk, they had a very good idea here. They had a very good chance in the draft. They've adjusted well, but Onyx PH right now, with more options and winning the war of information against their opponents, yeah, they basically could never make the wrong move. Give it up for Onyx PH's B team here. They put on a really good show, and Asterisk, they've got a lot to learn, things to look up forward to.
Yeah, this is just insane coming in from Onyx PH, right? Like, this is the sub-team we're talking about here, but the communications from Onyx PH is just so spot on. But at the same time, Asterisk, they're putting a big run for their money as well, considering the fact that they're, like, I would say this 2 losses from Asterisk was just like, you know, like you said as well, negotiations, like, oh, one wrong move, boom. The entire team just gets completely slaughtered. In this case, Asterisk just lost both of it just like that.
Yeah, I mean, Asterisk, it's not like they didn't have a chance here, right? I think they were just looking up for some really good win conditions, and unfortunately, they need to recognize because Chovy is roaming around the map pretty often, that's why we see James Spark actually going for these waves, funneling himself rather than what we atypically see, which is usually the gold laner who absorbs double waves from mid and then goes back into the gold lane. They didn't need to do that anymore. Like, good kid, all you have to do is make sure that you just completely dunk on Chu Hao. And if Chu Hao is out of this game, we have a free way in against Asterisk. We can give every single one of these turtles away. Totally doesn't matter as long as James Spark is getting ahead. And as we saw, as soon as that Netherrealm has timed out, no wild charge, nothing to worry about. James Pound. Doesn't matter whether Chu Hao has the entropy or not, he will get run down.
Yeah, the Angeling is just a little bit annoying as well here. And I think when it comes to the sequencing of the sequencing and layers of taking this approach of fights here, Onyx PH just has a clearer picture and understanding on how they want to take the fights rather than just blindly throwing the spells, right? I feel like Asterisk is a situation where in that final fight on the top side, it felt like whatever I see that's moving, just shoot. And hope he hits the target.
I don't think it's that bad. They did get Kenkadu that one time because, again, they were giving their best effort to look for a trade back. I think the hardest parts is that the people that you want to kill have battle spells or ultimates that are just effectively a way to buy time for Onyx PH to outlive the big ultimates that are on a timer from the side of Asterix, so that Good Kid and James Punk KS is able to kind of capitalize on and then finish off the fight. Like JH, he can sustain forever, but if he doesn't have a backline and Truhao or if Bear dies, it's already a difficult game. If Kiwi isn't in the right place at the right time, he also dies as well. And a majority of this game was just how do you deal with Kekadut? And I think that at least for Asterix, they needed to be very decisive on their decisions. There's no way that they can play this push and pull game against Onyx PH. But with that being said, let's have a look at our MVP of the game. Give it up to James Pankas. I'm just going to assume it's Pankas and not KS in this particular set. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering your name, my guy, but you are a nasty Link player, extremely patient, takes his time, doesn't necessarily have to win every Retribution fight, but when he warms up and turns on, that's when you know it's his time to shine.
Yeah, well done to him, man. And like he's been very, very patient in his timing as well. He may not be the best Retri player, but he understands on how to salvage the fights. And this is something that I think James is just a little bit better overall as a jungler. And he's doing a fantastic job here. But of course, in case you guys missed out on highlights here, this is going to be the highlights on how things went down between both Onyx PH as well as Asterix here. And of course, when it comes to highlights here, I think Asterix was a little bit more dominant early stage of the game here. They got a little bit greedy in this scuffle here, and it looks super chaotic in all these fights. But you can see Onyx PH had a very, very clear picture. Punish and shut down Truhao as much as possible and just limit the options.
Yeah, I mean, even for Truhao, right? He drops down the entropy, unable to find an opportunity to switch places. Actually, no, switching places very early on, right? Because they want to be faster than the response from Onyx PH, but that's just not the case, right? And then once he's too far behind, even though he's same levels against like Good Kid, and they even committed FFM with Wild Charge and Flicker, they still weren't able to catch him, right? So it's really just about tempo. As soon as the tempo or more resources have been blown from the side of Asterix, that's where you see the big cleanup coming in from our MVP, right? He is so carefree at this point, running people underneath their inhibitor turns, knowing that the global ult of this hard guard is going to keep him alive.
Yeah, and speaking of the fights as well, like it's just it's a very micro thing here, but it's when it comes to team fights as well, Onyx PH is just very, very good at fighting these chaotic team fights because it doesn't seem like a calculated fight, but they're just so much better at just fighting in this all brawl meta. And in this case, even this fight as well, they popped everything from Asterix and they weren't getting any value of this. Like they weren't getting a focus fire here. Onyx PH realizes that, hey, they made a mistake here. They lost everything they can actually shut down. And the moment they spread out, Link was able to just pick up one by one alongside Roger.
I mean, it's just lack of foresight, right? A lack of foresight. It's like, oh, if you use the Nether Realm, we can definitely make our way back all the way to our inhibitor turrets from our orange buff, right, guys?
Yeah.
Right, guys? That's exactly what happens. Again, I think, you know, for these younger teams, they start to recognize that there are more conditions out there that you need to identify as early as possible to not simulate it for your opposing team. And that's why we're seeing the big difference between MPL teams and some of the other teams where, again, in terms of raw experience, they've definitely had more reps and they know more different niche situations that they don't want to be in compared to their opponent.
Yeah, it was a very difficult call to actually play as well here, but it's just Onyx PH just had a better understanding and focus on how they want to shut down the gameplay. And in that fight as well, it's just, I wouldn't say it's experience, it's just, I would say it's more like decision making. Like the focus on targeting what needs to be done at what stage of the game has been a little bit more clearer from Onyx PH in that particular game for me.
I suppose. The most that I could say about Onyx PH's B team is that, especially against Asterix, the big difference is really going to come to, yes, as you mentioned, you know, decision making, but also at the same time, the micro, when these fights get really, really messy, right? What are they waiting for? What exactly do they kind of want to set up for? And what are some of the bigger battle spells, if not ultimates, that they want to wait out before the cleanup actually happens?
Yeah, I think a good example on how things can be described is like, if I were to play a slow version of rock, paper, scissors with you, oh, I can see the results. Like rock, paper, scissors, boom, you got paper, oh, I win. But if we play this, let's say we have to finish rock, paper, scissors 50 rounds in 10 seconds. It's so fast, but we might not even know who actually keeps track on who's winning right now. So I think that's a very, very difficult thing to train for. But over time, ML B is a very, very fast-paced game.
It is a fast-paced game, and again, that's why we're seeing that a lot of teams, they don't want to be wasted any time. As soon as the fight is over, we see EXP laners, they start recalling as soon as possible, because even if they waste like 3 seconds worth of time just walking around and making that decision, that means you could have been on the opposite side of the map getting farmed. You should be soaking up the mid lane. You might have been able to participate in an upcoming play in the enemy jungle. So again, not a lot of time to actually waste in the meta that we have right now, but at the same time, mobility is such a valuable asset to actually have. And I think for a lot of teams, even scaling is coming down to a bare minimum in each and every comp.
Yeah, I think that's something that everybody needs to realize as well. Like, play towards your draft's strength. And I think coming from Asterisk here, 2 games in a row, they have been prioritizing on teamfight potentials. And Onyx PH just realized that they're very, very strong teamfights here. What we can do is bait it out or just play split. And most of the time as well, especially when you have this Angel-Link combo, you have those opportunities to just play the way through. And most of the time, they're not going to be grouping up together. They are going to be split off. So it feels like when it comes to burst potential, Asterisk, they needed to make a go run. Are we going to focus this guy? We see this guy, we jump on it. But if we don't, they are going to buy time, and then Link is just getting trade-offs across the map. So I think Onyx PH is just a little bit more clearer in terms of communication.
Well, they're just a better team, right? Because again, I don't think that Onyx PH's B team is going to be drafting like that against some of the bigger dogs that we have later down the line, especially once we get into the challenge season, for an example, right? I don't think Onyx PH is going to be doing stuff like that with an early Angela Link combo, like blind picking into the enemy team on blue side. There's probably other things that they're probably going to set up before they get to that point. But speaking of which, well done once again to Onyx PH here. Once again, good job from the side of Asterisk. They've got some things to learn, but it doesn't mean that they're completely out just yet. It just means that they're going to go into the losers bracket, and they're going to have to win 5 games if they want to qualify for the next round.
Yeah, and speaking of 5 games as well, it is going to be a long grind for them here, because we talked about how stacked the Open qualifiers is, the Open finals coming in, the Open series coming in here for SBS. Like, the teams that has been invited were based on the previous MPL ranking. So not the current MPL that we're watching, who are currently the top dogs. Like, some of these teams are actually the top in their respective MPL regions. So regardless of who you face here, everyone looks to be strong. It's going to be a very, very big cap, but again, it's a long climb all the way to the finals.
Well, I mean, this is, to put it into perspective, this is like, from Dragon Ball Z, it's going to Planet Piccolo and then coming back down to, Planet Vegeta. It's just going to be stronger and stronger every single time, which brings us to Banana EVOS up against Bigatron Beta. One of the highlight matches that we have here today, because Banana EVOS is going to be a staple team for the MPL, and they're going up against a B team, a Bigatron Beta. Bigatron Alpha, currently the top spot in the MPL ID. I got to double check that in case that has just changed. I can't remember how many points ahead that they are, but the last I checked, they seem to be looking real good, as they've already qualified for the bye and upper brackets in their own respective playoffs. But their Beta team, I can only assume that they've learned something from the big brothers, and they're going to be looking just as fine.
Well, as of now, Bigatron Beta is doing fantastically well during the NDL season region, right? In Season 9 here, they are currently in the 2nd place here. So this is going to be, I would say, the lightweight match for me. The lightweight match coming from both these teams here.
You don't know. These are some, when it comes to MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines, they always seem to be pumping out some great talents, whether in MDL or even in MPL.
Well, that's why it's going to be a little bit scary here. But for now, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we will be starting things off with both Banana EVOS versus Bigatron Beta. See you guys in a bit.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL. Once again, 2 best of 3s have already been completed here. We're on to our third one, and it's going to be Manana Evos up against BTR Beta, the MDL squad coming in from Indonesia, as their big brothers are already in the challenge season. They're looking mighty fine to take this entire tournament away, but the question is whether their brothers and sisters will be able to put up a performance good enough to be able to qualify in that top 4 spot.
Now, at the same time as well, when it comes to Manana Evos, that's going to be something that, well, it's going to be a little bit of a repeat here, because we talked about on PH, are they going to be playing their main roster and something like that here? But based on what I'm seeing here, the registered roster for SPS does have a very, very extensive amount of players, including their subs as well as their analysts. So I wouldn't be surprised to see their analysts being pulled up as well, because Yeli Hayes does have a lot of experience as an analyst for Manana Evos, but I want to see him play as a mid laner.
Hey man, that man's a world championship degree under his belt. And I mean, you know, having that level of expertise is definitely going to give his team a bigger advantage coming into this game. We've seen that there's been a very big difference in terms of the number of reps, that, in terms of games, scrims, overall experience from a majority of these teams so far. That's why I'm taking a step back here, right? I'm not too hypercritical on the draft just yet. We'll see whether or not, even with some of the weirder drafts we've seen today, whether that's going to be enough to stand above the rest. It's about the execution and the results at the end of it, and that's what this Swiss round format is going to be like. With that being said, let us introduce our competitors who are going to be playing in this best of 3 looking for a series win. It's going to be Bigatron Beta with Narashi, Worship All, Dan QT, XYVE, and as well as Finn.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one here, because when it comes to Bigatron Beta here, they have had they are doing pretty good in their respective current MDL Indo Season 9 as well. They're currently ranked 2nd overall, but in terms of roster here, they've lost Gar, their jungler, and went towards, he's pretty much in Dewa United previously, but at the same time, Narashi, Dan QT, and Zai has been playing together with Bigatron since as early as 2003, so they have been playing together for at least more than a year. So in terms of chemistry-wise, I'm not that worried about this. However, when it comes to Manana Evos here, we have Vayne, Coil, Yeli Hayes, Sumpak, and Perks. Yes, it's Yeli Hayes.
Yep, it's Yeli Hayes this time round, back with this lineup in Manana Evos to take on Bigatron Beta. This is going to be an interesting matchup. I think this is one of the more even ones, or we're hoping to be more even than the past 2 O's that we've seen so far in these best of 3s. And I think, you know, Manana Evos, they've got a pretty good chance against Bigatron Beta. Keep in mind that Bigatron, as an organization here at the SPS, has gotten very, very far last season with their main roster, now transitioning over to their beta roster. Let's see how much information and experience they can impart to their younglings.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit interesting here, considering the fact that the formats coming from MPLPH is a little bit unique compared to other regions here. But currently, Manana has kind of racked up a very, very huge lead compared over Omega as well as TNC Pro Team, lying on 6th place thus far for MPLPH. And I'm curious to see how the analyst is going to be able to keep up, because he's pretty much studied the meta and strategies for his team, but can he also do that while being a player himself in the game as a middle laner? We haven't seen him play for a very, very long time. And of course, Manana Evos has been known to have a very shaky roster, because as contrast to how a Bigatron Beta is, they've been playing together for at least a year.
Yep.
But as of now, they have had a lot of roster changes since February until March, and now we're into May, June,
Yep,
soon.
May, June.
So have they solidified their ideal roster, or are they still interchanging? Because for now, they're dropping their analysts in. Is this a practice, or is this intended, or what's going on?
Well, I think they want to make sure that their B lineup actually has some experience in these smaller types of tournaments. It's not very high stakes just yet here at the SPS, so it's understandable that they're expecting their B team to actually perform. I think worst comes to worst, even if they do lose the series, they might swap out for the main lineup. Again, this is under the assumption that the organization is ready to actually field their main lineup. We don't have much information about that just yet, but up against Bigatron Beta, let's see how it goes in this best of 3. I'm expecting like maybe a 1-1, and then 2-1 could go into any side's favor. It really depends on the momentum that they get from game number 1.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the fans are pretty much disappointed about this year. He pretty much signed an NDA with Manana Evos and said, like, I cannot disclose what's happening internally.
Yeah, because apparently I've been, you know, all the way in Malaysia, I'm associated with Manana Evos. Yeah, that's factual lore, right?
Yeah, very, very true. But of course, now, seeing how this coming in match as well here, we haven't seen too much of Yeli Hayes' playstyle, but in terms of priority matchups, in terms of their draft, they do lean on Baxia a lot. So that's something that I think, sorry, not Baxia, they actually lean on Faramis and Nolan a little bit more into the current patch as well. We've also discussed this in MPL MY where, hey, Assassin has been buffed. We might see a little bit more Assassin come into play here. It might be work from the traditional tank playstyles. I feel like Minana EVOS might be in a situation where they are still willing to try things out.
Well, trying things out is definitely one thing, right? But I'm more excited to see if a team is brave enough to actually bring Hellcurt, whether it be in the support position like we've seen Beloyski play on a Geek Fam, or just in the regular traditional jungle role, right? I think, you know, that's been one of the main matchups that I've been looking for, or aspiring some of these teams might want to push the meta in that direction.
See, that's the thing about the current ML, or current situation on Mobile Legends, where there are so many roles. Usually we're stick to this one-dimensional thinking where like, oh, if I play gold lane, I should be picking heroes that are gold lane. But at the same time, it's very rare to see teams or players with a player, like let's say I'm a tanker, I can play multiple roles. I can play Assassins, I can play XP, I can play also as a traditional role, I can even play as a mage to a certain degree. And it's very rare to find people like Beloyski who can play an Assassin playstyle roamer while playing as an enchanter as well as a frontline tank. So it's very, very rare, and I want to see more things like that. Like, not many roamers have that luxury to be like Beloyski.
Well, for a good reason as well, right? We see the varying success of Geek Fam, but we can kind of tell even if Beloyski is playing at his best, right? Some of these heroes make it rather difficult for certain drafts to do certain things. For example, if you have the access to Hellcurt, you can't open the map up as effectively as you want to, for an example. Same goes for Natalia as well, right? It's about that battle of information to help your decisions leading up to some big moments in the game. And I think so far, a lot of teams, they generally have the strong fundamentals of it, but at the same time, the draft blue side seems to be doing pretty well here at the SPS.
Yeah, I want to see that more. I definitely want to see a little bit more, especially I think Natalia is something that I haven't seen too much yet, especially in the current patch, because there has been rumors that the outline of Natalia is all barely visible on the screen, especially when they're hugging the wall. You can't exactly see Natalia's outline. You might be able to just walk past Natalia and not realize that Natalia was just right next to you.
I mean, the big exclamation mark says otherwise, but for the most part, most people are abusing the fact that if you are concealed, right, you have a very similar camouflage, so as long as you stick to the wall, the terrain definitely makes it a little bit difficult to spot out some of these targets. That's why you see a lot of these roamers, they start hugging walls as soon as you see that conceal actually go by, even if they're not necessarily playing Grok.
Yeah, and of course now, without further ado, let's take a look at the drafts right now. Here we have Nana EVOS on the blue side and also Bigatron Beta on the red side. Boss Harif being banned, Angela as well as Lo Yi. So we are going to see a little bit of a different approach here, but we do see Matilda also being banned. Slightly different draft priorities, but we are seeing a little bit of trend here in SPS, especially for day one here on the English broadcast. Not exactly sure about the rest, but the stats here say is that Lo Yi has been either picked or banned so far in every single game.
100%, 100%. Same goes for Angela as well, right? Both of these two heroes have been on that 100% pick and ban list so far. I think right now this is looking more standard to what we're accustomed to, especially in the international meta as of right now. The fact that Harith gets banned out for the side of Bigatron Beta means that there is an opportunity that they can play to either scale or play for the early laning phase in that Roger, right? It's kind of up to Minana to see where they want to lean into. They're also considering banning out Chip as well, because they are it is first pick for Minana EVOS here. They get rid of the Moskov. A lot of Moskov bans this time round.
I think this is smart. Minana is in a situation where they set up where these are two heroes with very, very good global reach to actually kind of rotate in the game here. It's like a free arrival, right? You've got this Moskov ultimate here, you've got Lo Yi. They're pretty much setting up a way where if I get chips right now, there's not really a lot Bigatron can really do to kind of out-rotate unless they pick something else. So it feels like they should ban it.
Well, yes and no, right? Because Moskov generally in the laning phase doesn't do as well as majority of marksmen, but the real big difference is when he does have access to that Inspire. I love this response coming out from Bigatron Beta, because now it's not predetermining what the gold lane matchup is going to look like. It's the question of, hey, we got rid of the Arlet. Now, Minana, it's up for you to choose. It's either you pick the Roger or you consider going for the chip. If not, ignore both and go for a really safe pick in either Fredrin or maybe go into a Valentina.
Let's see. I think they should actually go for the Valentina just because of the fact that you don't really know what Bigatron Beta does have in the pool here. But you called it as well. Fredrin is going to be the way to go coming from Minana. Let them decide how it's going to be. If they go for the chips right here, they have to respond accordingly. And considering that this is going to be their second phase, they will be able to pick 2 heroes to deal with it. But no, Natan is the priority for Bigatron Beta. They don't really go for the chips at all.
I think the Fredrin has definitely deterred them, right? If they played something a little bit, if they showed something a little bit squishier, maybe they could have picked up the Roger, or it just could be what the gold lane is most comfortable with, and in this case, it's a scaling traditional marksman like Natan. I think it's totally fine. At the end of the day, they just have to keep in mind that they can't necessarily they can either go for either the Valentina or the Farmers. They cannot pick up both, which gives it over to Minana, even if they want to, right? Getting the Netherrealm may not necessarily be a good idea, especially against Natan. We know how his auto attacks work. It goes back and forth, so he can hit multiple targets at once if they clump up a little too close together.
This kind of reminds me of GeekFan's composition right now, especially for the fact that they do like to play Valentina as well to the Ruby just because of this little mini interactions of stuns and the terrifies that just annoys out the tempo of the overall team fight, right? So it is very, very annoying. It comes down to how overall the teams kind of prioritize and plays out. So for MPL ID, they do like to lean onto that, but Minana, they do get the chips as well as the Roger. So these are 2 power picks in the hands of Minana Evo. So if they choose their fights wisely and just take isolated fights, it is going to go well for Minana. Whereas for Bigatron Beta, they have to group up to on 5 and just completely chunk them away and disrupt them. So the Terrify is great, but the Akai heavy spin.
It's about peel. It's
okay,
about
fine.
peel. If not, they would go for the traditional box in. They need to make sure that at least, even if we are contesting during a Lord or Eternal Dance at this chip, even if he sends 4 people down your throat, you're able to kind of disengage. And that's why we are seeing the Akai get locked in here. I think so far, pretty even draft from both sides. Now, the real question is the mid lane and EXP, both of which have not been shown just yet for the side of Minana. And that's where BTR are going to be putting and investing a majority of their bans. And yep, there we go. First, make sure that the Yuzong doesn't have backline access to get on top of this Natan. Really difficult to deal with if he's able to kind of sit in the back and, you know, just be a machine gun marksman. We do see... Oh, all right.
Okay.
They get rid of the Minotaur from the side of Minana. They just... sorry, from the side of BTR, just to make sure that their team fights isn't as weak. If that's going to be the case, yep, Benedetta is going to be the follow-up ban here. Is there going to be a Grok ban from the side of Minana if that's what they're worried about?
I'm a little bit surprised by this, but I don't think they're going to go for a Fredrin.
Fredrin's already locked in.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're going to go for a Fredrin jungle. Sorry, XP, right? I was expecting maybe possibility this might be an XP. You know, they're going to be bringing up Nolan here, but based on their track record so far, they have never picked a Nolan with the Fredrin before. So I think you can kind of scratch that right now. But so far, I see Benedetta as well as Yu Zhong ban coming from Bigatron. That means they need something to that can ensure this Natan's survivability. So
yeah,
I like the angle that Bigatron is going at right now. Like, they want to make sure that this Natan is going to be able to carry this entire game. But for Minana's side, it feels like they're just taking off heroes that kind of stops the tempo of this chip's combo.
I think if they want to stop the tempo of the chip combo, they're going to lock in Xborg here, right? Because again, they got rid of the Benedetta. Oh no, they're going to play for more peel than anything else, right? They don't care about the Xborg anymore. It's not about like chunking down these heavier targets. They know that the Natanus should be able to do it by themselves. So this way, it doesn't really give much information over to Minana Evos of where exactly this Edith is going to go. So we see the Terizla, a good way to kind of forcefully push the wave. It could have been Novaria, it could have been Vexana, to be fair, but the Novaria does bring a little bit more information for the rest of the team to make those types of choices.
I don't know about this, Raf. Like, personally, I'm a big fan of playing chips here. Like, the shortcut right now from the side of Minana Esports doesn't bring too much value, right? And why I mean by too much value, I guess, is in the sense is that, yes, you can get everyone in here, but in terms of burst, right? Like, you want to take advantage, right? I go in shortcut, take 5 seconds, kill somebody, and then just back out to your lane. And in this case, they don't have a very, very strong burst coming from Minana. And the ones that can actually take advantage of this is either the Fredrin and Terizla, but both of these are setup heroes. And who's going to be the finisher?
Okay, so in this case, the finisher is definitely going to be this Roger, right? The two main early game damage dealers is going to be the Terizla as well as the Roger, and I think that's going to be something that BTR Beta need to be hyper aware of, right? That's why the Novaria makes a lot more sense. If you have Vexana, you have a lot more kills kill pressure in terms of combinations with the chip, but with Novaria, you can make that decision of whether or not to actually take the portal, right? You get a full view of the landscape of where Bigatron Beta actually is and can roughly calculate the timings of when they can actually approach the fight. This way, Minana EVOS has a guaranteed of, if we're taking the fight, we're taking it on our own terms rather than giving it over to Bigatron Beta, who eventually will scale in this game. So let's jump right into it here. It's Minana EVOS on the blue side of this best of 3 up against Bigatron Beta.
Well, very, very risky plays, high execution, high mechanical communication before Minana EVOS for this fight. But of course, when it comes to Bigatron Beta as well, they do have the easier composition to pull off. But as of now, Washipo is taking some serious annoying by these chips right now. I do see a catch a glimpse of the chips on just, poking on Washipo, making sure that it's not getting pressured as well. They force an early retribution up on Washipo.
Yep, a little sad. It means that they can't instantly invade, and he's not even going to contest for the Little Wanderer this time around. Looking down to the bottom side, Bigatron Beta, making sure that we saw something similar previously in the game, making sure that Sumpak isn't able to get too far ahead.
Huh. Interesting here.
Good Chong.
Okay. A little bit decent amount of damage, but I'm surprised that Perks actually opted to go for the Quantum Charge up on the chips instead of the traditional Concussive Blast.
Well, he's not looking to heavily influence the lanes. He just wants to come in for ganks, right?
Yeah.
That's why the Quantum Charge is a little bit more effective here. Unless we're expecting Bigatron Beta to find crazy freezes, that's when we're expecting.
Oh no, this chip.
No, he's fine.
Okay.
He's fine. Finn's dead.
Okay, he's got a little bit of stuns here, but they're going for the 50. No, Sumpat says not worth it. Like, if I get a kill like that, it's just gonna be my life for a roamer. So it's not a little bit worth it here. Zyve is gonna be there. It is going to be getting a little bit of pressure here, but top side also on an XP here. Nothing super crazy yet. Both sides still trading 50-50s from both sides. So this seems to be a little bit more an even matchup here on understanding they need to hit those level 4 timings first.
Well, I think worse yet, especially for like Xyuf, right? He is just, he's trying not to interact with his lane too much. And I think right now it's a good setup for Sumpak to actually get effective trades and zone him out for a couple of minions. And that's what you would need to do as a Roger. You're just trying to win your lane as hard as you can with by any means necessary. And wow, Xyuf already losing out on his flicker. Perfect for Sumpak to crash that wave.
Yeah, seeing how the Astro, okay, 2 Astros on both sides here. They do see everything as well. The Rizla with the penalty zone comes in. Narashi secures the turtle. They need to get out from BTR Beta. Minerva, they are trying to fight a little bit more kills, but nope, they will settle with the objective and just back out. 0 kills thus far.
Beautifully done for Bigatron Beta. That could have been a bad situation if they stuck around any longer. And this is what I'm talking about. They're saving their resources to disengage from their opponents. It's up to Perks to beat all.
Yep. They dropped the shotgun as well. Everybody's here. They want to steal the purple bomb away. Do they get away with it as well? Yes, they do. And now Bigatron Beta, they need to get out. Finn, he's getting chain CC all the way through. He's down to his last health as well. He is going to try his best, but it's going to be first blood from the side of Minana EVOS. But they get a double for Zai before they go in for the fight. Vayne was able to get a double himself as well, but this is a huge lead for Zai on Bigatron Beta.
Very big lead indeed. Like Finn, he's buying a lot of time. I mean, he was supposed to die to the Executioner's strike anyways, but at the very least, he quickly popped not the Appraiser's Wrath, but at the very least, unleashed himself to ensure that he gets a good chunk to allow the rest of the team to actually collapse on it. People like Xyuf, for an example, picking up 2 kills is going to put him back in contention in his lane. He's a level ahead of Sumpak, who left the lane early on to respond to this initial gank.
Yeah, this is huge as well. And to top it off, because he's got 2 kills, Zyve just got his feather 3 minutes into the game. That is a big lead for Natan to have, especially this early into the game here. But
it's not the biggest lead, but it definitely makes his laning phase a lot more manageable. No matter what trade that we see Sumpak actually commit onto Xyuf, at the very least he can heal it back up, right? He doesn't need to do much right now. And they're trying to set up for another lane gank 20 seconds before the turtle shows up.
Oh boy, this is going to be tough here, considering the fact that now they are going to try and bully Narashi out. You can see Nana, they're all on full defense item here, especially for this chips. And bottom lane here now, this is going to be Zyve just going for Supa. He's dead. Like, there's just too much damage first coming from Bigatron Beta. They were able to get a free pick here, but top side turtle here, Minana EVOS Half HP here, looking for the secure. Narashi looking to steal again, but nope, not this time, Bigatron Beta. Not this time, Narashi. They take the portal down. Both the XP laners immediately going for the fight. They lose perks, but Minana, they've got the whole squad right here to join the party, and Bigatron loses too.
Bad comms from Bigatron Beta. Just when both Washipal as well as Narashi use their ultimates, the portal comes back up, and it's not the greatest time to fight for Bigatron Beta, despite the rest of their members actually having a pretty decent engage. They probably should have called off on that portal. Keep in mind that the portal can be taken by Minana EVOS.
Yeah, and okay. Then QT was able to get out of it, but again, Bigatron Beta, they had the good timing initially, but Minana EVOS is just so fast. Like, they know what they need to hit when they need to, and when they hit hard, Bigatron Beta won't be able to expend this. But now with the Echo coming in, they have the vision. They do slow them down, but they are chipping away here. Can they chip him away?
Nice.
Yes, they do. They get the chips, and that's huge for Minana EVOS, as Shortcut not going to be dropped in that fight. Even if they do, immediately burst down. Tier 1 will fall, and that is going to be Bigatron Beta come on top, unless Bane, does he go for it? Oh, he actually goes for it as well. CC Emil from Narashi. They are going to go for the man-up fight. Narashi dropping down pretty low. The tier 1 dropping very, very low as well as Bane. Does he have damage to burst him down? But nope. Looks like he's going to be A-okay for now.
They can set up a gank here on the top side of the map, right? That's why they're calling Washipal up here, just in case that actually happens. They don't know when this chip is going to take the portal, but at the very least, Minana is going to open up the map first before they make that decision. And that's what I'm talking about, right? Minana EVOS, they can predetermine whether they take a fight or not because of the information at hand that they can discover with the Astral Echo. In terms of damage leaderboard, we're seeing that XE currently on top, but for how long before Minana is able to get on top of it?
Zai, he's going to get caught out as well. They do not expect this. He's going to be able to get out. For now, he's dropped the ultimate entropy for this, but at the same time, they are able to get out. Minana EVOS, they had a great start. Now they're going to try and focus on the turtle fight. Narashi dropped out as well, and they are going to be forced to recall out of here. So Minana wants the early engagement, unless Narashi looking for the steal. Nope, he's not. He's going to go back to lane.
This is what I'm talking about, right? Bigatron Beta are highly dependent on their backline damage, right? On Xyve and as well as Danny QT to really make sure that they can get him over the finish line. If not, this is what to expect.
Oh, Narashi going for the plays here. He's all by himself. He's got a lot of confidence here. He dropped his shortcut. Everybody else is going to be trying to fight him. But
Nice.
no, they actually find him as well. It was a setup, but they're all clumped up right now. Penalty zone catches on 2, and they will get Narashi and Finn. Minana EVOS not happy about that fight. Perk going for the stun as well. He's getting poked away. But then QT, they are going to be going for the fight as well. Ko Yi getting pinned to the wall, and he's going to get bursted down. Xive survives the brunt, and was able to trade off.
Minana EVOS overextending, but they didn't need to. They could have backed off at that point in time. They were playing around the fact that Xyve didn't have his entropy, but with Washipal slowly creeping up on them, Minana EVOS should have made the call to back away. They already got exactly what they wanted.
Oh boy, now Xive, he is the highest DPS from side Bigatron Beta right now. And they have a big problem from Minana EVOS. If they do not shut him down, they're done for. Purple buff in the hands of Chips, so no purple buff for Coil for now. Oh, this is tough. This is tough.
I think right now, Minana EVOS, if they want to be proactive on this map, it's all about playing around when Finn doesn't actually have his ult, right? If Finn doesn't have his ult, this game becomes so much easier to play. He's got so much peel already, and that's what they've been baiting Minana EVOS with. Oh, look, Finn's low. Maybe somebody should commit to him.
Oh, this is tough. This is really tough right now. But at the same time, Bigatron Beta, you can see Perks. He's going to try and set up for the perfect shortcut here. They're all grouped up as 5. They got to consume lane. They finally drop the chips here. Shortcut comes in as well. They're calling the rest of the teams here. But Bigatron, they've got a 3-man penalty zone in the back lines. And now Bigatron, they are scrambling to get out of the fight. Bigatron, they're looking for the snipes. Does not connect. And Bigatron only loses Finn. They will be able to get out unless Washipal is buying time for the big play here. Pops the heavy spin. Misses another snipe coming from Yelly Hayes. Oh, mistakes. But Minana EVOS, they're able to get 1-0.
Yeah, it could have been a better punish, but Minana EVOS still wins out in the end. It could have been 2 kills rather than just 1, but this means that they have priority over this turtle. Guaranteed as Bigatron Beta looking to regroup and muscle their way in.
They have to go for this as well. Washipo, he doesn't have the heavy spin. He's looking for the play. At the last moment as well, it comes to the turtle fight. Penalty zone stops him before he does it. Coil secures the Lord, and they now have to get out. Bigatron, they are trying to fight for more. They got 2, looking for a turn. Dan QT misses the Terrify. Now the purple buff is all they can do as they are trying to secure it for Koya. BTR, they're coming in. They're going for the fight. They will be able to secure it. And Bigatron Beta, they may have lost a lot trade, but they have won this small war.
Yeah, this means that this game is going to drag out even longer. We're not expecting this Lord push to get too much done here, but if it can break even the tier 1 from mid-side, Minana EVOS has a lot more area and room to play in Bigatron Beta's jungle. With that being said, Bigatron Beta, again, they had to fight for that. They had to look for a trade against Minana. Giving that Lord for free is unideal.
That is very, very sad for Bigatron Beta, but you have to give props to his way because he was able to stop the tempo. That a split-second decision to stop Bigatron from the contest. So this is huge. Zyve is carrying the team, but again, this is just all about timings and tempos right now for Minana EVOS because all they need to do is have Sumpa come online. But can he though?
Supok definitely is currently online. If you look at his items, he's already got the Endless Battle. He's already got the Wind Talker. The question is, what's his next item to complete, right? Because he's got components for a Malefic Roar. He's got components to maybe even go into Demon Hunter Sword, or I would even argue whether or not that he's going for a Hunter Strike overall. It could lead into a Blade of Heptases. It's a little rough to tell based off of the Fury Hammer. But in the meantime, Bigatron Beta, right? They know that their team fighting capabilities are a lot better than Minana EVOS, who are very dependent of their ults, right?
Yeah.
They have to go in, burst one person, go out.
Oh no, they wasted the penalty zone as well. It's forced to flicker. They have to get out. Bigatron Beta, they're feeling a little bit strong here. Zai was able to get right entropy as well. He turns the tides on Perks. Perks needs to get out as well. Bigatron Beta getting kited around Jukta way as well. They force the chief to but the Yeli, hey, Snipe finally connects after 2 missed shots attempt. This time he gets the job done. Bigatron Beta needs to back off a little bit more, and I'm a little bit worried for this. This is the timing that Minana needs right now.
I mean, Minana, they just want BTR Beta to overextend. That's all they needed to do. Narashi, unfortunately, wasn't able to get the damage reduction down before he got locked into the animation for the Rage Blade, right? So, unless we see a significant turnaround from Bigatron Beta with the way that they fight, so far, the lead coming in from Minana EVOS, a majority being spread out throughout the team, in comparison to Bigatron Beta, all of their gold lead is coming from Zyve, who's single-handedly keeping them in this game economically.
So much economy, and as well, he's so close towards the Winds of Nature as well. Like, once he gets the Winds of Nature, he is going to be able to have a little bit more defensive items, because think about this, right? Everyone from Minana EVOS doesn't have the magic damage to challenge him, and now, speaking of fights here, they're going to make an attempt right now. They're all grouped up 4. They're everyone here from Minana Esports, and guess what? BTR just picking them all one by one. Zyve, he holds on for his dear life, but he drops them down low enough for his teammates to pick them all apart. But Vayne is running for his dear life. They don't even get him. They trade 1 for 1, and Supa, he's got the buff, but does he want to commit to this? But wait, Narashi, what are you doing? He's committing. He doesn't care. He's gonna fall. He should have gotten out, and now Bigatron, they gave them the opening, and they will take it. The mistakes. Oh.
Why overextend? There's no need to. Bigatron Beta need to calm it down for a second. They're more ult dependent as of right now. Minana EVOS, they're looking for these big engages, especially with Vayne, just to bait out resources from the side of Bigatron Beta. If Minana EVOS just takes their time with this, eventually, once Bigatron Beta don't have their resources, it's free game.
Yeah, they need Zyve here. They need Zyve here quick, but guess what? From behind, they go in for the chip shotgun. He's able to get out. He's getting free damage. Minana, they're crumbling to pieces. Zyve is doing a fantastic job on the snipe from Yeli. Drops them down low. Takes down Zyve. The only saving grace for Bigatron Beta is completely shut down. They trade 2 for 2, but the Lord still exposed. They still have Washy Paul. They still have Coil. But they have to equalize from both sides right now.
I don't think they can equalize just yet, right? I think this is going to be a Lord dance back to 50-50. Coil, he's going to try his best to hold control over this until the rest of the members can set up these waves. And even for Bigatron Beta, they recognize this, right? They see Yelly Haze on the top side of the map. They also see that the wave is pushing down on bottom side. There's no way that they're rushing it with just 3 people, or if not 2 people.
Look at the bottom, Chips. They're going for combo. They find Arashi. He's going to get out as well. He's got a CC combo. But no, they dropped everyone for that fight. They don't get any value. This is huge. Echo Scouts on 3. Bigatron Beta. They are going to try and wait this out as well, waiting for the effect. But Washiball is taking too much damage. He's got the heals, but Minana, they need to wait here. They don't have the ultimates here, but the Lord in the hands of Bigatron Beta. 50% health. Hibisby comes in. He's going to zone him off. He secures the Lord. He needs to get off. Penalty zone stops his play. He is going to try and get out of safety. But Minana, they're taking so much damage from Zyve right now.
Really great peel from side of Bigatron Alpha. As soon as the heavy spin times out, then we see the big engage coming in from Vayne with the penalty zone. We do see a good amount of peel coming in from Zyve to make sure that they don't get follow-up damage, allowing Washipal to use his body slam to get the heck out of there. So, with that being said, Bigatron Beta, they're in great position to actually turn the gold lead in their favor. They've already done so. With 200 gold underneath their belt, they're looking to at least get 1 inhibitor against Minana Evos.
Yeah, this is tough. This is going to be very, very important here. Yeli Haze's positioning has been very, very spot on, but he's doing so much work from side Minana Evos. And Bigatron Beta, they've got to realize this, because eventually their win condition is going to be Zyve. Because right now, if you were compared to a head-to-head between him as well as Sumpak, he does have an advantage in terms of Winds of Nature, whereas the Winds of Nature on Sumpak has no value whatsoever. But for now, seeing how this fight is happening, Small Perks, he will be the first point of interest here. Lord getting chunked towards half HP. Very, very quick take down here, but they do chip away at tier 3. Sumpak forced to go in for the reset, but they are able to defend this as Bigatron Beta cannot push up high ground right now.
Very nicely done by Minana Evos here. Now they can start, if they want to, they can chase Narashi down, but they got to make sure that they don't commit too deep so they get pinned to a wall by Washipal, right? So Minana Evos, they recognize that the high ground defense is where they're most safest and most likely how they're going to get into free pokes with the Astral Shatter.
Yeah, it's tough. They've got 2 immortalities as well. Bigatron Beta, they cannot afford to force this fight. Small Perks scares them off a little bit here, but Bigatron Beta, they've done some significant amount of damage here, but tier 3 down middle, is it gonna fall? Oh, so close. One more tap is all they need, but now here comes the engagement. Shortcut comes in, Finn, he's gonna be crapped out as well. He needs to survive this, he's gonna go down. The first immortality comes in, they take down Perks, but they are looking for the trace. They are gonna pick him apart. Side hits in the midst of it all, but no, Coil, he turns the tide. BTR, they're losing members, and now Sumpak is looking for the finisher. Paul with the heavy sin saves Narashi for now, but he won't fall as Sumpak finishes him off. It's only Narashi that survives, but Minana Evos, what a turn!
Huge turn by Minana Evos here. The gold lead swinging back into their favor, 17-3. A fight predetermined by how many retributions, how many immortalities that they have to bang out of Bigatron Beta, and now fully overextended. Their members coming back in about 10 seconds. This is going to be a free inhibitor.
No, he's got to troll. He's got to do something with minutes. He's taking too much damage. He's buying time, but guess what? It's just the right amount of time as Bigatron Beta is able to hold on to the crystal. But again, Minana, they're giving us a 50-50 this game.
It's tough. It's really tough because right now, Bigatron Beta, their composition scales way better than Minana Evos. So really, when it boils down to a full 5v5.
So back. Oh no, why are you in front? Okay, he's fine, DPS is going to be good here. They're going to be focusing on that QT.
Good flicker.
They took so much damage here. It has to reset, but do they have the damage to take down this Lord?
They do. They do have the damage, but just let Yeli Haze do his work. He's going to slowly poke down Bigatron Beta. They don't have as much sustain as they think they do.
Oh, but Perks from behind. They're looking for the flank. They're looking for Zyve again. But Zyve, he survives it all. He bursts it down. He's got the entropy. He's getting free damage. But at the same time, Minana, they're trying to hunt him down. Penalty zone doesn't connect. Zyve just trying to force Minana out of position here. But Sumpak is going for the dive. He can. Arashi needs to get out, but he shouldn't. Zyve is still alive, but they will focus on the Lord. Bigatron now looking for the reset. half HP on the Lord. They need Washington Paul with the heavy spin in. He's got to be close. He's got the win. He's going to get zoned out by Sumpak. Is it worth it? He's got no backup. Zyve flickers forward. What? Zyve, you're all by yourself. He gets completely shut down. What are you doing, Zyve? He tried to make a play. He got caught. He's going to go down. But the Lord resets for now. Bigatron Beta. They want to steal the Lord again.
Farm enough.
They need it. Washington Paul. He's got the heavy spin. No, he doesn't. But the Lord gets resetted.
Nicely done.
What?
Nicely done. It's a good stagger tactic coming in from Minana Evos. From this point onwards, for the next 30 seconds, it's a 5v4. I would say the next 40 seconds, because it's going to take some time for Zyve to actually make it back for this Lord dance. This is exactly what Minana Evos need. Just buy more time. Allow Yelly Hayes to do his good work.
No, that guilty. He doesn't have the shotgun. He's going to get me dived on by the chip. They take the Valentina, but the steals. Watch him all. Don't miss the retry. He missed it. Koyin secures it. All hope is lost for Bigatron Beta. Minana Esports slaps them in the butt, takes them down, takes the Lord. They want to close out this game, but it's all up to Zyve. It's all up to Zyve. He needs to get out. He pops the entropy. No damage for the marksman. Minana Evos, they're looking to finish the crystal. Narashi drops. He has the immortal, but they clear the minions for now. But for how long can they defend this? The Lord is mushing down from the middle lane. Tier 3 is exposed on the top side. Bigatron Beta, they've got immortality's feet. They are going to try and start the fight. Zyve is doing some damage, but it's not enough.
Entropy.
They lose one. They've got the entropy. Zyve, clear everything. He's going to do no, but the Appraiser's Wrap drops down on him. He won't fall. It's over for game 1. Minana Evos takes the crystal. They take game 1 against them. What a game!
Ooh, this is what we wanted to see. Minana versus BTR Beta. What a fight between both of these squads. Great staggering from Minana Evos, and that's where we see the big difference between the two teams. Really nice micro coming up from the side of the Indonesians, but the Filipinos making sure that they stay up on top just by staggering their deaths and really capitalizing on the situation, making BTR Beta feel very uncomfortable, very nervous, and continuously having to respond to Minana's tactics.
Oh boy, what a way to close out game for first one. But at the same time, game 2 is going to be something that Bigatron Beta needs to kind of bounce back from this play, because I feel like Bigatron Beta, they had the right tools to close out the game, but eventually I feel like Perkz did his job really well, because I was expecting these chips to come online in the early stage of the game, but in the later stage of the game, he was the reason why Bigatron Beta was just completely forced to take fights where it's so awkward to take a fight.
I mean, that's the beauty of Chip, right? He finds angles which a BTR isn't used to seeing supports in, and then really isolating those fights. If somebody is isolated, it's an instant punish. That's what we saw from Minana, right? Were they going to contest that Lord? They denied information from BTR side, and as soon as one member was split off into the mid lane, instantly we see Perkz jump on in for the opportunity and brings the rest of his team to do so, right? While Coil is actually holding on to the Lord aggro against Washipal. I think if Washipal was able to, you know, win that retry battle, this could have been different for BTR Beta. So they shouldn't be too disappointed with themselves. They still played decently well. Just a couple of fixes in their draft to give them a slightly better EXP lane matchup might have been the play.
That was so close, right? Like, imagine if Washipal got that retry with the heavy speed and he won that. This game could have dragged on for another 5 to 6 minutes.
I think that Minana Evos, they did a really good job, right? Like, even from Sumpak's perspective, there was a couple of times where he could have tried to make the super play, but unfortunately, there's a lot of peel on the side of BTR, which just doesn't make it worth it. And then Minana would rather gamble another 50-50 down the line rather than try and force it against BTR Beta. So really nicely done. If we look at the post-game stats, relatively even, right? From damage dealt all the way down to damage taken, both sides trading back and forth.
Oh boy, what a game coming in from both sides here. But as of now, seeing how this is happening as well, I feel like the early lead that BTR had with Zyve was a very good indicator where they could have gone on the fight. And even when Zyve first got his Wounds of Nature, Minana had one of the biggest struggle in terms of damage output, right? Besides this Novaria, they can burst through Zyve. Everyone from Minana pretty much gets completely negated by just one click of a button. Purify, Winds of Nature, oh, free hit all the way through. But every single time that happens, Zyve has been preemptively forced to use it rather early. before actually getting maximum value out of the damage coming from Minana, which is crazy.
Well, I mean, this just goes to show that the body of Smith from Vayne specifically really makes quite the difference. I mean, like, we've seen him jump in with the penalty zone, and with the help of his passive body of the Smith, he is tanking like a lot of damage. He's had 4 people hold him down while Zive is trying to curb stomp him into the cement, but Vayne, he drinks milk like every other day, every other hour. His teeth breaks the concrete, unfortunately for BTR. And I think that's the big problem here, right? It really just came down to a couple of picks that are rather annoying. Our MVP going over to Yelly A's here, not making big impacts in the early game and missing out on big punishments, but at the end of the day, his pokes are so effective against the members of BTR Beta who have no way to sustain that type of damage.
Yeah, it felt like the first few engagements, it was like a warm-up for him, but even if he was an analyst for Minana EVOS here, he's got to keep up with his mechanical skills, and right now, this game, he shows that, hey, I may be out of shape, but guess what? I just need some time. And he's been hitting some serious shots, and his timings has been really on point. But of course, as the analyst here, he is got to be the MVP for this game. But for now, let's take a look at the highlights on how things went down for Game 1 here. Gideon, what do you think about the early stages of the game?
Well, the earlier stages of the game really came down to, can Minana EVOS get more resources out of Bigatron Beta? And I think a lot of it just comes down to that primordial form, right? The primordial wrath coming out from the side of Finn. He's been the biggest problem for Minana EVOS. Every single time they're about to actually turn the tables of the fight, that's when you see Finn break out with his ult and start peeling backwards, despite almost guaranteed to die from the Executioner's Calling, right? But I will say that BTR, they tend to overextend a little too much. And the same can be said about Minana EVOS. Like, both of these teams are a lot more even than what is seen with the naked eye.
Yeah, I think that was pretty much the comeback coming from Minana EVOS as well, considering that, you know, Bigatron was kind of owning its way through, but that one small mistake, the Narashi was like, wait, why did he flicker forward? He could have gotten out. But because of that, Minana was able to translate kind of 2 kills out of it and then kind of equalize this. But when it came out of this stage, it looked like everything was like an all-out brawl to a point that, hey, it's all about trying to equalize. It's all about trying to save. But by then, Minana was just getting so much value out of all these fights.
I think the scarier thought is the fact that Bigatron Beta opted to go for 4 flickers rather than maybe some of their backliners to take a Purify, right? I think that was the scariest part. And I think that Bigatron Beta did a very good job despite not having Purifies, but then it comes at odds, right? If you do take the Purify, it's much easier for Minana EVOS to eventually punish you in your lane when you walk back to it. And with Flicker, you never really know, right? It's a longer cooldown, but there's a lot higher percentage for Bigatron Beta to make the super play, which we see a couple of times.
Yeah, and you know, even here as well, Zyve was like, I don't know, like his damage was just a little bit lacking compared to the entire of this game. But again, there's only so much he can do. You talk about the bottom speed coming from Terizla. Yeah, it's understandable. He's going to be super tanky. But I feel like the idea of having this Natan is kind of deal with the shortcut before the rest of the teams comes in, right? Like if you drop, let's say, for example, Chips comes in with ultimate here, great. If you drop your entropy as a setup, everyone who comes in will immediately get chipped away by the Natan's ultimate, the normal attack right from the get-go. But at the same time, he wasn't able to kind of set up for that. And when the chips comes in, they were able to get so much value out of it. This Natan just can't do anything beyond that every single time.
Well, I think that goes to show that at least from Bigatron Beta, in their experience, the Akai is a good way to actually deal with that, right? Disrupt the fight by kind of splitting the front line from the back line. If somebody goes through the portal, at least you can kind of like move your attention away to somewhere else. And that's why I was thinking maybe, especially for Natan, like picking up the Purify might be the way to go. Play a little bit safer, but guarantee that if you are winning these fights, that you continuously win these fights rather than depend so much on that flicker just in case the potential big play coming in from Vin later down the line with the penalty zone. So I think that overall, pretty even draft from either side. I think it's very lucky that Minana was able to get to this point and find that overextension. So that means that they're 1-0 against Bigatron Beta, which begs the question, can they 2-0 this for a clean sweep victory to move on to the next round? Or is Bigatron Beta going to adjust themselves to bring it to a Game 3? We'll find out right after this short break.
Here we go!
So far, the most competitive game we've seen so far here at the Snapdragon Pro Series by ESL between two very decent teams here. And they've definitely stepped up. Minana Evos and as well as Bigatron Beta definitely putting on a good show for everybody out there.
Yeah, and I talked about this. Hey, this might be the lightweight match. Guess what? No, not happening. This ain't no lightweight match, man. This is a heavyweight match right from the get-go here. And so far, it could have gone either ways. I'm expecting the full 3 games in this match right now.
Yep, delivered right to you by DHL. Check out the link in case you're looking to get into some AI shenanigans here with the future coming through them. Now, for the upcoming game, we are expecting some adjustments from the side of BTR. I think their weakest link, unfortunately, was Lapu Lapu as a hero, not the player. In terms of what he did in the earlier stages of the game, it was totally fine, but he needs that, well, passive that keeps him thick, real strong here. And I'm seeing a lot of similarities, right? Exactly the same as game number 1, Minana Evos on the blue side, exact same bans and exact same picks so far from both sides.
Okay, you know, openings here, Fredrin once again, coming from Minana. But the question here, are they going to get the Roger as well as the Chips once again? Because the Chips was completely ignored from Bigatron's side. Like, they would prefer having the Natan over the Chips. But if Bigatron decides to take it away this time, they will be able to play very similarly to how Minana Evos kind of did as well. So, no, they don't. Okay, Barats instead.
They go for a flex pick. I like this a little bit more because at least like if we flex pick and it's going to look exactly the same as game number 1, at least with the Barats you have a lot more like frontline capabilities. You can eliminate one person from the fight straight away. And Minana, it means that it's like Lapu Lapu isn't a free kill anymore, right? If it's the Barats, they have to win pretty hard in their laning stages to make sure that he gets punished. Exact same picks here from both sides. Love the hands of Midnight there. Chip, and then I'm expecting the second bans to be roughly around the same, assuming that we don't see anything different or another flex pick from Bigatron Beta.
I think they can go for the Valentina once again, and then just
nothing wrong there. Yeah,
going over the safe Valentina, and then just completely like just let go of any other mages, start banning off mages coming from Minana Evos. But for me, I felt like Minana Evos hesitated a little bit here whether or not they want to go for the Chips, right? Because Chips early game is very oppressive, but against the Barats, Chips completely loses out in 1v1s, and we saw how annoying Vayne was in the first game, especially from level 1 all the way to level 5. Every time he walks in, oh, the jungler gets constantly pressured every single time, and that's something that I don't think you can do against a matchup with Barats. And now with the Faramis in the equation, all they gotta do is just ban the Valentina.
Yep, ban Valentina. I think they... Do they even want to consider certain EXP laners, to be fair? Do they want to get rid of the Benedetta or the Yuzong? Either or. I think the Yuzong is a lot more manageable. Benedetta is a little hard to keep on top of all the time, but they're going to get rid of the Valentina. That's expected here since they have the Farmis on their side. Minana, they get rid... Ooh, they get rid of the Minotaur. They're still sticking to the exact same bands. They want to make sure that this team fighting comp from Bigatron Beta isn't going to be in peak form.
I think they should just ban the Terizla this game, considering how...
No, they shouldn't. They need it as an option. They need it as a potential option, assuming that this Barats goes into the EXP
No, I'm talking
lane.
about Bigatron Beta right now. They should ban it off.
They shouldn't be banning it. They shouldn't be banning it. They should get rid of the Novaria as well.
Okay,
I think
fair
doubling down on the mid laners is going to be a little bit more effective than doubling down on the EXP laners, because both EXP laners are manageable, right? That's the important part. If anything, they ban out the Benedetta rather than the Yuzong.
I think the previous game, game number 1, Bigatron actually banned them off, but nope, looks like they're leaving the Benedetta open. They are going to ban the Yuzong instead. So, Novaria open for Minana Evos here. They can't go for the exact same draft again, but Minana, they have to figure out what they have to deal with this year, because in the previous game 1, they actually doubled down on banning of enchanters. Florin was something that they taken out. No, sorry, Camilla was something that they taken out. Because of the fact that the shortcut comes in, instantly Curse Blood comes in, everybody is going to be linked up here.
Yep, and they're going to go with Lapu Lapu again. So they're going not going to utilize the double flex, the flex pick here, or go for a double flex pick this time around. We don't see the Edith get locked in straight away, and this could be an opportunity, right? Minana, they could go for the Edith once more, but how exactly do you deal with this team fight comp? They go for the Terizla. Penalty zone is a good way to kind of keep them all clumped up, even after the Netherrealm. Real question is...
Identical draft? Yes,
yeah,
they are going for the safe draft.
Yeah, it's totally fine. It's totally fine, because this is, I mean, Minana, they played really well at that continuous push and pull, and the extra information coming in from Yelly Hayes to reaffirm their sneaking suspicions is a good way to manage it. Now, for Bigatron Beta, they have to determine, how do we slow down this fight, right? How do we kind of create a solid battle line after the initial engagement? Grok is a good way of dealing with it. Honestly, even a Lolita wouldn't be too bad if they really want to kind of deny space and have a guaranteed disengage mechanic, but still, it's not like you have a lot of projectiles to reflect off of the shield.
I think if they go for the Edith again, it isn't too bad. Like if no, they got Florin instead here. Okay, double down for the Barats to kind of snowball their way through. Adaptations made here. Do you like this adaptation from Bigatron?
I think that Bigatron is falling back to comfort picks here. If they wanted for some big, high risk, high reward, they would have gone for Grok, go for the Edith once more. I don't think there's anything wrong with either of those two picks, but I definitely think that with this Matilda, they have to play for even later on into the game and kind of, again, give up a lot of their pressure in their sides. So I'm expecting this to look very similar to game number 1's best 3 series here today, where we're seeing a lot of the, not really neutral objectives, but any camp close to the river is going to get stolen away by Minana Evos when they hard push and start to get their jungler ahead.
Well, it is going to be a little bit difficult to do so, but with the Faramis Tempo Breaker here, it does buy a little bit more time for the shortcut. But again, adaptations has been made here. I'm curious to see whether or not if Bigatron Beta is able to bounce back and stop Minana from taking the easy 2-0 in this Swiss format here. Without further ado, we're jumping into game 2. This is Minana Evos going up against Bigatron Beta.
Now, Bigatron, they have to play around level 4s here. If they have to sacrifice farm, they're just going to have to give it away to Minana Evos' side. Losing tempo is not a big deal compared to hitting their level 4 on time. That's the main goal here from both sides. Now, the one unique thing about Bigatron Beta is the fact that they have this Florin in their composition, allowing to give you access to things like Dew, right? The extra item you get from Finn's passive, he can give it over to the gold laner, and his on-hit effect is going to be even stronger. Remember that even with the entropy, right, his basic auto attacks hits 2 times, so that's 2 applications of the on-hit effect from Dew.
Okay. But seeing how Perks, I thought he was going to try and challenge Lynch again, considering the fact that, chips against Barats, as long as the Barats has stacks, right, this chip is going to get completely shut down, but he is going to choose to try and bully Zai for now. He's doing a decent amount, but the heals from Finn is just keeping him topped up, and Perks, he's getting chipped away.
Yep, this is exactly what you want to see from Bigatron Beta. Make sure that Zyve is able to walk away from this lane without losing too much farm. And now that Finn is nearby, once he hits level 4, he doesn't necessarily need to be nearby to save his life.
Oh boy, seeing of saving lives right now, I think they have to understand what's the win condition coming from Minana EVOS, right? That win condition relies solely on chips finding the opportunities with those shortcuts. That's pretty much the game plan that kind of wins them. But if they take a fight preemptively right now, this Baraz is going to shut them down. But in this case, Baraz is going to be dived on here. He's got the stacks, but he's chain stun all the way through. So much damage! One more HP. They need one more. They can't find him. Perks, I know you want it. Go for it. No, he flickered the wrong direction and Lynch is able to get out. Oh, that is so unlucky. But at the same time, Turtle comes in and the pause as well.
Okay, this is a worthwhile pause. I think Vayne should have flickered forward, and I think this is where the technical issues are going to be coming into place. Because Vayne definitely could have traded 1-for-1 against a jungler, which would have been so good. But it looks like Zipper has just let us know that at the very least, this call was made by BTR Beta.
Oh boy, that was a little bit weird. But they should have gotten that kill. Like technically, you know, yes, Barat's oppressive. If he runs on your face and starts hitting you, he's gonna do a lot of damage, technically. But what happened was like, how can he do damage if it's chain CC all the way through? And it was so low to a point that he should have died. But I would say it's not the end of the world, but it does give Minana EVOS a little bit of upper hands. Like, this turtle is mine for sure. There's no way Barat makes it out alive in time.
I mean, we say that now, but have you seen the feet of their jungler right now? Well, I'm assuming that's their jungler. I could be entirely wrong about this. Definitely another entry for Wiki feet here. But overall, I think that at the very least, when we look at both compositions, right, the biggest issue that I have is that the fact that if Lynch shows his face first, so many problems occur because he doesn't have an escape mechanic other than the Daytona's Welcome, right?
Yep.
So that, again, he's got to be very decisive of, do we fight or do we back off? And if anybody is slow, that's when we see Minana EVOS really take advantage here. And I think that Yelly Hayes, now that he's all real warmed up, he's going to be poking out his targets. He's going to be keeping track of Lynch throughout his jungle clear.
Yeah, I'm surprised the fact that the Bloom wasn't actually dropped on towards the Barats instead here. It was actually given towards Zybe to have a little bit more upper edge to win his gold lane matchup instead of the Barats, which normally we kind of expect here. Oh, early pre-4, you kind of get this Bloom towards the jungle and then later on translate it towards the gold lane. But this one was a little bit opening here. Maybe, and just maybe, if Lynch got on the Bloom here, he might have been able to turn the tides in their favor. But again, that was situational. I don't think it's possible.
Maybe he walks away with a little bit more health.
Yeah.
I think that's about it. It's not like the Bloom has upgraded just yet. It still is dependent on Florent's overall levels. And once she gets a certain level, that's when you see the upgrade actually come through. So I think for the most part here, if anything, right, I think that Bigatron Beta needs to be less interactive with Minana EVOS. It's all about how do you dissuade the side pressure as we jump back into this game. Turtle falling into the hands of Minana EVOS as expected. And now Finn, he's about to hit level 4, right? Whoa, what was this entry down on the bot side?
Okay, bottom lane here. Gold laners versus gold laners. But Lynch, he actually didn't go back. He's relying on the heals coming from Finn so that he can actually efficiently continue his farm rather than break tempo, recall back, and then walk out. So he's trying to maintain his economy with the Fredrin for now, which is okay, risky, but I can see where he's going at.
Well, I mean, regardless, Coil is still a full level ahead as expected, right, against Lynch. And I think right now, Bigatron Beta, they're just playing towards their win condition in that gold lane, right? A lot of the resources, a lot of the rotations are leaning to his side of the map. Finn using that alt Zyve, even committing to using his entropy in that 1v1 against Sumpak is dangerous because as soon as it times out, Sumpak wants to get back in, but he has to keep in mind the health that he's at.
Okay, Perks, they're going for the dive as well. Here comes the Nano Realm. He's going to keep him alive, but Lynch is going to be completely dived on. He's got the Daytona's Welcome. He's got the heals as well. He's not going to fall. They lose 2, and this is why you do not miss with the Barrage and BTR. They're going to get 4 for nothing with that engagement. My God.
I'll give it to Minana EVOS. Good target priority on Lynch, but they barely got through the rest of the team's temp HP. So they are putting a lot of focus. And in the meantime, right, Sumpak actually ends up dying, which is great for Bigatron Beta because this is what their main win condition is supposed to be. Full gold plating for the side of Zybe. He's willing to take damage. Doesn't matter. Yeah,
he's going to be able to get out with the entropy as well. But Minana EVOS, they got a little bit angsty here. They thought they could have enough damage to kill Lynch, but guess what? Nope, not No. You just can't fight against a Barats this early in the game, man.
Oh, look at that. Look at that damage. Oh, he's so far ahead. 3,000 ahead compared to Vayne, who's only at 8,000. Now 9,000, trying to shorten that lead a little bit more. Narashi, he's got the easiest job. Just clear waves, wait for the time to jump in, wait for the potential portal to jump through. He's having a good time. Ooh, lane swap from both sides.
Okay, now
Wait, hold on.
He's gonna try for this play for now.
Oh, rush it.
Okay.
Rush it.
Well, are they?
They're gonna rush it.
They dropped the entropy. Okay, they're gonna try for this as well. Minana, do they should want to go for this as well? They're going for Daytona's welcome. Zybe secures the turtle for the team. Daytona's welcome has been used, but they are gonna try and get him out as well. Lich, he's gonna be kited out from the slows. Yelly Haze might be taking a bit too much damage here. The NetherRealm keeps them alive with the heals, also keeping sustained, but eventually getting kited out. They do trade off the jungler, but Perkz, he's gonna try and get out. Rashi almost getting the pick off, but Perkz, he is able to escape to safety. Zybe with the entropy forward to catch someone, but Minana says bye-bye.
Man, BTR Beta are so bloodthirsty. They end up losing gold plating on the top side. Sumpak's able to trade down tier 1 on the bottom side. So really, was this worth it for the side of BTR? Probably not, actually. They're losing more map presence than they are gaining. And what they had from a 4-to-1 kill lead with 700 gold underneath their belt, that could have been 2,000 if they wanted it.
Yeah, they could have. They could have. But again, got a little bit greedy. Lynch, he could have just secured the turtle and just backed off. Again, they're trying to make a play, knowing that they have the level of advantage. But Nana Evos right now is in a situation where they are using the Astro Echo very, very nicely, right? I feel like Yellow Haze's timing with those Astro Echo has been spot on. It's either used to get information or just taking advantage of the fact that this Barats does not have mobility.
True. Hey, wait a minute. They haven't updated the API. They're still using... our API is still using the Calamity as a Calamity side in comparison to the Starlium side, sorry. With that being said, at least now we know for sure that the Starlium Scythe is going to be in play. Now, we see that BTR, at the way that they're rotating so far, they're losing a lot of map presence, right? And that's exactly what you want to be doing for Minana Evos, because if somebody makes the mistake of going into the side lanes by themselves and not realizing that Perkz can just show up at a dive's call, this is what you get.
Okay, Perkz now going to be against Diamond Narashi. Well, chain stun. Yeah, can he get out? Oh, he got free flicker. Oh my god. Oh my god.
And now they dive this.
So much value with this play here. They will lose Narashi with this play, but he's holding on for a very, very long time here, but that's just space created for the turtle right now.
Free. They got flickers out of Zyme. They got flickers out of Narashi. They sacrifice the turtle. They trade bot side. Top tier 1 will fall into the hands of Banana Evos. This is going exactly like they want it to be, right? Trade map pressure for neutral objectives as long as it's not Lord.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, T. That was some sick timing. He knew that Yelly Haze is gonna snipe it as well. His NetherRealm was the only reason why he survived that. What a outplay. Wow.
He's keeping it real. He's keeping it real. No disrespect from either side. These competitors recognize each other, right? They're not taking any chances by being lazy of, oh, I just need a recall in front of their faces. Oh, I better not use my ult and save it for later.
Oh, and the funny thing is that the NetherRealm is not instant, by the way. It does take a little bit more time. Like, he channeled preemptively knowing that Yelly Haze was going to connect the shot.
The backline!
So it's sick. But behind here, they're going to put the plays as well. They try on Perkz, but there's no one to back him up. Supa now dived into the portal. He's going to be gobbled out, spitted out like butter, and he is going to go down. BTR finds 2 easy pickoffs.
A mistake. A breakdown in communications from Minana Evos. The rest of the team was not ready for that TP to actually happen. It was called on the fly, and only Sumpak responded, and he ended up dying for it.
Oh boy, mistakes. But now BTR, they are going to be looking a little bit more happier here, as they are in a situation where they can turn the favor. But the bloom starting to get a little bit bigger now, and on top of all, the kills from Florin are slowly but surely getting stronger.
Yeah, stronger and stronger. The raw sustain coming in from Bigatron on beta, as long as these fights actually progress later down the line with no resources and they're just trading cooldowns for cooldowns of S1 and S2, Bigatron Beta should be the ones on top, right? Overall, in comparison to Minana, who's a lot more focused around their cooldowns.
Well, speaking of cooldowns here, Perkz does have a very, very long cooldowns, but so far his engagements hasn't been fruitful at all. And Bigatron Beta, they're forcing an entropy here, trying to chip away,
this is
but
great.
Why? Why were they using the entropy for?
They want to be able to get an early pickoff onto either Vayne, which they got his flicker out, so they're not too scared about his initial engage because they can visibly watch him make it happen. And at the same time, Minana Evos, they don't mind this. Okay, we lose the flicker, at least we get pressure on the top side of the map. Their orange buff is available, so somebody is going to take that, and we're going to assume that is going to be Xin because we see Baratz in towards the Lord Pit. So now, Minana Evos, they have a window here to go back to farming before regrouping.
Oh, this is weird. Like, I feel like in Minana Evos, they're just in a situation where they just don't know how to play around these chips right now. Like, game 1, they had a clear idea here, but this time Perks is put in a spot where, who does he focus if you think about this?
He's looking for a potential side lane gank. Oh, he sees the Lapu actually move away. That's unfortunate here. Now BTR, they're going to try and rush this down. They have to fight.
Okay. Yelly Haze does
They
have
have
the
to fight.
They have to. They don't have the numbers as well. They need to drop a
Vayne,
shotgun
Vayne.
somewhere. And Nanashi going for the play. Zyve steals the Lord for the team here. NetherRealm comes in, keeps everyone from being under beta. And they are needing to get out. They lose only Perks. But Minana Evos, they have the Astro Echo, reveals on 5. It is going to slow them down. Tier 1 will fall, but at the same time, they are going to try and trade off as well. But no, they cannot. They actually find Wayne, who's left all by himself.
Oh, that's a little sad. He tried to escape as well, but got entropy down. Oh, little sad here for Minana Evos, but Bigotron Beta, they want to turn this into a 1-1 rather than lose 2-0 against their PH counterparts, right? Look at the way that they have map coverage. They're consistently making sure mid lane and as well as the bot side. Entropy once again, Yelly Haze is dead!
Yelly Haze, 2-shot, 3-shot, goodbye. Oh boy, BDR not happy about what happened game 1 this time. Game 2 showing absolute dominance unless this Baratz get picked off because that is a very, very tiny dinosaur with no stacks. But for now, they have bigger priorities, and that is going to be the Lord up top. They are going to try and group up to finish this off here. Entropy still active, coming from Bigotron Beta. They don't want to risk this here, but Vayne, he gets pulled back, forces the flicker out of there, so he's going to be able to reset. They lose a tier 3, but BTR Beta, they back off.
Yep, taking an inhibitor so early on is pretty good for Bigotron Beta, especially since they're the ones with the 7k lead. They can wait for the next Lord to enter. Whoa!
Whoa! He entropy forward, find Yelly Haze again, shut down the mage. He was the MVP in the previous game. This time, not so much. Complete domination by Zyve as he clears out the minions. Minana Evos, they might lose all their health here. Supa getting dropped down with 2 spells. Zyve focusing on the crystal. We are seeing game number 3 as BTR bounces back.
All right, this is the first one of the stream. We're seeing our first game at 3 here, brought to you by Bigotron Beta, playing it really well, and once again, Zyve finding some incredibly good pickups onto Yelly Haze, of all people, playing the Novaria. He shouldn't be in those types of positions, but with the amount of distance that Natan can cover with the entropy, he was not ready for that raw level of damage.
Yeah, so much work has been put into this game here, so much thought. And guess what? We've seen it once from Minana Evos, and if you try it on me again, and if I still lose, well, fool me once, shame on me. Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. In this case, BTR Beta, they were able to come on top in game 2.
They played well. They played really, really well, making sure that Sumpak was not able to find any lane advantages at all, thanks to this Matilda. Just being around, just existing in this game made his life difficult, which is rather frustrating. We didn't see too many resources invested on the bottom side of the map, and when it decided to do so during the mid game, which is where we saw Sumpak actually start to get significantly ahead in match number 1, coming into match number 2, Sumpak did not hit that item Power Spark that he was looking for, and was still extremely greedy on his build, going for components rather than focusing on getting that 3rd item.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, I think Finn, he does have an additional flask of Oasis as well, which is not shown on screen as well. So he's pretty far ahead. So he was able to get the sustains that he need for a side of BTR Beta. And we talked about how strong, like early game, like the thing with having a Florin pickup is that early game is not the strongest. You do lose out a lot in terms of overall power spikes in the early game. But because you have this barrage that kind of compensates that, and if Baratz is able to buy time long enough into the later stage here of the game, Florin is just so strong in terms of overall heals. And here, look at this. We've got like a almost near 30,000 healing gap for BTR Beta because of this.
Well, to be fair, I do think that Manana messed up two really cornerstone fights here. One was the first initial invade against Lynch on the bottom side of the map where they ended up losing Sumpak. Sumpak as well as Coil, forcing Coil to retreat and the rest of Manana EVOS to back off. And I think if they were to do this a little bit more cleanly, be able to take away the camp, walk away, make sure that the laners are still adequately healthy enough to do so, then at least they should have been able to hold on until later on, and Lynch would be a level down. But I think that BTR Beta, they played it really, really strong. They focused on their main win condition, which was going to be Zyve, and he found some great timings, not only to take away the gold plating, putting him significantly ahead of Sumpak, but also making sure that they peel for him effectively.
Yeah, 2 games in a row so far, Zyve has been the guy that has been kind of winning his gold lane, right? Like game 1, 3 minutes game, he got a very, very early feather. And this game as well, he was the highest DPS by 6 minutes a game. For a gold laner, that is ridiculous, right? Normally you expect a gold laner to come on one line after like 8 minutes, 9 minutes, after like probably 2 to 3 core items, but he is not afraid to just get in personal right from the get-go. Like, I've got ultimate, boom, I'm just gonna try and drop every spell I have and just chunk them down as quickly as I can.
Yeah, I think if there's anything to change from the side of Manana EVOS, I think Yelly Hayes might have to switch off. Probably needs to switch off of this Novaria and go on a Lilia, for example. And there is consideration of whether Perks should keep on playing this chip. Because so far, every time they drop down the chip, they still haven't chunked out the temp HP from the Pharmist. So maybe it just could be a bad change from the side of Manana EVOS to really find an advantage if they end up on blue side again. I don't think it'll be too far off, right? Because Zyve was playing a mean gold lane. Get this guy out of the laning phase and he's going to be totally fine. That's not a Calamity Reaper, by the way. That is a Starlium Scythe. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yeah, I like that you actually called out as well. That Calamity Reaper has been kind of reworked into the Starlium Scythe already here, so this item no longer exists here. But of course, now seeing how things are happening here, I really like how Zyve has been playing here. 605, very, very consistent. 2 games thus far. Maybe got a little bit angsty in the previous game, tried to go for a sacrificial play, but as of now, let's take a look at the replays on how things happen as well. This was the first big fight that I felt like Manana EVOS kind of threw that. And why I call this is because Baraz's early game is just so difficult to take down. And there's no way a Chips can actually out DPS a Baraz. If this was any other hero besides Baraz, they would have just won that fight.
I can't 100% agree on that. I would say that a lot of it just came down to how Manana EVOS is going to target prioritize, right? Because they were putting damage onto the correct target. Unfortunately, their big finisher, Sumpak, isn't there. And I think that Manana EVOS need to recognize that just with Yelly Haze, it's not enough, right? They clearly don't have enough damage, and it's very burst-oriented. It's not very, like, consistent overall. And I think that's where Bigatron Beta really took advantage of them on a micro level. But I think that even from Manana EVOS, right? Let's take away some of the mistakes. It really boils down to, hey, at a certain stage of the draft, we're not making anything happen. And the one time that we do make something happen, we got punished for it really, really heavily. So I think an adjustment in the draft, and especially a priority down to, hey, so far we are seeing that they're getting away with a Florin. That should not be the case. If Florin shows up on the bottom side, we need to be able to create space and start invading on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about how they should be prioritizing on what they should be doing, right? Like, I think it all came down to the fact that Manana EVOS was trying to double down on their combo draft. Game 1, they won, but was it very convincingly here? Game 2 in the situation here, they tried to play the same style, but it was deciphered for BTR. So I like how they're adapting to each other's playstyles, but now, when it comes to Game 3, it is going to be the decider on who has the bigger brain and who's got the better execution out of all the games.
Truly, truly. I think, you know, this Game 3 is probably not going to be... too similar, too far off from what we've expected in Game 1 and Game 2, but that's only right after this break, where we see the conclusion of this best of 3 to see who moves on into that winner's round 2. We'll catch you right after these messages.
Here we go!
And we're already back to see the conclusion of this best of 3 between Minana, EVOS, and as well as BTR Beta. Philippines versus Indonesia once again, and so far, both sides have shown some really great play. My name is Getting Q. This is Terrence Icy Baby 1-2 to keep you guys company for the English broadcast here as we look to finish up this series to see who makes it to that 1-0 bracket and who drops down to that 0-1 bracket.
Oof, this is going to be a little bit difficult because right now, whoever takes this series is going to have a very, very big of sigh of relief here. He's like, oh, I'm going to make it through the round 2. But what a way to start the first round, right? Like, oh my god, this is so close. And whoever loses this is going to be punching in the guts like, oh my god, I've got to play 5 to 6 more matches before I actually qualify.
It's RNG. You never know when you're going to get a MY or SG team or whether you're facing up against Indonesia, right?
What does that mean, man?
We suck. That's the bottom line. What international have we done decently well?
M1.
One, right? How many years ago was that? That was forever
4
ago.
years,
What are you?
5 years.
I may be old, dude, and I've seen the rise and fall of many teams. But so far, the ones that keep on standing above the rest, Indonesia and as well as the Philippines, they continue to show that legacy strong. Yes, good. Faramis ban. I like it. Good adjustment from the side of Minana. Evo versus BTR Beta still sticking to the same bans. Fredrin first pick from the side of Minana. Let's see the punish.
Okay. Okay. Same.
Always go to
same,
first pick in a ton.
Same. Nothing out of order here. Double down to Faramis.
Do they get? I mean,
because okay, think about this, right? Like game 2, this is what happened, right? They picked the. Oh no, they took the Barats. They didn't take the Faramis.
Yeah.
But it gives option for Minana. Do they want to pick the Valentina here or take the?
There's no point.
Okay.
I mean, if you are taking the Valentina, what ult would you ideally want to steal? And so far, Minana EVOS have shown nothing to give away. Moskov is going to be the hover over this time round instead of the Roger, something that can actually scale into the later stages of the game, and better yet, can actually utilize the global presence with his ult. Chip once again locked in. Now, let's see. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be for BTR Beta? They've gone really fast in the draft, by the way.
Yeah, I think the chips and Moskov is something that they're comfortable to from, right? From the Minana Esports. Like, they have kind of adapted a little bit here. But from the side of BTR, like game 2, they won convincingly because they had this Faramis pickup. But again, this time they can't play a double mage composition again unless they have a very, very strong mage that can kind of buy a little bit more time, especially against the chips, who just goes in, one-shots you potentially. So having the Faramis was able to buy time. They were able to do it here. They had this Florin who's got a global sustain heals that does really, really well. And now with Angela already out of the equation here, they can still go for the Florin, but they are going to go for the Florin first and then think on what kind of BT are going to go for later on.
Big Florin here for the side of BTR. Now, here's where it gets really interesting, right? Because usually the responses to the Florin is looking for something that can actually intercept mid-attack, right? Intercept mid-rotation. That's something that needs to be adjusted by their roamer from the side of Minana EVOS to catch them off guard. Because again, we saw that the early game didn't go well because they invested a lot of resources down onto Barats, who's decent in the earlier stages, but not into the other members. And this is under the assumption that Faramis is there. Now that he's been banned out, right, BTR needs to control that mid lane really, really well. And there's a number of ways to do that. Let's see whether any of them get banned out. Here, we see the Yuzong ban, we see the Terizla ban by Minana.
Okay, they actually prioritize the Yuzong ban almost every single game from BTR, right? They even dropped in the Benedetta coming from game 1, but we haven't seen a single Benedetta coming from Minana at all. And so far, it has been the matchup between Lapu Lapu versus the Terizla so far. But this time, Minana says, no more Terizla, means that they have the option to pick up the Benedetta for themselves if they want to go for it. Or maybe even the Paquito isn't too bad.
Yeah, both of them are totally fine. Even, honestly,
Masha,
smart.
Like,
BTR.
we haven't seen Masha for quite some time.
Well, here's the thing. I think that BTR Beta have shown off so many times that they're playing towards their gold lane. Anything that is susceptible to get to that gold lane is going to be taken away. The Matilda, that's why we're seeing the Matilda ban, the Arlet bans, well, once again, the Masha bans, and as well as the Yuzong bans, right? All of it is catered around making sure that the gold lane is going to have a good time. And now that Minana can't necessarily punish him in lane, they need stronger laners to actually pull attention from gold side and dedicate more resources on the opposite side of the map.
What are your thoughts on the Julian mid lane?
Probably not going to matter too much here. Yep, Vexana ban. Good, good stuff coming in from Nana.
There's still Nana in the pool if they want to go for it as well. It does have somewhat of a sustainability here.
Yeah, but they don't need to show it off.
Yeah, they don't really need to. Gord isn't too bad against the chips out as well, but it's not the greatest.
Nah, it guarantee if you use a mobile mage
Yeah.
like Gord, you're guaranteed to lose your battle spell as soon as you get into, hot into the engagement, right? Into the elimination zone. Minana, Evos, what they could do is they could go for a Lilia here. The raw burst damage is still going to be a bit of a problem, but you have some form of counterplay. What else could really hurt this Natan? Yeev, probably not.
We
The
haven't
entropy
seen
is
too much of
good.
Yev, yeah.
The entropy is a little too good here, so they're going to play to what they're comfortable with. Once again,
Okay.
Novaria.
Oh, they steal
okay.
the Paquito away. All
They
right.
take the Paquito. It's going to be full damage Paquito here. They need some instant impact.
Ugh, this is tough. BTR, what kind of mage can deal with all this? Like, I think you're right. Lilia is pretty much a safe option here. He pretty much guarantees yourself to...
Yeah,
no.
Nana.
Okay, Nana instead. All right. No,
Yeah.
no, not going to go for the
Okay,
Lilia.
so Lilia is alright, especially if you don't have to deal with like immobile mages, but the
Yeah.
only person that Lilia can technically really punish is number 1 Chip, number 2 Fredrin, right?
Yeah.
Nana kind of covers the entire spectrum and does really, really well, especially against like things that want to close the distance physically, like Paquito, for an example. He runs on through, oh, no problem. I can instantly lock you down, instantly drop my ult as well and guarantee a kill, especially if he is going full damage.
Yeah, I think this is risking a gamble here and hoping that maybe the chips makes a mistake again that they can kind of capitalize on, especially on how game 2 kind of went, right? Like, oh, chips doesn't kill us off the barrage, it's okay. If anybody walks in with a shortcut, boom, instantly gets one-shotted. So I guess this is the right adaptation here, but it all comes down to who has the better execution. Game 3 decides it all right now.
Yeah, I think that Coil, he needs to start stealing away camps early on from Lynch to get that level lead. Even if he does get eaten at the end of the day by the Daytona's Welcome, being a level ahead is going to force Lynch in a potential force mistake scenario where he has to use the ult early to guarantee the retribution. So let's see how they play this out, right? Again, it's all up to Banana. How do they control these side lanes? Because we know that BTR is always going to lean towards gold side.
Yeah, I think this is something that BTR has been always prioritizing on. Like, I usually expect maybe the Bloom is going to be on the jungle here, but making sure this gold lane has a fantastic opening is going to be very, very important. That's what BTR has been playing. Zyph has been top damage and top economy right from the get-go, but
I mean, look at this.
seeing how 45
Oh,
seconds into the game, he's taken a little bit too much damage. Not exactly what I was expecting here, but wow, Wayne, okay.
Yep, that's exactly what you want to see. You know that the enemy jungler started on purple side. There's no reason for him to be down here. And if he does show up, that just means that Coil gets to walk in to red side for free, right? And orange buff is technically compromised, but the camps around it will fall into his hands. So either way, Big Tron Beta still playing towards their strengths, making sure that Zyve is going to have a good time.
Yeah, and seeing how this Perks does scout out Lynch's rotation. He is going to back out. He's going to try and stall Lynch's objectives here. He's going to steal the cams away, but he is going to try and buy a little bit more time. But I don't think they have a damage to react to this, but they do force Retribution, though. So that's huge.
I think...
Not huge, but still a little bit of an annoyance here.
All right, so here's the next timing that they need to hit, right? We're expecting to see Danny QT actually rotate to the EXP lane. We need to see Perks show up where Vayne is right now. As soon as he shows up, that's where it's going to get dangerous.
Oh, they're baiting. They're using Vayne as a bait. All right.
Exactly. They
But
want to
Lynch-
get Danny QT.
Okay, they are trying to fight this fight as well. Lynch doesn't have the stack recording.
Oh,
Perks
no.
here. They're going to go for the fight as well, but no, they have to get out. They have to get out. It's a little bit awkward here, but again, Dan QT very close to the fort, but
it.
Turtle is going to be the priority right now. Lynch, he doesn't have stacks. No, he can build it up now. Okay, they back off.
Yeah,
All right.
they back off. There's just too many members to deal with here. And Perks, once he hits level 4, he can participate in this fight. But he's not even level 4. They'll give up very first Turtle. Smart decision from Banana Evos.
Oh boy, this is a little bit weird here. Like, it felt like they were putting up a lot of pressure here, but again, playing it safe than sorry is going to be the play here for game number 3. And Supak, I was like very surprised that he actually threw a spear preemptively, expecting that there might be someone in the bush.
I mean, it gives a double confirmation to Banana Evos.
Oh
to
boy.
see-
Whoa, that's a very sick combo.
That might have been a kill angle, but then again, I don't think it's worth losing your shortcut for Dan QT's passive at the end of the day. Where can Banana Evos actually punish BTR Beta, right? Because so far, BTR Beta, they're using their jungler really, really well, making sure that the jungle movements is complemented by the mid lane movements.
Hold that thought for now. Perks, he does, he's going to try and delay the farm once again. Yeah, I think that was a steal with Yelly Haze taking the taking us
Wait.
Lynch's objective right
Wait,
there.
did Perks see Lynch use the Daytona's Welcome? If so, this might be an angle here.
Yeah, but he's taking a little bit too much damage here. Now drops the
he
side
did.
on his wall. They are going to go
It's
for
so
as well.
good.
After Echo comes in, Lynch is going to be kited out. They lose the passive on that QT. Forces the flicker, but the spear just a pixel off. And they have the back off. Ah, so unlucky.
Big Sag. They couldn't finish off Dan QT, but they got rid of his flicker, which is good. It's still a win in Manana Evos' eyes at the end of the day. But Perks losing out on his flicker, not the biggest of deals. They need to hurt this Lapu somehow.
Yeah, but with that play coming in here, Zyve was able to get a little bit of space up top to actually get some sort of a farm right now. And Sumpak right now, well,
He's just
again,
taking it.
He's just taking it. There's nothing he can do about it.
You're like, he's expecting the dive, and that's why Perks is nearby,
Oh,
right?
no,
Entropy
wait.
as well,
Okay.
expected.
Entropy comes in. They are going to back out. Now dropping the shortcut. Perk gets stopped in its track. You're getting stunned in, taking a little bit too much damage. Forced to back out.
Take Prio, look to punish this Nana. Oh, they don't know where Nana is. She's moving very safely here as the zoning from Vayne is pretty effective, but 2 levels would be nice. So they reset it, and then what they passed the do over to Narashi?
Okay, interesting. They even use the Echo as well. BTR, they're not committing to the turtle right now, and Minana was able to somewhat equalize and reset to rejoin this fight.
Okay.
Okay, Perks looking for the start here. Lynch right
Force
now
the
dropping
ult,
down
force the
half
ult.
HP. Daytona's Vulcan comes in. Narashi drops the Chief as well. 2-man stun with Lynch. First blood for Narashi. They're able to get one. Shortcut comes in. The rest of Minana is here. Appraisal's drop is huge. Yeli as well. They're so low. They need the finisher win. Looking for the combos. He's got the setup. Lynch half HP. Yeli. He does see the information. He's trying to bait reactions here, but they can't seem to find the flank. But no, Turtle in the hands of BTR Beta.
Yeah, they just back off here because unless Sumpak is able to get ahead, there's just no reason to. Vayne's dead.
wait, with the dew? Oh, where's the flicker? No, he's not dead. Wow, great.
Oh, Narashi flickered earlier. That's why he was on top of him. That's a little sad. That's a little sad. But despite everything that has happened, right, Sumpak is able to get the tier 1 off top side and start to equalize against Zyve, right? Let me just double check. How much money does he have? 4,452 to 4,200. So he's only about 200 to 300 off.
Oh, this is a little bit of an awkward situation BTR is right now. Like, this should not be as close as they can. Like, I was expecting BTR to just go a little bit more crazier, but at the same time, Minana Esports is smart to understand that it's not worth fighting a Barrage right now.
I mean, their composition has changed a little bit here, right? Because again, their composition is designed to eventually scale around Sumpak this time, rather than looking for like that 50-50, I have to waste your resources, wait for the 50% HP, and then jump back into the fight,
hold that
right?
thought for now. They do find them stranded. Zyve getting focused his way through. He flickers out of safety with the Astro Echo comes in, but he will eventually survive. Beam drops down a little bit too low. They lose a tier 1 up top, but again, the shortcut, no value at all again for Minana.
Good peel from Coil, just to make sure that they can't take out Vayne. Now, Vayne is playing a really dangerous game here, right? He's taking fighter emblems, he's building some damage, he wants to be able to one-shot Zyve if he walks up too far with the entropy. The big issue is that Zyve does have counterplay. With his second ability, he can actually make sure that the champion stands jab, or at least if he tries to double jab to close the distance, he creates space for himself so he can entropy away, if not, punish Vayne on his way in with the target.
Yep, and Tikira's up on towards Lynch as well, but they are going to force a fight bottom here. Perks trying to clear off the minions, but this tier 1 will fall, and Sumpa will die for this commitment. Mistakes were made, but BTR gets a very, very big catch.
They're getting out microed here. They're getting out microed. They saw him dash and they were like, oh baby, this is free. DanQT does not have the Molina Blitz for this upcoming turtle fight. And look at Zyve! He's finding other places to punish Manana Evos, hitting them at their pressure points.
Now Sumpa, he does have the spear. They need to join this fight right now as well. Perks is throwing his shotgun his way through. Spear comes in. He finally joins the fight as well. Entropy is there, but the heals from BTR Beta will keep everyone topped up. Sumpa, he just died. He might die as well, but he's going to be able to get out here. Vayne throwing for the choke as well. Turtle, no! Lynch will out-retreat Koyo. Now the entropy comes forward as well. Zai looking to scare him off, but nothing much has happened besides losing only perks. But as soon as I say that, Vayne, he's taking a little bit too much damage by Narashi, but I think he will survive.
I mean, I think right now, Nana Evos have recognized, man, this early game, it's so over for us, right? Our side laners are not getting ahead the way that we want them to. However,
oh no, Vayne. Oh! He actually gets out! What a play from Vayne!
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. It's way better for Bigatron Beta, to be fair, but at the same time, just look at how quickly Sumpak is catching up.
Perks, okay.
He's fine, he's fine.
Yeah.
Perks is going to be okay. I think right now, Bigatron Beta are making sure that, you know, if Perks is going for our backline and trying to set up a portal onto Zyve, they're not going to make it easy.
Yeah, agreed. Zyve now with the entropy again.
Look at how nervous Sumpak is, right? As soon as he sees that entropy, he's like, I'm backing up. I do not want to get one shot.
Oh boy, that's a little scary here. But again, once again, damage leaderboard in the hands of Zyve. 3 games in a row, still topping the charts here. 6 minutes in the game. That's crazy coming from him.
I mean, we say crazy, but Vayne has been jumping on that backline, and Lynch is now pretty much out-damaging Narashi is out-damaging Vayne. 3,000 on the mark here. 2.3 if we're being exact, but let's round it up for the sake. Oh my god.
Okay, Perks, he's gonna drop a shortcut here. They're gonna try and go in for the collapse. The rest of BTR are ready as well. The spear is here. 2-man stun coming in from the Lapu Lapu. Vayne needs to get out. He somehow survives it all, but Coil is by so much time. Zyve finally features those Perks, but Narashi, he also gets out. They lose 1.
That's so sad. Oh, the Flask of the Oasis is such a good item. Zyve is even using his entropy forward. They're not giving Minana Evos any means necessary to breathe.
Oh my god. Lord is going to be spawning here, but they will continue their assault here. But the heals, again, a little bit too annoying here for Finn. And Minana, they can't just find the finish at all. It's crazy.
Just gonna get some confirmation. Zipper, is our API working? I feel like the 182 doesn't seem right for Minana Evos at this point in time. Like, we're 6 minutes, we may be 6 minutes into, but that timer has been paused for a while.
Yeah, I agree.
Hold on.
But hold on now, Lord comes in at the same time. They are going to be dropping into this fight as well. Here comes the shortcut coming in. They are going to be going for the full collapse here. Perks will be the first to fall. Zyve somehow survives it all. Then QT also survives, but look at him. He's going offensive. Coil, he may have secured the Lord, but he won't lose his life. It is going to be a 2-for-0 exchange. And BTR, they're looking for more. They're trying to capitalize on this orange buff as well. Super trying to clear it as quickly as they can, but he will lose it for the team. And that is going to be Minana Evos on defense.
Oh man, what a save. What an absolute save coming in from Coil. Had he not taken away this Lord, this might have been a very clean victory for the side of Bigatron Beta, who continues despite the fact that they lost the Lord. They're playing as if they had the Lord to begin with. Look at them, taking away tier 2s after tier 2s against Minana Evos.
Okay, seeing how this is happening as well, considering how BTR is in a situation where they should have won that fight, but again, they can't win those fights, especially when Finn is not left unchecked, right? Every single time he makes a play, it's just in a situation where, oh, everybody gets topped up. I've got this ultimate, boom, instant global healing. Oh, I've got this stun to stop the tempo breaker. And every single time Perks drops in, tries to dive on someone, he drops the shortcut. What else can he do, right? He's just left stranded. There's nothing much his chips can actually do.
He really is. I'm so surprised that Zyve is able to live the way that he has. His flicker, his timings, his entropies, he's so patient with it. And I think that's what's making Minana Evos struggle a lot right now. They can't seem to get free resources out of Zyve because he doesn't feel threatened just yet. So what is it going to take before he starts exploiting resources?
Oh, this is tough. This is going to be tough here, Perks. Looking for the isolated fight here. And this is the thing that Minana Evos was able to capitalize on game number 1, right? Like, they find isolated targets and they get them for the kill. And because of this Bigatron Beta, they're playing a little more safe here, taking very, very safe routes, dodging the chips altogether. And this is actually helping them. But it is tough for now. As you can see, Astro Echo reviews his time. Oh my goodness, he's going in. Can he take Vayne? Yes, he does. The little sneaky rat will finally fall. Super now looking for the catch. Big damage on Lynch, but it's not going to be enough.
Keep an eye on Perks. He might be able to turn this around.
Oh.
He might be able to turn this around if he finds a priority target. The tanks are going to get on him first, but if he can get on top of Finn or maybe even Zyve, he might be able to make a portal play. But without Vayne, it's still really, really hard because Vayne's the only person who really threatens him other than Sumpak with this Inspire.
He's running. He's just running around, merry-go-round right now. Echo comes in, slows down the tempo a little bit more. They still somewhat hold on. Perks trying to go for the shortcut blade, but the inhibitor will fall immediately. Zyve, Entropy's out of there. Doesn't need to play this risky here, so they will disengage and play objectively.
Good set play. Very, very good set play for the side of BTR Alpha. 13 minutes into this game, looking so good with a 5k gold lead ahead of their opponents in Banana EVOS. The next Lord is going to show up, and that's when we're expecting BTR Beta to slowly close out this game, looking for checkmate against their opponents.
Yeah, 7-0. Here comes the Spear. He is going to go for the back lines as well. They need to make a play right now. Lord, who's going to get it here? Zyve will secure it. Narashi getting linked up here. He's going to try to secure Koya, but Banana, they have to get out, and they will get out safely.
All right, nicely done, nicely done. I like the plays coming in from Bigatron Beta because the way that they're managing this portal is that they eat Perks and then they wait.
Oh no, Koya, he's getting pulled back!
He's
No!
dead.
The Entropy pulled him back alongside with the catch from Lynch. Instantly, instant shutdown. No Koya, no front line for 30 seconds, man.
Yep, BTR Beta looking like their previous squad. How they're playing so far, very calculated. And more so, very frustrating for Banana EVOS because it feels like nobody can really deal with Zyve at this point.
Oh boy, Zyve with this Natan,
No entropy.
absolute domination. Gonna go for more as well. Expose
Make the play.
Crystals completely
This could be the
walked
play.
in here. The Lord comes in. They have to do something. Koya, 4 seconds left. BTR making it slow, clearing the minions. They gotta make a jump here. Perks going for the back lines. Conceal comes in. The Lord now is in. Whoa! But that QT shuts them down. They lose Sumpa. They lose Vayne. Zyve gets a double. Crystal down. BTR takes a reverse 2-0 sweep, taking the series 2-1 against Minana.
Zyve is nasty with it. The man is nasty with it. Give it up for our winners. 2-1. BTR Beta comes up on top against Minana EVOS. What a match that we saw from both of these. It really just boiled down to the draft and having some super players from the side of BTR Beta. Zyve, he came up so huge this game. If nobody's going to set it up, I'll do it myself, brother man.
Oh boy, what a game coming from both Minana EVOS as well as BTR. Like, first 2 games was very, very close, but BTR this time, they just won blood. Absolutely not a single death in game number 3, completely showcasing they are just the overall better team.
Yeah, I mean, so far, a lot of... once they kind of fixed what was going wrong during the early mid stages of the game, they closed it out very cleanly against Minana, who weren't able to find these weak points, right? We were expecting that BTR Beta was going to get punished in mid-rotation, but they took a lot of safe paths, and they always made sure that Lynch was going to be the focal point as he always moves towards the gold lane side. As long as Lynch opens up the maps first, he's going to have Nana as well as a potential Florent to keep him topped up and healthy and disengage him from some really awkward fights.
Yeah, this is just so annoying to work with here because every single time Minana was like so close to getting a kill, boom, you got this global healing here, you've got some tempo breaker, you've got so much sustains, you've even got Dan QT who's in a situation where, hey, you know what, Minana likes diving front lines and grouping up together, guess what, just one out, boom, everybody gets deleted.
Yeah, everybody gets deleted a little too quickly. I think that Minana definitely should have been playing towards their laners who are able to find them pressure, but BTR had a really good response, right? They made sure they started on opposite sides of a Minana, knowing that they are going to be playing towards EXP, so they're telling Narashi, hey, all you gotta do is make sure that you don't die in lane. Once we hit level 4, things are gonna start rolling in our favor. We just need Minana to make that first mistake, and when we saw it happen, when the turtle fell into the hands of BTR Beta, that's when they knew that they were confident in these fights, and that Zyve, he doesn't need the bloom anymore until it gets its final form.
Yeah, at the same time as well, in terms of overall damage output here, obviously Minana technically could have done a little bit more damage here. I feel like Yelly Haze, especially the Novaria pickup, right? Like, most of the time Novaria does a lot of decent overall damage here, but every single time he drops a spell, it's not the type of spell where it's very threatening, where you can go for kills like a Nana, even though out DPS wise, overall AoE, Nana, if you miss a skill, that's it, there's no more damage. And for Novaria, it's easy to stack it up, collectively, but it's not the type where, oh, I'm guaranteeing a kill for the team.
See, the crazy part is that the early game really predetermined everything, right? When Perks didn't show up in the mid lane and Yelly Hayes lost pressure, that's when we saw a lot of BTR get their movements. When Danny QT is able to walk up in front and tell Yelly Hayes, hey, you're going to have to trade me some of your life if you want to leave this lane first. If not, I can sit here all day and freeze this underneath my own turret, forcing Yelly Hayes to be in a position where he has to walk up, maybe use the sphere instead of just the Star Shatters, right? Because it can be body blocked.
Yeah, and so far, to be honest, I gotta talk about the MVP. Yeah, he is gotta be the MVP once again here. It is gonna be Zyve. Once more with an 802 coming from BTR Beta. And this time he even sold his shoes and went full damage for the team just to make sure he can one-shot somebody. In this case, Vayne and Yelly Hayes underestimating his damage in this game.
Yep.
Complete destruction.
Yep, I mean, once we get into the highlights, we'll see that eventually XE, man, Zyve, he's so strong. He's so strong, especially since he's confident enough to take the weakness finder as soon as he entropies, right? You're basically trapped. He bursts you down in such a short period of time that if you don't have a radiant armor, or if you don't even have any form of MR, you start melting away a lot quicker than you would like to imagine. Now look at this backline, right? You can see the idea that Banana Evos had, right? Get Vayne into that backline, start zoning out people like Zyve. If he's able to one-shot him, that'd be even better, but Vayne just did not have the setup for it, right? He's not going for Lethal Ignition. He is opting to go for the Hunter Strike into Malefic Roar, but that's just not enough against this team with so much sustain, especially with Finn on this floor.
Yeah, I think one thing to actually note is that I like how he's very aware of the opponent's skills, right? Like usually Vayne as a Paquito is somebody you like, oh, when you see a Paquito, the first reaction is to run, right? But for him, once he knew this Paquito has used his combo, he's not afraid to stand in front of him and just challenge him. And that's because that's one of the reasons why they were able to come on top. And I feel like right now, BTR Beta was just the better team overall, and just in the micro scale, they're just a little bit more aware.
Well, yeah, that's just one of the few reasons here, but it doesn't mean that they can't grow and become better, because our next matchup is between Bleed Esports against RRQ Senna, and I'm extremely excited for this particular matchup. We are seeing that Bleed Esports, they've had a bit of a roster change, and we would like to see whether or not they're going to be able to play with some of the bigger boys out there, and I think a good gatekeeper is going to be RRQ Senna, recently winning out in their own local MDL in the Philippines, and they're looking strong, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I agree. And you've talked about how the gap between both Indonesia and Philippines is very, very high as well here. Bleed is currently in the MPL one. I don't know if it's going to be on par, because there has been a lot of argumentative comparison in the comments before. But now it's time to settle it here. I don't know. Like, I'm extremely excited here. Like, is this a battle of pride, or is it just...
No, it's not. It's a Swiss round, right? And Swiss rounds, generally, it's about being consistent and winning out against your opponents as many times as you can. Use momentum, use what you need to, cheese out your opponents if you have to. Preparation is going to be a little bit tough because it's only a best of 3, but generally we're expecting a good game from both of our competitors for our very final best of 3 to end off round 1 of this Swiss format. With that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and, well, before long, we'll have more SBS for your viewing pleasure. We'll catch you right after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Like I said, quick messages, and we're already back with some more SPS in the MLBB division here from APAC. My name is Getting Q. This is Terrence, Icy Baby 1-2 to keep you guys company for the English broadcast as we move on to our very final game here in our Swiss format round number 1. It's going to be up against Bleed Esports from Singapore, an MPL namestay team up against RRQ Senna. Once again, making a name for themselves in the MDL circuit of the Philippines.
Now, this is going to be a fight here. You know, you say that MPL, we kind of suck here. We have not made any international appearance here. Now, this is a little bit of a soft test of between how an MPL team is going to be facing up against the MDL team here. It's not often we get to see a matchup like this. You know, in scrims, they have happened multiple times, but on an official tournament right now, is this the main roster or is this a sub? I don't know yet. What do you think?
Well, I think for RRQ, it's RRQ Senna, it's very much their B team here, right? I don't think that Bleed has any reserve players to create a B team. Not that I can remember. And
they've
based
got
off
Jocks.
They've got Jocks
as a sub.
That's fine. He's a super sub. It's totally fine here. I think that Bleed is going to be interesting because overall, because of the roster changes, there's a lot of like shifted faith, right? They still have a couple of namestays for Bleed. Doesn't mean they're completely out of the water, but at the same time, we're up against a team that has been playing for almost, what, a year together at this point in time, and their win of the MDLPH wasn't easy as well, so we'll see whether Bleed has a chance. They've got material to prepare against RRQ Senna, and the same can be said about RRQ Senna against Bleed.
Yeah, this is a good warm-up for them, especially they are trying to compete for their own respective MPL title, right? So now, coming in here from Bleed Esports, we have Sagit, Yon, Jay, Seiji, as well as Gear here, a veteran of the MPL scene.
Yep, both Yon, Jay, and as well as Gear all have experience, whether on international tournaments or at the very least in their locals. And of course, Sagitnu, like, there's no need for introduction for this man. A legacy player in the Philippines, imported to Singapore to help bring up the standards. And for Bleed, let's see whether or not they can jive really well together, because there's been a lot of questions with this squadron, whether or not it is the squad that's going to lead Singapore out of groups.
You know, it's interesting to see how MPL MY as well as MPL SG has reached a stage where we're starting to have imports coming into the table here. And so far, it has kind of elevated the MY scene. But now for Bleed Esports, they are in top 2 in their current ranking here for MPL. So that means it does help them a little bit more. But of course, is it going to be enough to face off the international standard? This is going to be something of a first step for Bleed Esports to actually overcome their boundaries of being just limited to just Singapore.
Well, to be fair, I think that Singapore is a very difficult environment to be an MLBB pro, and that's why, I mean, let's compare it straight away from like their MPLs, right? They have a lot shorter times for their professional league compared to most. In comparison to their opponents here, RRQ Senna, who has had plenty of time in the MDL and scrimming against some of the best in the Philippines while they're at it. Give it up for Dyren, Ians, Octa, Toy, and as well as Idol.
Yeah, on top of it all as well, they also introduced a brand new coach to RRQ Senna's roster. We have Coach Rave, which is transferred on March 23rd. So he's relatively new to RRQ Foundation, but he is going to try and bring his value into the table as a coach for the team. And so far from RRQ, he coached RRQ in MPL ID in Season 12, and currently they are 3rd in MDL ID Season 9 in terms of overall placement. So his coaching capabilities has brought them to a different height, but again, it is top 3 for MPL ID. It's still very far off from the actual MPL.
Interesting. We're going to be bringing their Indonesian squadron this time round. Dyren is definitely a name that stands out to me almost instantaneously. He has had some time in the MPL ID with, well, questionable results at the end of the day, but it does mean that he needs a little bit more time before he reaches that peak performance here. Throw that out of the window now with RQ Senna. This lineup, it's going to be interesting to see how they face up against Bleed. Generally, we know based off of like stereotypes of MLBB players that ID, they've got the micromechanics to kind of back up. The question is, how do they keep themselves in control, similar to how we saw BTR Beta making some early on mistakes, but once they kind of wrap that up into a tight little bow, their gameplay, and especially once they fix the macro settings, does look a lot better when dealing with some of these more international teams.
Yep, and especially now, considering that the Swiss format is in play as well. like there's no chance for you to get, hey, you know what? Let's experiment here. We can just mess around a little bit here. No, it's all out from Vublo, especially now in the Open Finals. It's all about making their way into the final top 4 and then qualifying against 16 other teams. So that's going to be a little bit of a hassle, but again, one step closer is what they need. And of course, a total of 4 zeros is what you need to qualify into the next phase of the Open Challenge here. But for now, into the drafts here. Bleed on the blue side, RRQ, Sena on the red side, and we do see bans here, Roger, Luo Yi, as well as Harith. Nothing out of ordinary here out of all the 4 series we've seen so far.
Yep, nothing out of the ordinary. A lot of teams have to predetermine what they're sacrificing in the picks and bans, right? Especially when you're on blue side. You have to give up certain things. Now, the question is whether Matilda is going to get let through. We know that Masha, so far, as well as the Fredrin, is still available for either side. Farmus as well, but those are more situational than anything else. Finally, the Matilda gets banned out here. The question is whether or not they're going to be able to get some stronger picks. This could be, you know, Bleed could easily lead into Natan if that's the strategy they want to go for. They can go for a little bit more early game. Yep, there we go. Natan gets locked in straight away by Bleed.
Again, at the same time as well, I think the Hellcurt ban here is a little bit interesting for me because so far on in the English broadcast here for 4 series, I've only seen the Hellcurt being banned a second time and not a single Hellcurt pick at all in all the games. So I'm surprised by this, but they have definitely done their research a little bit here from RRQ Sena, and based on their past performance here for RRQ Sena, I don't think they've played a lot of Hellcurt if you think about it.
Well, I mean, Hellcurt is still quite a new variety to the game so far after the patch, and it has been, you know, blocked out of competitive play for at least 2 weeks, so maybe teams are just starting to catch up on it. Yeah, it did come quite late, but we do see a Farmus insta pickup here, as well as the Barat, something that, well, Bleed will have to respond with. I'm guessing probably with a Valentina, but what is their +1?
Okay, Barat's obviously top pick, right? Like, regardless of ranked games or even a professional scene or whatever region, even MY as well, Barat has been the top dog, but some teams even flex it into his XP here, but majority here, I think for RRQ Sena, they're not going to flex it into the jungle. They are going to be, not going to flex it to XP, they are going to focus on the jungle position, but Arlet here now, a priority you've talked about early today, is going to be for Bleed Esports right now.
Yep, very disruptive, really, really difficult to handle here with the guaranteed scaling in that gold lane. The real question is whether RRQ Akira are going to show off their support or marksman. It looks like it's going to be their marksman here. Moskov, once again, shooting up high in priority for a lot of these teams with its global presence, but so far hasn't been able to work out just yet. Let's see, as we go into the second banning phase, I think for especially RRQ Akira, what are they most worried about here? Jungle sector, probably not much of a worry here. Probably the mid lane, so targeting supports or... Yeah, it should be EXP laners, right?
Yeah, I think they should be shutting down XP laners here. But so far, based on their track record I have here on terms of stats here, both teams do like to lean onto the export here. So if Bleed Esports decides to deny or ban the export away from each other, they could do so. But so far, the games that RRQ Sena has won, especially with this composition with Faramis, they have brought in the export with the team. So I find it weird that that's still a thing, even though they've played it in their respective regions so far. But right now, I don't think we've seen a single export game today.
No, we haven't seen many export games at all. I don't know about whether the other streams were lucky enough to see it, but I think for the most part, you know, having export not in some of these games has been very progressive, because what he's really good at is just slowing down tempos during the fights, right? There's always that worry of building up that heat charge from him to eventually scale true damage, and even the last insanity is pretty annoying to deal with. I think that from RRQ Center's POV, getting rid of the supports, making sure that their team fighting is going to be a lot more successful is a good idea. The fact that Bleed decided to get rid of Chip in this second phase, nothing much you can really do about that. They are on blue side, to be fair. Do they also want to dedicate another ban in that sector at the same time? Are there any big ults that they want to steal other than the farm? Is probably not. Yep, single target lockdown. Get that out of the way.
I'm surprised with the Cho ban here. I was expecting maybe RQ could have went for potentially the Estes pickup, but we haven't seen that for a while now. I think in MPL PH side, I've seen a couple of Estes Barats game, but not. Sorry, it was no, it wasn't Estes here. It was actually Florin with the Baxia. So is Baxia jungle good here for Bleed Esports? Because right now, nobody has kind of figured out how to deal with the barrages here. So far, it's always been about quote-unquote true damage, right? And so far, most of the true damage heroes here, if we were to include here, is going to be Export, Leslie, Alpha, as well as Carry. So, I don't know. Like, I feel like Export against Barrage isn't too bad just because true damage, you know?
Yeah, I think here, support pick, unless they're super confident in their EXP going blind into that matchup, and it looks like they're going to be showing off the Lolita this time round. I like it a lot. Good ways to reflect a majority of the projectiles, whether it's from the Shadow Strike, or even when it comes down to Natan's basic auto attacks. It's going to deter Bleed a little bit here, but at the end of the day, some really good ultimates to steal.
Actually, this is pretty good, you know. Like, the shield usually reflects, like, if you, let's say you throw a single target spell, you reflect a single target spell. But in this case, the Tans are AoE. So, same can be said for Moskov as well, but if you reflect in the right timing, that's some serious damage heading into their way. But Bleed Esports, their response is going to be the CC Akai. So, pinning them down is going to be the way to go. Means that if Moskov gets caught off, he's not going to be able to get out.
Akai was very atypical here. It could have been like Baxia or Akai. Either way, the Akai is going to be a lot better considering they also have to deal with the Numenon Blast on top of having to deal with the Faramis Netherrealm as well. But the blind CC, generally just a strong EXP laner. Let's see what RRQ want to do for Senna.
Export or Paquito. Or maybe even Yuzhong. Yuzhong's just completely open here. Oh, okay. They picked the Yuzhong. That's nice. I like the drafts here from RRQ.
I think RRQ Senna has the stronger draft as of right now. I think they weren't expecting this Lolita pick. I think that's totally fine. These neutral fights are going to be very interesting. Like Senna, as long as their laners are able to leave the lane first, it'll be quite the advantage. So they're going to be playing around EXP for the most part, knowing that Natan needs some time to scale, so he's not going to participate. But at the same time, that Moskov can intercept that fight with his ultimate, and we haven't seen that work out too well just yet.
Yeah, I feel like Bleed Esports has a very, very good chance of winning if they play around Lolita's timings. But if RRQ Senna is able to buy this time long enough for this Moskov to come online, as well as that's the Yuzhong, Bleed Esports is going to lose the late game potential, and I'm worried about this.
Well, let's see whether or not it's going to be enough here between Bleed Esports up on the blue side, up against RRQ Senna on the red side as we start loading into this game. Let's see where the resources are going to be given to, and it looks like for Ians, it's going to be gold side. For Yon, it's going to be EXP.
Yeah, and seeing how this is happening as well, they're actually having the Barats, a little bit of assistance here. Yon, no assistance so far, but I'm surprised the wave clear speed on Yon is a little bit quicker. I was expecting Barats to actually outmatch this because of those stacks.
Nah, not in the earlier sector. Not in the earlier sector. And let's not forget, some early leashing as well does help. You see the instant invade from the mid lane just to get information on where Yon is going to be. Jay and Gear have to respond.
Yeah, Vito taking a little bit of damage here. Great poking coming in from Gear as well. This is an Arlott roam coming in from Bleed Esports. And so far, I like the flexibility coming from MYSG. We're always thinking about flexibility, and it's working out right now. And here comes the pull coming in. iDog, I don't think he has the damage. It's so close to level 2. Just got it, but his shield is not going to do much.
The Ghost Bursters was still on cooldown, and now Ians gets to walk in for free and steals away a camp against Yon. The bottom side has been compromised. However, I will say that especially for Toy, he's doing a good job against Seiji. If he cancels that recall, doesn't matter. He loses 2 minions on top side. One of them is a Ballista minion.
Oh boy. So seeing how this is happening here, RRQ sent out with a very, very good start, especially for Ians as well. He got it very early, level 4. You can see even CC as well, playing a little bit safe. Daytona's welcome, not going to connect. Ooh, okay, Sackett able to escape that, but RRQ Senna, they're just putting pressure down bottom for now.
Yeah, I think this is totally fine. They're going to hit level 4 first. We aren't seeing the movement from a Jay to rush level 4 either. This turtle should fall into the hands of RRQ Senna, and if he walks up too far, he's dead.
They're just freezing the lane, expecting Sagitnu to actually just walk up, but at the same time, they need the level 4 armor knockdown. But for now, middle lane, iDog getting dived in, but they force a spell here. He doesn't even use the flicker though, I'm surprised.
Yep, they give up on Gears level 4. Tyran, he should be able to hit level 4 and Black Dragon form to zone them away. Let's see how the heavy spin is going to get utilized.
Yeah, they've got force up on ADOG as well. Numenon Blast available. Black Dragon has been expended by Yon. He's going to try and zone them out. Heavy spin. Secures the turtle. Needs to get out. Numenon Blast. Oh, almost catching Gear. They are able to get out, but at the same time, Jay was able to catch them while trying to get out the Numenon Blast. And they lose Jay. But still, Senna 1-0.
Not too bad here. They only lose Jay, but this allows Yon to actually catch up in EXP because he was able to retribute away that turtle. Gear should be hitting level 4 sooner rather than later. Yeah, but it's already too late. He lost the opportunity to turn things around.
It's so unfortunate though. Like, this is just really, really sad to see. Like, because of one level difference, Bleed Esports, even though they had the mechanics and the right idea, they just can't do anything about it because they're just one spell behind.
I mean, it's not that bad because at the end of the day, Bleed still can scale into the later stages of the game, right? As much as Toy is able to get ahead in his lane, once Seiji starts catching up in terms of just raw items and stats, I think that's where RQ Senna have to think twice about it, right? This early game doesn't matter if they end up giving 5 kills over during mid game.
Ooh, speaking of mid-game right now.
Man, this is brutal. This CC cannot play the game.
He can't even get XP or farm.
I mean, CC gets the move first, but like, what is that going to matter? There's nothing on the map to fight for unless Sagitnu is going to show up by gold.
Speaking of Sagitnu right
Oh
now,
my God,
behind Ido, he does have the Numenon Blast. They do see where Jay is, but he does have the Nether Realm. He's not popped up yet for now. They're holding it for now. Final Slash comes in. They are going to focus on Ido, and he's going to be the first to fall. The Nether Realm comes in, but it's going to be completely off the mark.
Really good pathing from Sagitnu here. Really, really good pathing. Making sure that, again, suspecting that somebody might be sitting in Tribrush, suspecting somebody might be sitting in the River Bush as well. He waits for his team to actually start walking up before he does anything. Denying that information forcefully told RQ Senna, hey, if Sagitnu is not here, this is, you know, an advantage in our sector. We can actually take the fight, which was their big mistake.
1-1 right now. Turtle in the control of Senna. Yon looking for the play. Numenon Blast completely whiffing the mark. Adog is going to be a point of focus right now. They still have the Nether Realm coming in for RQ Senna. Do they commit to this? But now, top side, we do see a fight here. But at the same time, Heavy Spin has been used. They have to disengage from this fight. They do find Darren here. He is going to fall in the hands of the tower. But Jay, once again, getting picked off from the side. But here, he's looking to try and finish off Edog as well. He's dropping down low. Sugget is there to poke them, but they lose Jay as well as Seiji up top. A solo kill by Toy.
Yeah, this is why it's really, really dangerous. Before Seiji gets his first items, he has to be worried about the Inspire, which is a big game changer for Toy in these types of 1v1s. Octa gonna try and check out the lane brush just to ensure that Toy can take this for free. And now Bleed Esports on the back foot.
Ugh, this is weird. Like, I feel like Bleed Esports is in a situation where they shouldn't be losing this much, and now here, getting picked off, he's gonna try to lose him as well. XP for a roam. I think Bleed finally, you know, is sick of it. Sagit, I'm bored of this. Like, enough is enough.
Yep, Sagitnu now should be able to crack open the tier 1 down bot side unless Farmis makes it there in time, which I think he should just about make it. Sagitnu can still take this away. Yep, we don't see the Shadow Stampede. We don't see the Ghost Burst as well, so he's willing to give that up.
Heavy Spin also being used as well to actually try and zone them out, try and secure the farm. But for now, it seems like Bleed Esports, they have a very clear idea on how they should be playing right now. Just try and bait off Ido. And right now, Toy gets a nice pin here. Gear, he's in a little bit of trouble here. He's trying to sweep them up. 4-man feed, but where's the follow-up? No follow-up coming through from Bleed Esports. They lose him. Yon forces out Retribution on Ian still. But is it going to matter here? One level advantage. Sagit now going for a couple pokes, but RQ says enough.
I think that RQ currently control the tempo, right? Bleed don't get to predetermine where these fights are unless RQ Senna makes an overextension. And I don't see that happening right now. With a 1.7k lead and Toy doing well in the lane against Natan, he's already got a full level up and 2 kills, which already tells us that in terms of game plan, they're accelerated.
Well, Team Black Dragon also used Zone them off, and Seiji, you know, still tanking the turret here. He's trying to force RQ under turret, but at the same time, they secure the objectives, and now Ido, he's got the shields. Do they want to dive this?
No.
Nope, they can't.
They can't do it right now. 100 more seconds, 106 more seconds until the next turtle actually spawns, and unfortunately for Natan, he is not going to be able to touch this wave. RRQ are going to choke him out for the rest of this game.
Oh boy, this is starting to get a little bit annoying for Bleed Esports, but
Oh
no,
my
they
God.
fight Suckit as well. They're diving
not
in
gonna
as well,
win
but the
this.
Vengeance comes in. I think he might actually die this here.
will
Suckit is
win.
gonna go in for the 1v1. Toy is gonna run for it as well. He
Oh,
uses
no.
his ultimate, but no, his ultimate timed down, but he survives with 1 HP. He's got the sustains. Now the heavy spin comes in to try and keep him alive. He's baiting RQ into position, but Yon, he uses heavy spin. He's taking too much bleed. They need to get out. Can they get out as well? The wind comes in. No, he's gonna be dragged back into the jungles, and RRQ picks him out. Oh my god.
Really unfortunate for Sagitnu. Definitely had a couple of moments where he could secure the kill against Toy, but that Inspire really makes all the difference here in the decisions being made by Sagitnu. As long as he has that Inspire, he can turn that fight around, especially if his dash is off of cooldown and give him the extra attack speed. Really looking like he turns from 0 back to 100 in no time. 40 seconds until the next objective, and so far, RQ Senna, they're setting up for checkmate super early on in this game with a 2.7k lead. They control the underhand of Bleed Esports before they slowly wrap their hands around their necks.
8 minutes in the game and Toy is already stealing the orange buff away from the
So
Barrage,
strong,
but
dude.
he's attacking so fast right now. Jens waiting for the fight, but no retaliation. Bleed, they're just tickling him.
I mean, they did get the Daytona's welcome out of him. That's something that Bleed Esports needs to keep in mind. They are falling behind. Like, Ians is currently 2 levels ahead of Yon, which is unideal, but it doesn't mean that this game is over just yet.
How is Edok not found yet? Like, he's in a very awkward position in the hands of Bleed Esports, but no one saw him at all.
I mean, he's sneaking through the cracks of vision, right? Fog of War is a big problem for Bleed Esports. They don't have a lot of map space to work with, considering that their turrets have been taken down so early, pre-10 minutes.
So, the Lord Dance comes in. Edok will find Jay. Does have the shield still. He's saving up for the right moment. Finally drops it. Final Surge comes in. They are going to try and burst him down. Half HP here. Toy goes in for the spear. Doesn't connect with the stun, but they will reset for this fight.
They gotta play this really, really slow here, because RQ Senna, they want this fight around this very first Lord. They know they can almost guarantee it in their hands. It's like, you know, he's just tickling the front lines, right? He doesn't deal enough damage.
Oh, that was a very, very weird angle here. Edok had the shield up, but Sagit's shield not reflected back.
I mean, it's not considered a projectile, unfortunately.
Well, actually, it does reflect it back. But at the same time, top side, Toy now getting pinned to the wall. That's going to be the kill that Bleed Esports needs. Now, middle lane as well. They are going to be forcefully following the fight as well. NetherRealm comes in, keeps them all alive. The Numeron Blast does connect, but Sagit was barely able to connect as well. So now RQ, they've lost everything. They lose their goal laner, but they're trying to buy time for him to come back online here. But top side, they will lose a tier 2 for Bleed Esports, and this is Bleed Esports' answer to bounce back.
Really nice macro from the side of Bleed Esports here, being able to kind of juggle that pressure from RRQ Senna, especially when RQ Senna has the tempo and wants to control this very first Lord fight. Look at how much the gold has evened out because they took way too long.
Oh, speaking of which here, again, RRQ going for the Lord Dance once again. They're sending up Toy on the top side, hoping to get a little bit more value, but Bleed now calling in the Natan from the back lines. Do they fight this though?
I think RRQ Senna just leave Moskov on the top side of the map, right? They need to make sure they have some kind of information about...
Oh, here. He's going to get stopped out as well. He might be chain stun all the way through. Here he comes. Here, he's a little bit tanky here. Jay trying to poke onto Ian. Draw it down to his half HP. Moskov with the spear comes in. He finally comes in here. He's going to be pinned his way down. He's going to be the first to fall, but the storm comes in and they secure the Lord from the side of Bleed Esports. They've lost one so far. They even baited out the NetherRealm. RQ was able to trade 1-for-1 Darren for gear. I think Bleed Esports just had the better trade right now.
That was really nice from the side of Bleed Esports. Really, really nice indeed. Now the tier 1s start to fall. They're willing to sacrifice these tier 1s just to kind of buy an extra 5 minutes into this game, right? Just to allow Seiji to catch back up to Toy, who currently has already completed the Trinity build. At this point, he's looking for situational items, and he's already completed the Rose Gold Meteor, in comparison to Seiji, who now has finished 3 items, looking for a 4th.
Yeah, Sagi now dropping a little bit low here, gets pulled back, but does pop the Vengeance here. RQ not gonna be taking unnecessary risks, but they can though. Final Slash comes in, the spear completely whiffing the mark. And RQ says, okay, there's a Lord marching down the top side, let's just take a chill pill.
don't know if they can take a chill pill here. They just want to deny farm from the side of Bleed. Every single time they walk up, they respawn. Man-to-man defense so far for RRQ Senna. And it looks like they're willing to give up the mid-tier 1 for this. I don't think they want to give up the mid-tier 2, though. Top side is building up a lot. Same goes for bottom. If Bleed plays this correct, they might have 2 simultaneous waves coming down onto RRQ Senna.
Well, they technically can right now. Lord coming in, Eons. Those were the Daytona Smoke got cancelled? Oh no, he's not gonna take the bait as well. Octa looking for the pull, but they somehow get the defense here.
Oh no, Seiji ends up utilizing his entropy. He should get it back up by the next wave, but they cleared up top side, so the next time he can do it is down by bot. And now we see Bleed rotating to that area of the map. Even Gear just remembering that the final slash is from left to right, so he's angling himself to push the rest of RQ members back into the enemy lines.
Oh no, the timing here. What a reaction from Eons.
Really nice, really nice reaction, but at the same time, to Gear, this is worth it. No Daytona's welcome compared to a final slash. I'll take it.
My goodness, like, how did he just take, like, I know Daytona's welcome is instant, but he popped it as soon as he knew Gear was going to go for the final slash. Just to get the CC immune animation and just instantly canceled it.
Hey man,
that's crazy.
That's why make Arlet great again. Hashtag give it back his 0-time reaction final slash. No way you can react to that move sometimes, man. But now with a little bit of a delay, people are really on the ball.
Yeah, but now speaking of those fights right now, as you can see, no lane. Bleed Esports finally gets a little bit more control. Like, this Lolita is starting to hurt RRQ Senna a little bit more now. But the final slash comes in, Darren getting dived in a little bit half HP. They get the 2-man link coming from Bleed Esports, but they still have Octa on that Nether Realm. So they're trying to make a little bit more play, but again, Toy is going to be the priority right now, but he is going to be able to get out, and Bleed will be forced to disengage. Lord is already going to spawn on the top side, and as you can see, Jens is already in position to Bleed. What are they going to do? Are they still going to commit to this?
I think so far Bleed has been making like the correct choices every single time. The question is how much do they get away with it, right? How much of a, well, I wouldn't say a discount, but how much is RRQ Senna going to tax them when they make those moves? They were able to trade 1-for-1, which is unideal for RRQ Senna because they're the ones ahead, right? So that's when we see Bleed utilizing their experience in strong macro. Look at them. They've already caught up with the lead, if not surpassed them by 700. And this Lord Dance is so important for RRQ Senna if they want to try and close out this game.
Yep, risky here, but Yon, he's gonna get gobbled out right now. He's level 14, but Nimona Blast connects, pins in his place, dropping a bit too low, but yes, he's dead! They lose the Lord trade once again, and now here comes double Netherlands coming from both sides here. Bleed Esports, they're collecting as well. They find a double kill up on Darren. Toy with the spear, but not gonna be making the dive here. And the RQ Senna, oh, what a misplay, but somehow Ian survives, but Darren did not.
Man, this is really frustrating because RQ Senna, they lost their members before they can even get the Farmus ult into play, right? Octa wasn't able to use his Netherrealm, and he's not willing to use it for just one person. I'm surprised that Dyron melted just like that, but that's where Bleed Esports really shines. Great target priority, great setup specifically from Gear.
Yeah, Seiji's just got so much damage here, and you know, for Edoc not being able to reflect the Natan is just so unfortunate. But for now, Ians, does have the Daytona's welcome here. Yon trying to go for a little bit of poke damage here, but they will lose a tier 3 for now. Bleed Esports continuing with their slow assault. Final slash pulls Ian's back. He's going to be bursted out here, but he forced the Nether Realm. Yon forced going to hit his spin here, but he will be caught off, and he's going to be picked off here. And here comes the spear. Do they go for it here? They are. Yes, they will. Gear will be the next one to fall. Complete shutdown. They lose 2 in one small play, and now Darren is not letting them off the hook, but the stolen Black Dragon gives him out to safety for Jay. With just one small mistake, RRQ flips the table.
Nicely done by Toy as well, expecting the stun to come out as soon as he takes his own shadow from the ult, dashes out of the way, and still is able to get a lockdown onto Gear to allow the rest of the team to eventually pick 2 off for that movement. Right now, Bleed, they recognize, right? Team fighting these guys is really, really tough, so we have to make sure that we play around our ultimates, play around our cooldowns, look for that quick burst back away, because RRQ so far, with the way that Toy is playing, it's really difficult to catch him off a position.
Oh, speaking of position here, we don't see a Divine Glaive up on Seiji though. So he is he going to swap his shoe for the Divine Glaive for more damage?
To be fair, he doesn't really need it, right? His main targets is Toy, Octa and Dyren. Everybody else is kind of like, I can eventually whittle you down.
True, but now with the Daytona's welcome to start things off. He does catch on Circuit, but now with the benches popping as well. But the heavy spin isolates and pushes the NetherRealm out, but somehow still manages the proc from RQ Senna. Lumina Blast connects on 4 and Bleed Esports on the defense. They need to run it. Seiji will survive, but they've lost 2. What a setup from RQ Senna.
Really nicely done by RRQ Senna, playing to their win cons, finding the choke point. Bleed could not escape, and now they're going to be losing another tier 2 in the mid lane to RRQ Senna. Another one of those fights could be an endgame scenario for them, so Bleed, they've got to be careful. They minimize the damage, only losing 2 of their members, and Yon, he's back up, but can he do this?
Okay.
Can he make the steal of a lifetime?
No, he showed himself here.
No, they don't see him. They don't see him.
Oh no. Okay, he
Posture.
Okay, sure.
Let him posture. Let him posture.
Okay. He's threatening in here. Eons does have it as well. He goes for the heavy spin. He's trying to chip him down here, but he's taking so much damage as well. He got stopped, but he misses the retreat, and he's gonna fall. He's got immortality. He got the Winter Trunket. Not gonna even bother here. He's just gonna be dead.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. I definitely think that Eon probably should have held a little bit longer to his ult, but that could have been an end game scenario, right? Nobody in position to actually activate, capitalize on this back door, as RRQ Sun are going to be walking with the Lord on that top side, or they can play towards the bottom side to finish off that last tier 2.
Yeah, but now orange buff up on Moskov once again. Bleed Esports, they have to be a little bit more careful here. A very risky play from Yon. Somehow still will be back in action in about 20 seconds. So that's a good thing for him. Oof, boy, tough.
Now we're just waiting for them to collide, right? Syncing up the waves. They want to make sure that they have some kind of, well, doesn't look like they have synced up waves for the first push. They're waiting for the second one for the minions to start clumping up together, and they're posturing to maybe intersect Bleed if they walk out from past their inhibitors.
Well, middle turret. Gonna be the focus here from RRQ. They pop the Black Dragon for now to zone them out. Looking for a little bit more catch gear. Going for the final slash, but no, he made a mistake. He's gonna be gobbled in as well. Now he needs to get out. Immediately flickers to disengage. NetherRealm has been used as well. RRQ keep things a little bit more as well. Moskov doing a fantastic job, but Bleed is gonna lose all points of defense, and RRQ Senna shuts down the comeback for Bleed as they take game 1 against the Singaporeans.
Good endgame scenario by RRQ Senna. Bleed just did not have enough time to think of a direct way to crack open the spearhead. That's going to be 1-0 for RRQ Senna. They need one more to move on to the winners 1-0 bracket with the rest of the lobby. But Bleed, can they bounce back from this? It's not an easy game because we've seen time and time again, every single time they try to make a play, they're very tunnel visioned on achieving their goal at any means necessary.
That was most definitely a very, very tough game from RQ's side. Like, they could have dropped the ball right there. And even though they've won game 1, you can see the faces of RQ Senna. I was like, that wasn't a good game that we won. Like, yes, we won. Sigh of relief, but it's not over yet.
I mean, Bleed made them really work for it,
Yeah.
right? These neutral objective takes and the way that they're playing around Yon specifically is making it so tough for RRQ to guarantee it, right? Even when Yon was by himself, if he had a team when he was trying to make that snipe actually happen on that very last Lord push, it could have been a different story. But I think that Bleed this time, they need to recognize that unfortunately their big problem is Toy, right? At 69 kill participation, he's winning out this lane very hard against Seiji, where he has no business of it doing. Just a little bit of help for Seiji could go a long way for the upcoming match.
Huh, I'm surprised by the overall damage output coming from both RQ Senna and Bleed was this big of a gap, because it felt like the game was a little bit closer than expected, but the overall damage is like, what, a whopping almost 90k difference from RQ Senna to Bleed Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that RQ had so much control over the earlier stages of the game, and that Bleed, they have to either sacrifice members or get chunked out and forcibly recall due to not being able to make it happen. So, again, well done to RQ Senna once more. I do think that they need to clean up on a couple of their motions, but a bit of warm-up did nobody any wrong. I think that Bleed, as of right now, go back to the draft, right? They've set things up for Seiji, but if he's unable to capitalize on it, they need a new plan.
Yeah, they definitely need a completely new plan to actually figure out how they are gonna come over on top, because as of yet, it's too close to be called comfort here, because it could have gone either ways here. I feel like Edok, if he did not catch that big Numenon blast to actually shut down Bleed down bottom, it could have been a little bit different here. But of course, let's talk about the MVP for that match here. It's gotta be Ian's with his retribution timings for sure.
Yeah, I mean, well, I will say that at the very least, he's really good at just absolutely snowballing out of control, right? Once he got that initial lead, he goes for these big invades with the help of his team, making sure that Jan falls behind. But even so, still, he's great on that time. He's mechanically with the Daytona's welcome, punishing heavy hitters like Gear, for an example, to turn things around. I mean, hopefully we get to see it in these upcoming replays and these highlights for the team, because I think that RRQ Senna, one of their biggest weaknesses thus far has been whether or not they have the resources at the right time, and especially with off-tempo plays coming out from Bleed, they're not used to some of these motions.
Yeah, and speaking of the replays here as well, it feels like Bleed Esports, if they get a very good heavy spin and isolate the proper team fights, it's pretty much works in their favor, right? And we saw multiple instances where Yon, he had two decisions to make. Go for isolated heavy spin fights, or try and shove them away from the Nether Realm and then pick them apart. And so far, every single time the intent was there, RQ Senna quickly responds in a way where, oh, it's not gonna happen. Like, oh, if you're gonna figure out this, great. You know, Nether Realm, always a little bit apart, great. Hit and run, back off, great. But eventually they kind of figured it out and just overcome them.
Yeah, they adapted well, and I think that, you know, Bleed, they're sacrificing too much to make certain things happen across the map and not getting as much capitalization as they want to, right? They did hurt Dyron pretty significantly. So I think that Bleed, if anything, need to give Sagitnu a pretty decent matchup, and he needs a hero that's actually able to bleed into the rest of the game rather than just this laner, right? CC, unfortunately, is great at zoning, but unfortunately can't carry the game by herself.
Yeah, this was a very sick moment right there. It felt like Bleed Esports should have come up on top, but because they were able to chunk through the stolen Nether Realm coming from Bleed Esports, and because of that small mini interaction, gave Edok enough time to set up for Nether Realm and then extend the fight and extend the stuns on Bleed Esports and just completely wipe the floor with it. So nicely done coming from RRQ Senna, and personally I feel like this could have gone either ways. Like, it came down just to was one small call, one small misplay, one wrong call, and just could have flipped the tables.
I mean, to be fair, Bleed did drag the game on pretty hard. They still were able to find the right timings to sacrifice members to drag it so that Seiji is able to bounce back in the game. And I think that's the important thing. Seiji is supposed to scale in this matchup against this Moskov, and he does a good amount of damage. But if he's unable to kind of position himself well, especially with the Lolita, every time that shield is up, he has to stop auto-attacking or look for a different target.
Yeah, it was so difficult, especially if you are in a closed one-way choke point, right? Like, that shield pretty much says, like, if you hit me, everything gets reflected. It's so annoying, and considering the fact that Bleed Esports has like heroes that has just range. Most of the hard hitters are all range targets. It's just annoying to deal with.
It might be too tough, but they'll come up with an answer for our upcoming game. Remember, this is a best of 3. So far, match point given over to RRQ Senna. And could they close it out against Bleed from MPLSG? All that and more right after these messages.
Here we go!
And we're already back with some more MLBB action here at the SPS. Currently, game point for RRQ Senna as we bring you through the English broadcast. My name is Giving Q. This is Terrence Icy Baby 1-2 for our final BO3 in our first round of the Swiss. And so far, it hasn't been looking too great for Bleed, but at the same time, this could just mean, you know, a draft adjustment.
Hey, that's the thing, right? When it comes to Swiss format, it's brutal, it's savage, it's difficult. And I'm not gonna lie, so far, the final two series has been pouring their hearts and soul. In this case, Bleed Esports is just one more game away from being knocked down to play even more matches and revealing their strategies before they actually finish their playoffs for MPOSG. So, I don't know, but I feel like they are in a situation where they are learning and improving, but they still have the mechanical skills here, but it all came down to just like very, very small miscalculation and just, you know, they could have won the game. Could have won 50-50, to be honest.
True. They may not have the best tools for the upcoming team fights, but they're willing to sacrifice, right? They're very calculated with the way that they sacrifice, lose resources to gain and stop win conditions from their opponents. With the draft coming up soon, I'm hoping that Bleed stays on that blue side and maybe gives Sangitnu something a little bit more. But instead, they're going to go on red side this time round. And it looks like, again, I'm a little concerned because that means that RRQ, they're going to be playing for Toy because his gold lane, so far, the weakest part about Bleed is their laning phase.
Well, speaking of laning phase right now, I feel like, again, this time, both sides banning Pelkert as a priority.
He's just
it's
annoying.
a bit weird for me.
He's just super annoying to deal with.
Like Bleed was banning for Helker in first phase, and RRQ was banning it in their space. They could have just picked it up for themselves.
I mean, think of it this way, right? If they first pick Hellkurt, that means the red side is going to have all the opportunity to find the counterplay against it, right? So we see the farm is banned, we see the Hellkurt ban. I respect that from RRQ Senna. Bleed decide to get rid of two Enchanter-style mages, the Angelin as well as Matilda. That's totally fine, but I don't see enough gold lane bans here. I guess RRQ Senna is really confident, even if it's like Roger versus Harith,
yeah.
It should be a free matchup if the laning is going to be like that.
Like right now, banning off Marksman isn't going to help them as well. Like there's Roger, there's Harith, as well as the Tan, all three. The triple threat, right? There's no point banning.
I think that RRQ, there's no reason for them to ban it, right? I think it's kind of the onus on Bleed. What does Seiji actually want to have a decent matchup? Because he lost the lane Moskov versus Natan, and he had to recall 2 times before eventually getting solo killed on that third turtle.
Okay, Loi was as a priority instead. I was expecting the baby ban the Barats instead, considering the fact that they let Loi through, they first pick themselves, and then ban out the Barat. Because both these teams, they do prioritize on Barats a lot. So
no need. Because if they get rid of the Loi, that means Jay, who's known to play Loi before the initial buffs on Loi actually comes, he gets a comfort hero for free, right?
Okay.
So they're limiting the options. They're willing to give away the Barats, but they're willing to take a really strong gold laner. And I think considering Toy's performance in game number 1, if he knows how to play Roger, he's absolutely just going to stomp a Bleed into the ground unless they send members to actually help out Seiji, right? This is based off of first interaction. For all I know, it just could be a bad matchup that Seiji is just not used to. But to be fair, Moskov has been on a rise.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by this Baxia ban coming from Bleed here. Maybe they're anticipating like, hey, no Baxia, just forcefully pick the Harith and then pick a Phoveus to deal with this Harith.
No, they just wanted to play Frederick for free. They just wanted to play Frederick. This means that Barats falls into the hands of RQ Senna as well.
Okay.
Bleed, they lock in the Valentina. Again, very safe start for the side of Bleed. They want to see what RQ Senna is up to first before they commit to anything.
I don't know. I feel like right now, in terms of matchup here, like they have a lot of solutions to just shut down the Harif, right? Like, even if you don't play a marksman, you put a gold lane Phobius against a Harif here. As long as Harif drops Salmon Force, that Phobius is just gonna kill the Harif completely.
But that means that you give up on the gold lane, right?
True,
Entirely
true,
for the earlier stages. And
true.
I don't think Bleed wants to do that just yet. I think they want to set up a really good matchup specifically for the EXP laner. And that's when we see the responses. Really smart, really like it.
Okay.
We do get the Barats. We also get the Vexana to ensure, hey, even if you're Valentina, you better get a strong support right now. If not, I will generally be able to clear out these waves faster. And there we have it. We have the Edith coming in from the side of Bleed to kind of peel backwards against RRQ Senna.
Now they're even banning even more enchanters here coming for Bleed Esports. They don't really want to deal with it, and I think we had this small interaction. If they go for a Rafaela, it actually helps both the Barats and Vexana in a way where the heals gives them additional movement speed to push forward, and also it tops up additional health for the Eternal Guardian for RQ Senna if they decide to go for it. But I'm really surprised Bleed just double down pure enchanters.
Yeah, I think at this point RRQ... No. It's up to Bleed to ban it out, right?
Yeah.
Do they want... I mean, RRQ needs to make Arlott look a little more tantalizing. There's still a good number of picks that haven't been selected just yet. Chip, for an example, hasn't been touched within this very first phase. That could be something that RRQ Senna could be playing around. Freya?
What?
Huh. Hey man, I don't know what Gear's been playing in scrims, but it definitely RQ Senna are like, hell nah. Freya?
What?
Are you kidding me? I don't want to deal with that.
Huh?
Hey man, this could be the Sagit News special. Who knows?
Like, okay, I know Bleed Esports has played a game where they brought in an alpha jungle, but Freya, what? Huh?
Hey man, Freya's dangerous in the earlier stages of
Like-
the game. Nobody really wins these trades against Freya. Maybe Thamos, but even then, that's on the assumption that Freya whiffs something. Yep, Rafaela as well, man. Force him to play the traditional setters.
No more enchanters. Like, play Estes, man. Like, I don't think RRQ Senna even minds if they have a healer or not. Like, I don't think that's the intended draft that they're looking for. But Yujong is in the table, so maybe Bleed Esports could pick up for themselves to kind of disrupt the momentum of the backlines. But if they do so, again, they need somebody to shut down this Harif. And I don't know, man. Like, just making sure all these healers rock.
Okay. Smart from RQ Senna.
Why?
This should be they should be considering Arlott here.
Yeah, I don't think going for an Esme against Harif is not enough damage.
Not yet, because
Yeah.
I think they want a double flex pick first. It's either they double flex pick or they reveal straight away what their EXP laner is going to be, which I don't think Bleed wants to do. They probably want to hold it up for a little bit later. So they can lock in their gold laner against Harith because that really doesn't reveal much for their comp. They can either go for the Natan and still look to scale. It's going to be tough against the Harith. Roger's not too bad at the same time, but keep in mind that they are dealing with a Vexana as well as a Barats, both of which do really well against the Roger.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, against the Roger, it's very, very difficult. I think Natan has a safer choice here in the sense where he's going to be able to have a little bit of mobility here, but they get the Minotaur instead. Okay. So they want to be the ones that have the only healing in the team, but it is a very, very teamfight-oriented composition, though.
Yeah,
A lot of
teamfight-oriented, decent CC. I think that Bleed have taken the high road on this one, saying, hey, I'm sorry, Saginu, we could have set you up for something better, but now you just have to play the Edith.
Wait. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Edith XP here. I was expecting here. Wait, who's gonna jungle? Okay, Frederick. I've forgotten about that. But Export is gonna be the way to go for RRQ Senna. I would say, true damage to deal with 3 tanky heroes from the side of Bleed Esports. And do they double down with another true damage hero? But what else is there? Okay, they got the chips. Yeah, whatever, man. Like, ban everything else but the chips. Yeah, whatever, man.
I mean, Bleed were expecting it. They were expecting it, right? As soon as they locked in that Minotaur, they knew it's like, all right, we're giving up Chip whether we like it or not. However, if Chip does set up that portal, I don't think there's too many enablers to walk out of that portal for free, right? Keep that in mind. Because Xborg is the only person who can walk through the portal and take the damage. Same goes for Barats as well. Vexana, a little scary, right? You got to be very careful with your timings here.
Yeah, but at least Vexana goes in. You know, if you drop your ult, that's it. You know, your job's pretty much done. It's good enough to be an additional meat shield to actually deal with here. Because think about this, they've got so many tanky units as well as wave clears. In terms of wave clear, Bleed Esports not exactly the best wave clear, but they bring in the Mencintar gold lane to deal with the Harif. Or is it the XP? I think it's gold lane, right?
It should be gold lane, right? It should be Seiji playing it, so yeah, it makes sense. They've got a
Okay.
really strong teamfight composition, but their scaling is up for debate. Is up for debate. I think Toy, if he's not taking Purify, he's trolling right now. He's got to take Purify. He's got to take Purify.
has to. He
The
has
only
to
way
walk
he
out.
loses is if he's stuck in that King's Calling. I would also make an argument that even, like, arguably even the Vengeance doesn't sound too bad for him. We'll see
Yeah.
what his battle spells are later in the game, but let's jump right into it because RRQ Senna have to deal with a really tough team fight composition against Bleed Esports. The only thing that RRQ has a decent advantage over is forcibly taking fights, right? 3v4s, 5v4s, even 2v1s is a possibility. Honestly, a 1v5 even is a possibility for RRQ Senna if the chip is in the right place at the right time.
Now, without further ado, we're going to be going into his game number 2 for the final series here in SBS. And it is going to be RRQ Senna going up against Bleed Esports to fight to advance. And this is going to be game 2. Ian starting things off on the purple buff. And for Bleed, it is going to be the orange buff.
Yup, they're going to quickly clear this up. I don't think Seiji wants to have that much control over the lane. He wants that Harith to hard push it because he's not going to be winning until he hits level 2. And even when he hits level 2, it's assuming that that Spear of Glory actually connects. Ians is going to be on the bottom side of the map. They're straying away from the gold lane. They want to leave them on an island.
You know, personally, I feel like Bleed Esports has set up in the way to make this Min Sitar work, right? Like, how this King's Calling kind of works is that once you drop it, you have about 3 seconds to burst him down. If not, he's going to be able to walk out here. So anything that can keep Harith alive is going to be completely shut down. And now, in terms of Purifies, you talked about it here, his battle spell is going to be Purify on Toy.
Yep, that's exactly what we want to see here. And I mean, even Tenacity has been picked up from Okta because he knows that he's the only other target that Bleed actually have to potentially punish. Now, Yawns, he's pretty big right now. He's level 4. Daytona's welcome. They guarantee first blood here.
Okay, they're going for the pick here. Jay going to be losing a lot of life. Nope, he's going to flicker away. But at the same time, RRQ Senna continuing with their pressure. And there's nothing Bleed can do about this, to be honest.
Good save from Sagitnu. That Earth Shatter literally saved their team from first blood, not allowing Okta to close the distance and put him in range to be dropping skill shots from afar. This whole time, Jay has just been taking it up the butt. He has forcefully been recalling 2 times, one in the earlier stages and he lost the level for that. And now once again, 1 minute 30 seconds into this game, he cannot breathe.
Yeah, speaking of breathing right now, like I feel like Sagit, he has been doing really well in his past 2 previous game as well. Like he's doing all he can. As long as he doesn't die and trade 50-50, it's all good. But top side, oh no, he's dead. There's no way he survives this.
Bye-bye.
Okay, one more dash, one more dash, one more. Oh, no.
No,
What?
he survives it. Wow. I thought... Dang, okay, Sagino is able to get back out of here. Here comes the last Insanity, stolen away by Jay. Doesn't find the trade onto Dyred.
Jay now going to be taking a little bit too much damage, and he is
Bye-bye.
also going to fall. But no, he doesn't. They turned the tides. They were able to trade Dyred as well as Edok. What a clutch, just stolen last Insanity from Jay, just keeping him alive. It's crazy.
So sad on both sides. Single digits left. Seiji ends up living with a sliver of his health. He should have died there, but unfortunately, RRQ Sonic was not able to interweave the auto attack. But the rest of the team also taking a good amount of punishment down on the bottom side. Like Okta, he's dependent on his skills, and right now, Dyren, and top of the damage leaderboards, right under him is Idok, and finally Ayan. So a majority of RRQ Senna leading in terms of damage.
Oh boy, now before the first turtle clash here, seems like they are setting up for a little bit of play. But again, now Daytona's welcome. Gonna completely whiff the mark here. Nothing super big in here, but now they are gonna try and force a fire Darren here. They are gonna chip away at his Viraga armor, but he's gonna try his best to get out, getting taunted his way through, getting kited as well. Darren does have the flicker. He's gonna be A-okay unless the Valentina jumps into play, but nope, not gonna happen here. Zagit, yeah, he's dead. There's no way he survives.
No, I'm telling you, give this man Arlet, dude. He's stuck on this Edith, and he's like, please, I can do so much more. He's winning out in his lane when he honestly shouldn't be.
2-0-0 right now. Bleed Esports a very, very big bounce back. But in terms of kills, they are leading. But in terms of economy, RRQ Senna right now, 800 ahead. Crazy.
I mean, Bleed like to keep it close, right? It's going to come down to these moment-to-moment plays that RRQ Senna have shown to be much better at in comparison to Bleed Esports. But at the same time, at least they're fixing their laning phase, right? A couple of close calls, don't get me wrong, but still, they're alive.
Yeah. An interesting fact is that now Seiji's got the Corrosion Scythe, and to top it off, Jay does have a very, very early Necklace of Durance for this fight, which is insane. Just to deal with the Harem rather early, that's so much emphasis on him.
I mean, he got the Gleaming Gem. At this point, he might as well, right? I don't think it's too far off. Seiji.
Oh, here comes the hook coming in. They told us Welcome will get out, but here comes the drop as well. They've got the shotgun. He's on 3 man. So much damage. Seiji first of all. They've got the Minarich, but the turtle has been secured by Bleed Esports, and they need to get out. Yon now is going to fall to the insanity. Double kill for RRQ Senna. Just like that, it closes the bomb. It's not over yet. Oka! Okay, he is going to be fine. But Bleed, they just can't catch a break.
Very good fear from Okta. If he didn't land that fear, Jay would have been able to close the distance and found a trade back. But in the meantime, at least for Toy, having the time of his life, not only is he 1,000 gold ahead of his counterpart in Seiji, but has already cracked open that tier 1. An early lane swap from both Bleed and as well as RRQ Senna to compensate.
Very, very difficult run here, but items here, very early Durance, not doing a lot of damage here, but ooh, Seiji does have shoes. Oh wait, he does have shoes. And Corrosion Scythe, okay.
Man, Seiji is so far behind in comparison to Toy. This is really
know, right?
sad. A full 1,000 gold here. And Seiji, unfortunately, hasn't been able to really play the game. Even in that past fight, he wasn't able to get his ult down or even flicker down at the right time. He's getting targeted by RRQ Senna, knowing that he has one of the more valuable ults in the team.
Oh no, Chips, he actually got the portal on the wrong side. He found Gear, he's all by himself. He needs to get out. Do they catch him? No, he's just too fast, too furry. Oh boy.
I mean, good coverage coming in from Ians, right?
Ians even steals the objectives away. Yon, one level behind here. Now they need this crab, and Ians is just not giving it to him here on the sides. Again, they are going to try and poke onto his run here. Furka armor being poked away. Nope, he still has it. Still has it. But no, they force a fight on the east side. Do they? No, okay, they can't fight it. Oh, wait a minute. What is this scuffle here? Seiji? Seiji? No!
God.
He dropped the Klink's calling. That should not happen. Bleed, what are you guys doing here? Suck into. He is going to be pulled back. Nope, he's not. He's going to be able to get out. They're just dancing with spells, but no one is dying.
Okay, so this means that this should be a free tier 1, free turtle as well, unless they respond. It looks like Bleed don't want to contest for the turtle, instead will be contesting for the tier 1.
Oh, bottom lane here. They do drop the Zam and Force. Minoron's Rage completely airballing here. Eok, he's going to drop a shot, kind of return the fights gear. He's going to run for his life. They've got tier 1 protection, but they're slowly burning him alive. Seiji poking his clear knife here, but he won't fall. Reyna gets one kill. Gear trying to heal them back to safety, but they're all fighting under turret, but they somehow still surviving. They get the trade on Ians, and Yon needs to get out, and Sagit still somehow alive. He's got the Storm, the Eternal Gun, still holding on, but Bleed, they're able to turn it around. What was that scuffle?
Dang, really nicely done by Bleed. Looks like they are warmed up. Even the team fighting, they walk away ahead of the curve despite RRQ Senna having the initial economic lead. Wow.
Yo, I think we need a replay of that here. There's just so many individual micro plays from all these players to drag this fight longer than that is crazy.
It's really good push and pull from Bleed Esports. Really, really good. But we look at the damage leaderboard, and guess who's on top? It's going to be Ians this time round. And, well, I mean, they're all contesting for top 5. Jay still keeping it in there for Bleed Esports, dealing the most damage on his team. But at the same time, Okta is catching up real quick. Only 643 damage off from overlapping him.
Oh boy. Seeing how close this has happened here, RRQ Senna, they may be in the lead, but they're underestimating Bleed's power spike a little bit too much here, to be honest. But again, they do have the damage to work with. Middle lane, do see Valentina going for a couple pokes, half HP being chipped away, but RRQ Senna now on the Oppressor.
I mean, look at them. They're just making sure that this no-man land is bleeding past the river, right? They're trying to control every single one of these bushes. They want to make sure that Pixel Brush is covered. Yon, he can't get out of here, right? This might be a Daytona's welcome angle, but no. They see gear too nearby. It's not worthwhile.
Yeah, he actually used it as well. But again, right now, Bleed, they're just, you know, trading evenly here. They don't really want to give up too much control. And with this Lord coming in as well, RQ has no choice but to force the fight. But as of yet, Bleed, they're holding out somehow.
They're holding out because that's what they do. They know exactly what they need to sacrifice, and if they're able to force a 50-50 onto Bleed, trading equally, that's the most ideal situation. But now, it's about how do they get ahead.
Sagit, they're going for the combo. Yes, very, very tanky here, but they do not focus the damage. A shortcut has been used. They focus on Sagit. He's flickering backwards as well. He's gonna fall. That's gonna be the first one down for Bleed Esports. RRQ continuing with their push as they try to look for more. Yon tries to go for the stun. He doesn't connect, but he's getting chipped away and mowed down for now. Lead is a 4v5. They have to sync up their waves gear, taking a little bit too much damage. Zamanforce comes in. Toy gets free reign on the Zamanforce. Seiji doesn't even drop the King's Glory. The Lord reset it for now, but Daytona's welcome will gobble down on Yon.
Hey, yo!
And the fight comes in, and he loses Yon. And as of yet, Jay, he gets a trade, but he's gonna fall as Toy runs rampant all by himself.
Dude, is Seiji holding his alt flicker until next year? What's going on? What's going on? Why is he taking his sweet time to do this? You're not gonna find the perfect scenario. Help out your dang team. Somebody needs to do it, and it's gotta be Seiji because everybody else has done everything they can.
Yeah, now Sagit, he's gonna fall as well. He popped the grab here. He's gonna try and make a play, but it's only an Edith. He's trying to threaten them for as long as he can, but
he can't do
there's only
anything.
so much an Edith can do.
He can't do anything here. Give him Arlott and maybe he can do something, but like, this is so rough. Bleed is not participating in these fights at all. They're basically playing 4v5, and they're off tempo, right? So RRQ Senna get to do this push and pull for free, right? Not even intersecting, but pulling the fight to the left side, then pulling it to the right side. Like, Bleed Esports need to be together on what they want to do. They cannot just break apart because that's what their composition is weak in doing. Smaller skirmishes is not ideal for Bleed.
Yeah, and this Mincetar is starting to, you know, hit very, very fast, but the damage spike is just a little bit lacking compared to what Toy brings to the table. And as of yet, Jan's looking for the black line flying.
Just wait for Seiji.
Disengage this tier 1. Now, no point defending this, man. They can't do it.
I mean, they can hold on to this tier 1, but until that next wave, I don't think they can handle it anymore. With the synced wave down on both sides and Chip just to bring the entire team, if anyone decides to be a little bit too bold, they're going to force Bleed back into their inhibitor turrets.
Oh, great engagements coming from RQ Senna as Bleed Esports now. What can they do, man? Like, this is so scuffed to look at.
I mean, they can consider putting Sagito into the role position. That's another thing. Because right now, I'm just waiting for Seiji to find the big King's calling, right? That's what they need.
Yeah, they
This is an
definitely
angle.
need to drop
This is an
something as
angle.
well. Now, they're
Oh
going
my
for the pull.
God.
They gobbled gear up. He's going to be the first to fall. Sagit still waiting for the right moment. Seiji nowhere to be found. Does not go for the pull. And now,
here we
goes
go.
in for the 3-man King's Glory. Finally wipes the floor. They get the Vex. They get Octa. They get Toy. The biggest catch. Patience finally pays off for Bleed Esports. But at what expense?
Yes, finally. Seiji gets to play the game. He's playing the game, boys. He's playing the game. He's back in it. Now we look at the gold leaderboard. So far, Toy is still on top, of course, but this is starting to get a little frustrating. Oh, man, Yon does not win this.
Okay.
Jay gets involved as well, but I don't...
Oh,
Okay, wait, he loses.
Okay, he's got
Loses
Flicker.
Flicker.
Tier 1 still stands. He's gonna fall. He's got Immortality.
He's got immortality.
I don't think they can kill him. No, they can't kill him.
100% they can't kill him.
No way.
100% they cannot kill this man.
But
And on top
suck
side,
it. Oh, okay. He's not an export.
I mean, he's definitely not the expert. I'm telling you, dude. Poor Sagitnu, man. The poor guy just wants to play the video game. We need to wait for these bigger moments, right? Because right now, Bleed Esports are too nervous to do anything. They need to recognize that the gold lead isn't too far away. It's only 2.7. A single team fight could turn it into their favor. And I think Bleed, knowing them, they're probably going to wait till 42k before they actually start participating in fights.
Okay, it was a 300 damage spike. Now it's 700 now. So Seiji again needs the big King's Glories there. And also uncontested poke so far.
He needs to jump in, King's Glory, flicker into the middle of all 5 of them, and then after that, go with the spear. Go in with the spear and communicate with Gear who he's targeting, so that Gear can flicker onto the target.
Half HP on the Lord Bleed Esports. Can they make the play? Yon is forced to disengage here, getting zoned out by this export, but he eventually needs to get out. Ian's just bullying them for now. Toy drops him 7 force forward as well. He's gonna get stunned, but where's huh?
Gear and
What?
as well as Seiji is on the top side of the map. They did not want to participate.
Oh, okay. Alright, you know, free Lord for RRQ Sena. Bleed Esports not looking to actually contest this, and I don't know, man, like, where's Seiji at?
Top side with Gear. They're again, I told you, they're waiting for 42k. If they're not in position to guarantee this turtle take, they're not willing to coin flip. And I think that RRQ Senna, that's what's really making the difference here. Their willingness to coin flip, the confidence that they can walk into a fight and say, hey, we can trade as long as we get 1 kill worth of difference against them, it is worth our time.
Well, seeing how this is going as well, RRQ currently in prime position to close out this game. Tier 3s, pretty much all lanes shoved in. Lord.
This is where it's tough.
Yeah.
If they overextend here, even if they get all the inhibitors, one really bad fight could put Bleed back into the driver's seat.
Yeah, speaking of the driver's seat here, they're doing a lot of damage here, but Seiji, he's gonna get caught out. No, he's dead. He is gonna be chasing CC here, but the back live stream has been ordering from here. They're gonna go for the fight as well, but where is the King's calling as well? Seiji, he disengaged. He's gonna get out here. He used it defensively to get out to keep things alive. RRQ, they lose one. They somehow manage to defend, but they lose another inhibitor for Bleed Esports.
Oh man, they lose all their inhibitors here. Bleed Esports, they are willing to sacrifice everything and anything to keep themselves up in the game. They know it just takes one fight, one good fight against RRQ Senna to put them back in the driver's seat. And right now, I'm looking at you, Seiji. That King's calling needs to be followed up. Somebody, I mean, everybody's setting up for him, but the man needs to jump in.
Yeah, he's currently having the lowest amount of damage output here, 17,000 up on Seiji. He's looking for the right hooks every single time, and I don't know, man. Toy's top damage as a gold laner.
Right now, Gear has the right idea. He is looking at that backline. He is holding on to his ultimate to make sure that backline doesn't get ahead, because they play front to front. The traditional frontliners for RRQ Senna eventually will fall down. People like Dyren losing that Firaga armor is a big deal. For Ians, if he loses, if he ends up being put down to 50% of his health, he can't frontline anymore. Octa, he's trying to maintain distance. He knows that he can get flickered on, right? So Bleed Esports need to capitalize on that backline when Gear finds an opportunity like that. But inevitably, RRQ did lose out on EXP, and this allows Bleed Esports to catch back up, and the Gold League just does not matter now.
Yeah, and seeing how this is actually happening as well, it feels like RRQ, even though this Baratza's timing has kind of fallen off level 15, they kind of equalized with Yon so far, but it feels like the counter engagement for Bleed is just not good enough. But now with the Malefic on Seiji, do you think he's going to be able to contribute more?
I mean, Seiji, his ult is more than enough, right? He can build full tank and just pop the ult, and he's still more useful than what he's doing right now. So far, he's looking for the, he wants to find 5. He's not going to find 5, but neither can he find Toy specifically. He's the only person he can really affect.
Oh no, Yon, he taunt up forward. They forced the Salmon Force. That's huge for Bleed Esports.
No, Sakino, don't walk up! Don't walk up! He needs to call the whole team! Don't walk up, please.
Wait, huh? He's not going in?
No. He shouldn't be going in because he doesn't know where the members of Bleed Esports. They want to hold them hostage underneath this Lord.
Yeah, they're going to try and shove the lane here, but now with the Lord coming in, RRQ, they're going to try and focus on Lord here. Meanwhile, Bleed Esports, they have to disengage for now. Now, Edo finally shows himself. He's going to try and drop the shortcut, but it doesn't matter. They're picking up the back line. King's calling. Seiji looking for the hook. He's trying. He's got it, but no! 4-man King's calling to turn the tide. And Bleed Esports flips the table. Enoch is down, so is Ian. Now, Toy, with no King's calling, full Salmon Force, gets a double. He trades off 2 for 2. And now with the Lord coming in, Bleed Esports, they've lost all damage. Crystal won't be focused down as RRQ Sena takes the 2-0 against Bleed.
Oh, that was stressful for RRQ Senna. You can see the sigh of relief of like, whoa, guys, we nearly whiffed that. We nearly gave him a chance to come back after a Lord secure here. They overextended and Toy outplays the situation regardless. What a man to rely on.
Oh, all hope was lost for Bleed Esports. They needed the perfect catch by Seiji. It looked good, but it was Toy that waited patiently for the Zaman Force, and then once the King's Calling drops down, they take the W. They just wipe the floor with every single one from the side of Bleed Esports. It's just too hard to watch, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it's tough. It's really, really tough. And RRQ Senna, they take an early bow out off their Bali major chairs here just to remember the accolades for the organization that they work under. But still, what an absolute game here. We are seeing 14-14, dead even, and even the gold isn't too far apart. Like Bleed, they are sacrificing everything to hit their power spikes, but they need to be bold, they need to be brave, and the worst part is that they're not together on these engages.
Yeah, it was very, very difficult here, considering that I think the lanes were just completely exposed on the side lanes, right? Like every single time Seiji needs to lane manage, he's also afraid of the fact that, you know, if he gets dived on by these chips, he's pretty much done for. Because he's super squishy. Look at his items, man.
I mean, he is super squishy, but that's why he needed gear to set it up for him, right? It can't be the opposite way around because he blows up and melts under just the raw damage. Even from a single combo from Octa is more than enough to put Seiji at from 100 to 0. That's why he's waiting on gear to find these big moments. And even then, Seiji is just not in the positions to get there, right? He's in Flicker range. He's still holding on to that King's Calling. And sometimes I think they should just drop the King's Calling as a disengage mechanic to de-incentivize RRQ from actually collapsing on the pincer. So many times, Bleed were flip-floppy on the decision, but they all make it at the same time.
Oh boy, now speaking of the overall damage taken here, it seems like Bleed Esports, they will be the ones that take the most damage, but the amount of damage dealt so far, a big disparity compared to RRQ in this case. I don't know, man. Seiji's got 26,000 as compared to Toy, 93,000, who's quote-unquote supposed to be hard countered by Seiji.
I mean, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. I think Bleed have a lot to work on here to kind of fix this roster up. A lot of it just comes down to communication. I don't think their drafts are too bad, and generally they have the right idea to play the game. It's just that the execution is really suffering when it comes down to the laning phase. That, except for Sagidu, I think he played his laning phase absolutely perfect. He should never be able to get that far ahead, especially when you're up against like especially when you're up against an X-Borg, if anything, right?
I think Sagit played really, really well into his games here. There's only so much an XP laner can do, but again, the composition was just a little bit difficult to actually pull off because it came down to focus firing and also choosing which fights to take. And so far, Bleed Esports is very good at playing from behind, but again, they just needed one mistake from RRQ Sena, and so far, RRQ Sena did not make that mistake at all.
I mean, technically, they did it 3 times that game, and
okay,
Bleed weren't able to capitalize on it. And that's the part that hurts so bad, because the angle is so clear. There's such a very clear direction with the way they go. Even if Seiji isn't able to get Toy in time, at the very least, melt away those frontliners, right? Deny RRQ people who can, like, anchor down after they claim the space, because again, RRQ, they started to get really disrespectful with the way that they were walking up against Bleed. And again, once they recognized the second time they got punished, they're like, okay, hold up, we got to be real careful here. Seiji, he's a little scared to jump into these fights, but when he does, we've lost every single time.
Yeah, like I think there was a 4-man King's Calling right under the noses of Bleed Esports, and technically they should have won from Bleed Esports, but RRQ Sena was like, great, 4 of us got caught. Who didn't get caught? And that guy was the one that needs to actually save the day. In this case, there was, I think it was Toy in the last final fight here. But let's take a look at the highlights here of what went down here.
Yeah, I think this was a really beautiful fight from both sides, right?
Yeah.
And this shows that even RRQ are still a little human at the end of the day. They ended up overextending. Nobody wanted to attack the turret, so they had to take the long way around. But look at this push and pull from Bleed's side, right? Trading consistently against each other, looking for any opportunity for punishment.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Bleed was, like, RRQ Sena was able to get away with it here, considering the amount of overextension that they've done, right? Like, Bleed Esports, they're under turret. Why would you commit to this fight? And somehow they were able to trade evenly in that situation. So RRQ Sena just played a better overall micro game in that engagement.
I think that Bleed, unfortunately, don't make their decisions fast enough.
Yeah.
I think that's the saddest part, right? In this one, Seiji finds like an incredible King's Spear,
Spear of Glory.
Spear of Glory here, right? The King's Column follows up immediately after to ensure they have no means of escape. But keep in mind, right, a majority of the members from RRQ Senna are rocking the Flicker, so they can't just walk away from free. And this one, great job from Saginu, not giving another backdoor opportunity to RRQ Senna.
Yeah, technically, if they dropped the backdoor here, they could have just ended then and there. But again, it was very, very difficult here. We've seen it before happen in previous year history here. But again, this one's a 4-man chip stun coming from Edok, who gave him the necessary shield and stopped the tempo of Bleed Esports, which kind of turned the tables. But again, Bleed Esports, they had the situation under control, right? Like, it looked good, but eventually the biggest threat is still got to be Toy. Like, that was the intention of bringing the Min Sitar to the table, which is to shut down and Harif. And in this case, if the Harif doesn't get shut down, GG, well played.
I mean, to be fair, RQ Senna, they realize like they're worried about our very first cycle of abilities, but Zaman Force is really short, considerably short after you have the extra CDR, after you're level 15 as well. It's like, what, 20 seconds before it comes back up? So if you drag the fight long enough, then you're going to get the Zaman Force again. So it's like, I don't know at what point was the ideal situation for Bleed. We can see the picture of what it's supposed to look like, but at the same time, we didn't see them expand upon it.
Yeah, it was very, very difficult to pull off as well. I think I've seen a couple of teams trying to have the same idea to shut down the Harif, but it was just very, very good, difficult to translate, right? Like, if you're talking about gold leaders, technically DPS carries, right? You don't necessarily have the tankiest composition. You are going to be in a situation where you get poked back, you're dead. And in this case, Mincetar has been put in a situation where he's got full damage, but if you get focus fire, you're going to instantly melt. And I think that's the idea that Seiji has had in terms of mindset. And because of that, it was just hard.
I feel like he's too nervous to make a mistake here. Considering game one just boiled down to him losing the laning phase a little too hard. He eventually came back, but still, it would have been a lot easier had he just went even in that laning phase, right? I think a lot of pressure was put on his shoulders and he kind of crumbled underneath it. So again, something to actually work on for the side of Bleed. There's still overall pretty young roster all across the board. Well, obviously, with Saginu being one of the older members to kind of keep him in check, but he's an EXP laner, and there's only so much impact an EXP laner can get you through.
I think based on what we're seeing here, I feel like Bleed has a lot of opportunities to expand from this year, but right now they have to do it from the, I would say, elimination format. Like, I would say the bottom side here, and on the different O1s brackets. In this case, it's tough. I don't know, man. Like, if they lose another game, that's it.
Hey, who knows? Maybe they win out the raffle here and play against a weaker team to maybe get a couple of points that actually keep them on. I mean, that's what you can hope for, right?
True.
Amongst these 32 teams, only 4 are going to make it to the next round.
Yeah.
That's a big cut. Usually it's like, oh, 32 becomes 16, and then 16 becomes 8. Nah. 32 down to 4.
Yeah, it all comes down to who's going to be the better player, because as of now you cannot afford to lose, and that's why Swiss formats is just brutal here. You're just given only maximum of 2 chances. That's it. You lose a series, that's it. You go down. If you lose again, that's it. That's the end of the journey, and it doesn't just ends there. Like, it's not like, oh, I'm going to do this 5 times. I'm going to do this 5 times and then 5 more and then go to the challenge finals.
Yeah, I'm still, regardless, this is how the format has been for a while for the SPS, especially during the earlier stages. And that's why these teams highly prioritize just working on your best comp, looking to win as many of these games as possible and as early as possible, because later down the line, it's only going to get more and more tough.
Yeah, and to be honest, right now we've caught a glimpse on how round 1 is going to be looking like for the Swiss format here. And so far on the English broadcast, we've pretty much covered the 4 matches, 4 series so far, and I'm pretty sure there are also other teams that's going to be playing on the respective broadcast channel here. Later on, I think we will catch a glimpse on the bracket, but I'm also pretty sure that tomorrow is going to be round 2 as well of the series. So it's very, very quick, very, very difficult for all these teams to progress, because they don't have a lot of time to analyze as well, considering how long the games are going to be played out throughout the day.
100%. That's why we're seeing that some of these, big name teams are bringing out their B teams. Let's not forget that there's still MPL playoffs still coming around the corner for a majority of the major regions here in Southeast Asia. So that's why they don't want to show their strats just yet, and the quality of games probably is going to take a little bit of a dip here. But that's fine, right? Once that slowly cleans up, maybe their main roster is going to be playing, especially if their teams go far here at the SPS.
Yeah, it's still going to be a long journey for all of them as well here, because if I do recall this, it's today, tomorrow, and then 2-3 weeks later on. And then respective months before they actually go to the overall grand finals, which quote unquote I heard is in Indonesia.
Yeah, I heard so too. A lot of exciting stuff to actually happen. So keep in mind, with a lot of these namesake teams, we're hoping that a tier 2 is going to shine above the rest. Last year, it was Game Lab and as well as Euphoria.
Yeah.
Both of those teams really stood out amongst the rest, but they couldn't get through the next round once the tier 1 team started to come in. They took 1 or 2 games overall, but they weren't able to move to the next round, which is the important thing to say here.
I think when it comes to SBS here, it's a great proving grounds for a lot of players to, who are looking to be scouted or to push themselves to the next step on I would say evolution as a pro player. To think about it.
Well,
Think about this, right? Game Last Euphoria, they went through a bit us from SBS, and guess what? They were picked up by tier 1 teams.
that's well, it kind of depends on what you consider tier 1 teams.
Okay.
You know, I'm not gonna delve too far in it because we're the
okay.
biggest perpetrators of getting imports. Yep. You know, Malaysia and Singapore, we love you guys. We love your imports. We'll keep on taking them as long as they're okay with it. But with that being said, that wraps up for our 4 best of 3s that we've been having here today for round 1 of the Swiss format here at the SPS Mobile Division, Mobile Legends Division. My name is Gideon Q. This is Terrence Icy Baby 12, keeping you guys company until the very end. This is going to be the end of the day, so hopefully you guys have enjoyed, and stay tuned for tomorrow where we will have more Mobile Legends action, and hopefully we see one rise to the top. We'll see you tomorrow.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.